Manfred Hildermeier. The Russian Socialist Revolutionary PHRTY before the First World War. Preface to the English edition. It certainly would appear to be quite presumptuous, after more than 20 years have passed, and, in conceptual terms, closer to 3 decades, to republish one's first scholarly monograph. I must say that there would be no need for a German reprint. The text is readily available, as it appeared in 1978, and can either be read disregarded. But there is no translation into English or any other foreign language. For all their criticisms and reservations, well-meaning specialists and friends from the Anglophone world deem it desirable that this work be available in English. Although the German edition certainly received ample attention, as the many reviews indicate, a translation will of course greatly enhance its accessibility. On several occasions in the last dozen or so years, an English edition seemed very close to realization, but each time proved elusive because of the length of the doc and hence the principal obstacle, the high cost of translation. Just as efforts to arrange an * English edition went for naught, I had the good fortune of having a native speaker, Michael R. Haydenberg, serve as my research assistant. At one point, when this young researcher had to bridge several months before assuming a position in the United States, I gave him the task of preparing a rough translation of the text. Then a close colleague and good friend, Gregory Fries, thoroughly reviewed and stylistically edited the initial translation. And now a publishing house has agreed to print the book, which could not have been published without the invaluable help and technical knowledge of my research assistant David Feist. But, of course, in the last resort the reader must judge whether this undertaking has justified itself and not come too late. As always in cases where a lengthy interval of time has passed since the original publication, the author must decide whether the text should or can appear in its initial form. Despite some reservations, I have chosen, like most authors, not to prepare a new edition. The principal reason was the obvious fact that this book cannot be simply revised. One would no longer write such a book, or, at least, one would do so in an entirely different form. The text thus stands as it first appeared. It bears the mark J of its time, just as an automobile from 1975, when the manuscript was completed, does. Today, one would no longer formulate the principal questions as it was then done, but rather would operate within a different conceptual framework. Be rewrit this book would require one to seek different sources or at least read the old ones from a different perspective. Moreover, if such a thoroughly revised and reconceptualized book were to have the requisite consistency, it would have to give attention to different thematic dimensions and have a new structure of presentation and argumentation. In short, a full revision would mean an entirely new book, which at present I neither can nor wish to do. There is a further consideration, which should not rank last for the historian. Each book has its own history, a quality worth preserving in its own right. Only politicians must assert that what they utter today is identical to what they always meant. I have therefore settled on a compromise, to leave the text in its original form, but to address here the questions and insights that have emerged in the last quarter century. 1. At the same time, I shall also take this opportunity to consider issues raised by reviewers when this book first appeared. 2. Thus, some reviewers raised objections to my account of agitation by social revolutionaries, SRS, among the workers. 3. These reviewers argued that it would be wrong to treat the Party of Social Revolutionaries, PSR, as the political spearhead of an agrarian social protest and fanatical intelligentsia who expected salvation from a peasant uprising. Although socialization of the land was the PSR's trademark and calling card, its members and supporters did not correspond precisely to this narrow label. To judge from the origins of activists, the PSR was as much a workers' party as its primary competitor, the Social Democracy. In the final analysis, the PSR even had greater social heterogeneity, as the party asserted in its program. It was the only revolutionary party to speak for all strata of the exploited. I not only agree with this assessment, but do not find it at variance from the account offered in my own work. On the contrary, One of my main findings was the fact that the PSR found mass support in the working class and that workers joined its organization too. As proof for this thesis, at the time I was the first researcher, to the best of my knowledge, to incorporate an analysis of the elections for the St. Petersburg Workers' Curia. That election produced such extraordinary results that even Lenin felt obliged to make a commentary. From the perspective of proletarian socialism that the Social Democrats claim to embody, the fact that the PSR garnered the most votes precisely in the large factories was tantamount to a sharp slap in the face. All this provided proof, as I tried to formulate as clearly as possible, for the great sympathy that the SRS enjoyed among urban workers during the revolution of 1905-7. Chris Rice, in particular, has since assembled further evidence for this very same point. 3. How one interprets these findings is another matter, however. On the one hand, one can no longer sustain the earlier thesis, advanced by A.M. Pankratova, D. Lane, and others, that the PSR succeeded in attracted primarily peasant workers, that is, those backward workers still in the process of becoming true proletarians. 4. On the other hand, the SRS remained skeptical of economic trade union agitation, gave clear priority to political propaganda, and in general proved highly attractive to workers with a perceived interest and stake in the solution of the land question. 5. But there is some reason to hold that the support of the large factories in St. Petersburg may also be connected with the fact that these large factories contained concentrations of new recruits for the industrial labor force. Nevertheless, one is well advised to regard this whole formulation of the problem as myopic and misleading. Namely, in the last decade greater importance has been assigned to consciousness, experience, and mentality ever since E.P. Thompson's classic 6-1 can no longer assume a direct link between social condition and political attitudes and general outlook. Reality was more complicated. The motives behind the decision to support the PSR were exceedingly complex and heterogeneous. Given the paradigm change that has since overtaken the historiography, one should approach this question more from a cultural than a social perspective, therefore making it incumbent to pay close attention to the integrating effects of SR propaganda. At the very least, one must take into account the most diverse factors, not just material interests, in determining temporary or long-term affiliation. That approach stands in marked contrast to what has hitherto been assumed and known. More in need of revision is, certainly, my attempt to construct the social profile of the PSR, Chapter 9. Because of the restrictions on access to sources that then prevailed, I was able to assemble data only on 942 party members. Moreover, information on a third of this group was incomplete. I was of course aware that this statistical base did not suffice for any conclusions about the rank and file membership of the PSR. Indeed, I began with the assumption that this database contained a strong bias in favor of the Party 61. My analysis, however, attempted to take this factor into account, chiefly by incorporating control data, above all, the data assembled by M. Perry, 7, and by giving priority to the educational and generational structure. My distinction among different political generations has since been confirmed in the most recent and most substantial monographs by the leading specialist, M.I. Leonov, and his younger colleague, K.N. Morozov. 8. My findings about $$ qualification structure, with the exception of data about the party base, also appear to prove right. In any event, I am not aware of any alternative analysis. The same holds for another principal finding, the distinct overrepresentation of the intelligentsia. To be sure, as Leonov plausibly suggests, this intelligentsia predominance may not be true for the party as a whole. But he himself confirms that the intelligentsia comprised its leading personnel and had a firm hold on the party as an organization. 11. A separate issue is the profile of rank and file members. In this case, I am happy to concede that my earlier calculations have been superseded and that one much clearer picture now obtains. To be sure, the criticism that the author should have deemed it necessary 12 to use provincial archives is totally inane. At the time when this monograph was written, it was simply impossible to gain access to local repositories in the Soviet Union. Hence, the data on more than 15,000 SRS that Leonov, in the course of decades, has assembled are undoubtedly more representative. In fact, his regionally differentiated results produce a very different picture. In 21 provinces, the PSR membership was comprised of 43% workers, 45% peasants, and 11.6% intelligentsia. 9 According to his data for several provinces in the northwest, the Central Industrial Region, and the Urals, Smolensk, Tula, and Vyatka, the party consisted of 35.4% workers, 42% peasants, and 16.7% intelligentsia. For the agricultural provinces on the Volga, peasants comprised more than 50% of the members, with the balance coming from the workers. 35.4%, and intelligentsia, 10 to 14%. Point 10 The basic thrust of these data is quite clear. Indeed, it is only natural to expect that workers and peasants comprised the great majority of party members. To be sure, these data, given the demographic proportions of the total population, mean that the peasants were still strongly underrepresented, a point that confirms my thesis about the limited capacity of the PSR to reach and organize the highly dispersed villagers. Hence the PSR, like all the other parties, had its main strength in the cities. 11 At the same time, it is also imperative to consider precisely whom the SR committees regarded as a member. The numerous reports local organizations to the Central Committee, which were used and assessed in my own study, Chapter 7, allow one to draw only one conclusion: the PSR did not have even a roughly consistent criterion, meaning that its figures on membership were neither precise nor stable. Hence it is only in the case of activists that one can begin to speak of a stable party nexus. But the circle of activists was much smaller and did not substantially exceed the rank order offered in my sample. The numerical strength of the PSR and its ties to the working class also raise the question of the SR presence in the years of reaction after 1907. At the time, I began with the assumption that the party organization inside Russia had largely collapsed, a conclusion that derived primarily from the reports of the local SR committees and the discussions in the party leadership. The information coming from Russia was unambiguous. On the basis of such reports, confirmed by delegates to the first and only full party conference of the PSR, which convened in London in August 1908, that conference itself acknowledged the breakdown and sought to do what it could to keep the party together. To be sure, their efforts were foiled by a blow that could hardly have been more damaging: the revelation, in December, that its chief terrorist was an agent of the secret police. The Fifth Party Council of May 1909, the complete protocols of which, given their significance, deserve to be published in full, attempted to rebuild what was left of the party. However, it was unable to prevent a mounting conflict between the two wings of the party and the split between the right wing, Pochincy, and left, the new Maximalists, a conflict that intensified during World War I and culminated in a formal split in November 1917. Some have objected that this interpretation, to a large degree, reflects a distorted source base. Namely, the materials from the archive of the Central Committee, in the Institute for International Social History in Amsterdam, pertain primarily to the revolutionary years of 1905 to 1907, they shed relatively little light on the following years for the obvious reason that the exile leadership failed to receive reports about events that, in spite of everything, were still unfolding in Russia. 12 As evidence, a multitude of other documents have been cited to support the contrary conclusion. It was precisely at this point that in many cities the social revolutionaries reached the apogee of their influence, not the nadir, as customarily had been assumed. Before 1912, when the workers' movement once again gained momentum, in the wake of the shootings at Lena Goldfields, it was them who were Menshevik's chief adversary and who first were able to challenge their supremacy. 13 SRS were active, overtly or covertly, not only in trade union professional organizations, but also in a multitude of other spheres, such as cooperatives, associations for assistance, and various other organizations, so that, and here was the implicit conclusion, there was no break in the continuity of its propaganda and underground activity up to the war and beyond. I not only agree with this argument but find that the evidence for continuing SR presence in diverse associations of a workers' public, trudovaya objectivnost, in the language of one newspaper, enlarges and enhances our understanding. But I regard this objection, apart from the fundamental problem of relying mainly on propagandist sources like Xenomia Truda and the like, not as a contradiction to the account in my book, but rather only as a somewhat different emphasis, if not simply complementary. The fact that, even in trade unions, there were non-SD activists, inspired the Pochinsi to demand a rejection of terror and conspiracy. In their view, legal activity, based on a program oriented toward democratization, should promote a broad engagement that would be more populist than social revolutionary and that would again transpire under the aegis of the PSR. They were all too aware, as their publication made clear, that the party as an organization lay in ruins and that sympathizers, who in some fashion were still active, had been left to fend for themselves. And herein lay the dilemma, and indeed a contrast to the social democracy. The PSR no longer had a center to unify and coordinate the populist milieus. Indeed, the most recent, comprehensive specialized monograph on these years speaks of an actual disintegration of a unified party organization after 1910.14 because the Pochinsi failed to prevail. A comrade in arms like Tchaikovsky, who played, as is well known, a significant role in the cooperative movement, had to wait until February 1917 before once again recognizing the PSR as a broad populist movement. Apart from such factual matters, the main criticism of my account concerned its methods and interpretation. Above all, American reviewers, to be sure, no European reviewer, reproached me for having given so one-sided an interpretation and for having judged the social revolutionaries too harshly. Thus, these comments ranged from a more friendly formulation, a restriction of historical purview, in R. Wortman's words, to more acerbic complaints about a sociological determinism, M. Melanchthon, and a principal defect in the form of a foregone conclusion, A. Asher. In the view of these critics, my monograph denied the fundamental openness of Russia to follow a different line of development. Contrary to my conception, they argued, an agrarian reformist and liberal development was also conceivable. Indeed, as one reviewer, M. Reef, wrote, an analysis of the pre-war era could not lead to a better understanding of 1917 for the simple reason that something entirely new and unforeseen had occurred, the complete collapse of the structures of 1914. As the last quotation indicates, such objections derive from different conceptions about the causes of Red October, a controversy that was then tied closely to differences in Weltanschauung, political views, and historiographical positions. Social history, which gained the upper hand in the mid-1960s, tends to emphasize long-term and structural factors. Unlike the earlier political history, which was strongly influenced by pre-evolutionary historiography, this new social history therefore downplayed the significance of the war. The distance between 1905 and 1917 became shorter, and the evidence seemed increasingly to show that the end of Tsarism could not be understood without attention to the reforms that had been imposed from above ever since 1861. In this discussion of the early 1970s, which still continues and more recently revived under, so to say, reverse terms, I took the side of the pessimists and sought to substantiate this interpretation through a case study of the PSR. All things considered, I continue to uphold that interpretation. As before, it strikes me as too facile to ascribe the entire blame for the revolution to the war and to assert that the earlier political and social relations were fundamentally sound and healthy. Without the war, if indeed one can factor it out, the internal relations in Russia would no doubt have undergone a different development, but the fundamental problems had long existed, the social-economic questions at least since the industrialization surge under S.I.U. Wit, the political issues since the turn of the century and especially since the collapse of P.A. Stolypin's attempt to establish an unwritten quasi-constitutionalism. Therefore, Leopold Heimsen's conception of a double polarization retains its fun. De mental plausibility. 15 While this conception should be tested with new methods and in new spheres, it cannot be ignored, at least until a better explanation is found. One may debate whether social history was too negative in evaluating the chances for a liberal constitutionalism, but there were certainly serious impedire tense to the realization of this scenario. At any rate, it is still an open question whether, figuratively speaking, the glass for the development of a democratic civil society in Russia in 1914 was half full or half empty. The manner in which I attempted to prove the modernization premises is quite another matter. In this respect, I gladly concede to the criticism, expressed from different perspectives, that I went too far. No doubt, in seeking to ensure the rigor of argumentation, which might be forgiven in one's first monograph, J tended to give a single interpretation where, in fact, other readings were possibly. I looked for inconsistencies in the theoretical and programmatic declarations, above all, in the work of V. Chernov, and indeed found some. My thesis, viz., that such fissures derived, above all, from the marked heterogeneity of the Russian social and economic structure, still appears to me to be correct. That is, the SRS were no better prepared than the Social Democrats to deal with the coexistence of porker and peasant questions. However, one could have treated attempts to resolve these more positively and thereby treated them as the only possible way for Russia to avoid a test of its very capacity to survive. Similarly, I examined the numerous reports from local committees principally for information about problems and disorders. To be sure, that approach still seems appropriate to me. Since the days of freedom in 1905, there was no longer any talk about success. What was reported FPR internal use, and this was the bulk of my source material, differed substantially from the representations aimed at external consumption. But, of course, I might have more strongly emphasized that these internal reports had their own bias as well. On the basis of these and other selection of materials, the argumentation and its empirical basis produced a coherent picture, in any case, that has not been called into question, one with excessively sharp contours and with a comparatively one-sided picture of events. 16 However, it is still an open question whether the sources permit another, more fluid picture. At the time, I was convinced that this is not the case. I attempted to channel this material toward an interpretation that, while inseparable from the basic paradigms of the existing conceptual framework, nonetheless was fully consistent with the data in the sources. An alternative attempt does not exist. Perhaps alternatives and successors will be found in Russia, where this subject is now of considerable interest. Such reservations aside, all the reviews and more recent commentaries have without exception confirmed that this monograph presents fundamental new material. An accident gave me the opportunity, for the first time, to use the archive of the Central Committee of the PSR, which, after a long journey between Sofia and New York, finally turned up in Amsterdam. The chapters based on this material, 3, 5-8, and 10, undoubtedly make up the core of this book. These chapters have lost none of their informational value, since the Amsterdam documents have not since been re-examined with comparable intensity and the post-Soviet scholars have only recently acquired a copy at the Russian Center for Preservation and Study of Documents of Contemporary History, formerly the Central Party Archive, in Moscow. 17 Moreover, the rich empirical studies by Leonov do not replace, but rather complement my monograph through the inclusion of materials from Russian archives, above all, the State Archive of the Russian Revolution, access to which I was denied. This translation omits only chapter 13, about SR terror, which followed the account in B. Nikolovsky and has since been surpassed by other studies. 18 In this sense I should like to hope that the translation, which otherwise does not differ from the original German text, at least has empirical value and can contribute to the task of each generation to write its own history anew. Introduction. The Russian Socialist Revolutionary Party, Partiya Socialistov Revolutionarov, PSR, is one of the losers of history. As a result of the October Revolution of 1917, it was driven from power by the Bolsheviks and soon banned. Thus the PSR lost its chance to work on the construction of the new state. The party leaders were degraded to yesterday's people and had to emigrate. All efforts from a remote exile to push events in Russia in a socialist revolutionary direction was like powerless shadow boxing. The inheritors of a great revolutionary tradition, the successors of A.I. Gertsen, P.L. Lavrov and N.K. Mikhailovsky, were condemned to that rubbish heap of history that L.D. Trotsky reserved for historical figures that have had their day. In the Soviet Union, their traces were extinguished, and historians of non-communist countries have also done little to keep their memory. Point 2. The history of the PSR was a victim of the one-sided interest in the victors. Social democracy and especially the Bolsheviks. That one could learn much about the revolution by studying the fate of the losers was barely considered. Nevertheless, the downfall of the PSR should not obscure the great importance of this party in the Russian revolutionary movement. It was neither the liberal bourgeois constitutional Democrats, cadets, 3 despite their rich intellectual and political capability, nor even the right-leaning Octobrists 4 with their ties to noble landowners and the conservative bourgeoisie, who were the real opponents of the Social Democrats in the opposition to autocracy. Rather, the primary foe of the Social Democrats was the social revolutionaries. The latter saw themselves not only as the restorers of Zemlya I Volia, land and freedom, and Narodnaya Volia, the people's will, 5 but also as comparable to their main rivals in terms of organizational strength and their influence on the masses. In the constant warfare between Social Democrats, SDS, and Social Revolutionaries, SRS, the old contest between populists and Marxists that had split the Russian revolutionary movement since the 1880s reappeared again after 1902. In addition to the theoretical conflicts between populists and Marxists during the 1890s over the future of capitalism in Russia came, the main issue was increasingly the concrete, practical difficulties of the daily revolutionary struggle. Certainly, the fronts had shifted. Indeed, one could no longer seriously maintain that Russia could simply leap over the stage of capitalism, as V.P. Vorontsov had demanded earlier. 6 The basic positions remained, however, the same. Thus, the Social Democrats argued, the Mensheviks much more categorically than the Bolsheviks, for the complete development of capitalism after the West European model. They maintained that the Russian proletariat must be unconditionally interested in the freest and fastest development of capitalism. 7 And, accordingly, they attempted to prove that capitalist relations had long determined the Russian economy, including the agricultural sector. 8. By contrast, the socialist revolutionaries demanded the restriction of capitalism in industry and argued for the immediate transition to socialism. They assumed that this transition would be easier to realize if organized through the collective economic and social organization of the Russian village. The latter, they believed, still existed in the exemplary communal distribution system of the Russian commune, the Obshchina 9 in backward Russia, next to bourgeois capitalism and proletarian socialism. The populist agrarian socialism of the FSR presented a third, non-capitalist path of development and represented the most serious alternative to social democracy. How the confrontation between social democracy and neo-populism 10 ended, is well known. O.H. Radke has detailed the decisive phase between February 1917 and January 1918. It is astounding how easy it was for the Bolsheviks to outmaneuver the parties, the strongest party being the PSR, of the provisional government. Those who had the power of government in their hands were unable to organize effective resistance to the October Revolt. Neither in Petrograd nor in Moscow, where the socialist revolutionaries in 1917 directed the city administration, could they organize a mass following. The SRS could not even fully count on the union that was, since the revolution of 1905, perhaps its most reliable social revolutionary bridgehead in the unions, the Railway Workers' Union. The lower echelons of this union sympathized with the Bolsheviks. Radke concluded that the battle, in the two capitals, confirmed the weaknesses of the PSR and destroyed the illusion of the supposed incompetence of the Bolsheviks. 11j. In addition, the SRS were unable to form an opposition government and draw support away from the new regime by providing a workable political alternative. All their efforts failed because of the internal party conflicts that, the spring, had seriously hindered the party's capacity to function. In November 1917, these conflicts led to a split with the left wing, which renamed itself the Party of Left Socialist Revolutionaries, Partia Levik Socialistov Revolutionarov. The latter was even willing to enter a coalition with the new regime. 12 Unfortunately, this purification crisis did not lead to consolidation within the rest of the PSR, a party still rent by controversy. The main opponents of the Bolsheviks condemned themselves to inactivity, thereby leaving only the vague hope that the new rulers would somehow lose credibility and power through their own mistakes. 13. The SRS became progressively less effective. They lost one provincial bastion of support after another, just as they earlier had lost support in the larger cities. Even the peasants, once their most faithful supporters, now turned to the left. SKS. 14. Hence a weakened neo-populist party entered the decisive battle with the new regime, when in January 1918 the Constituent Assembly met for the first time. The loss of mass support for the PSR, the party that 9 months earlier had been the most popular, could now be seen more clearly than in the previous months. In January 1918, it was above all the supporters of the bourgeois political camp who were out on the streets and organized basically a counter-revolutionary demonstration. Workers were few and, what was more fateful, the soldiers were reserved. 15 Since the very beginning of its history, the PSR fought for the Constituent Assembly. It was the institutional center of their understanding of the revolution and, indeed, the PSR sent the most delegates to the assembly. 16 Nevertheless, the Constituent Assembly had no defenders, even in Saratov, Samara, and other SR strongholds. 17. After this new and decisive defeat of the anti-Bolshevik parties, there was no question that only a sanguinary civil war could reverse the events of October. Initially, PSR wanted to play the role of a third force between the Bolsheviks and the white generals Kolchak, Denikin, and Iudenik. But the PSR was forced to come to the bitter conclusion that for this role the party needed a military force that it did not have. The advocates of the Constituent Assembly were fully at the mercy of armed bands, at first the Czechoslovak Legion, under whose protection they founded in Samara in June 1918 the Committee of the Members of the Constituent Assembly, Komitet Kliyev Uchreditelnogo Sobernia, or Komik, which they proclaimed an opposition government 18 and later the White Army. The Rump Constituent Assembly that assembled in Ufa, Ufimsko Gosudurstvo Sobshchany, in September 1918 found itself dependent on the White Army. 19 The right wing of the PSR joined this coalition with Kolchak without much reservation and participate in the directorate elected by the conference in Ufa. The more left-leaning faction kept its distance. It was clear to this faction that such collaboration could only veil the military dictatorship of counter-revolutionary generals and thus work to the benefit of the liquidators of democracy. 20 Nevertheless, the left faction was compelled to associate with those forces that wanted to undo not only the Bolshevik revolt but also the February Revolution. In the end, this political polarization during the Civil War led to the bloody defeat of the PSR, which culminated in the trial for treason in 1922 and resulted in death sentences for 12 leaders, notwithstanding massive international protest. 21. To understand the role of the PSR in the Russian revolutionary movement and thereby part of the prehistory of the events of 1917, one must explain the apparent paradox in the outcome of this contest between Marxism and populism. The paradox is this: the party of the revolutionary peasantry, and the PSR was such a party despite all its deficiencies. 22 In an overwhelmingly agrarian land suffered defeat by the Bolsheviks, a party based on a minority of the urban proletariat. The paradox is this defeat despite all the favorable conditions, despite the deeply rooted tradition of revolutionary Russia, and despite the great support won in two revolutions, support that gave the PSR the majority of votes in the elections to the Constituent Assembly in the fall of 1917. It might be useful to summarize the most important of the many answers that have been offered to these questions. Radke explains the SR defeat primarily in the following terms: 23. 1. The PSR failed to solve the two cardinal questions that determined the fate of the February regime, a peace settlement and successful land reform. Even the former supporter of the ideals of Zimmerwald and the head of the left-wing party Center, V.M. Chernov, approved the offensive that Prime Minister A.F. Kerensky ordered in July 1917. Moreover, the bill for land reform that Chernov proposed as Minister of Agriculture in the provisional government failed in the face of united opposition from cadets and internal PSR opposition. 24. 2. The PSR suffered from a serious weakness in leadership. Chernov was a popular personality and certainly a capable theoretician with an enormous intellect, but lacked organizational talent and the ability to stay the course. Radke's disappointment with a man who was supposed to be a hero but simply could not fulfill his role frequently breaks out in anger. 3. Because Chernov avoided every fight, he left the field to the right wing of the party. And that right wing determined SR politics during the decisive summer months and steered the party into a fatal course ending in catastrophe. According to Radke, the major mistake of the right wing was that they fell under the influence of the Mensheviks, and the cadets took over their concept of a bourgeois revolution, and developed a deep aversion for the social revolution. 25. 4. The PSR was a conglomerate of dissonant elements. 26. This limited their political effectiveness and made the unsatisfactory condition of their organization even worse. The outbreak of World War I, in particular, fostered the building of factions of patriotic defenders of the fatherland and, contrariwise, international pacifist Zimmerwald idealists. The result was a front between the right wing, evolutionary wing, and the left wing, revolutionary wing. For Radke, the party committed a fatal mistake when, on the eve of revolution, it did not formalize a split that, for all intents and purposes, had already practically occurred. 27. 5. The PSR underestimated the strength of the Bolsheviks in the same measure that they exaggerated the strength of the cadets. 6. Despite its own self-assessment, the PSR was not a peasant party, but rather an organization of doctrinaire intellectuals who could only win a superficial loyalty from the agrarian masses. It is especially this reproach of intellectualism 28 that runs like a thread through Radke's history. One may assume that he saw the intellectualism of Russian populism as the most important reason for its demise. In his own history of the Russian Revolution, Chernov emphasized many of these mistakes and deficiencies to account for the failure of the PSR. Above all, he points to the inundation of new members March 1917, i.e., people whose contact with SR ideals was at best superficial. Chernov also noted the crisis of the party organization that, when not caused by, was certainly increased by this flood of new members. He also cited such factors as the fragmentation of the SR camp by the outbreak of World War I, the dominance of the party's right wing, and the inadequate contact between the party leadership and the grassroots. Chernov also conceded his own failure, if not without apologetics and self-pity. As a man who tended to retire to the world of ideas, more of a theoretician, a man of the word, of literature, the desk, as a professional politician, he could not stand fast against the rigors of the political battle. The center of the party was a victim of the extremes. The fate of the PSR mirrors the fate of the revolution as a whole, i.e. the triumph of the centrifugal over the centripetal forces. 29. Other autobiographical commentaries of SRS are rather less thorough in their attempt to come to terms with the past. They tend to blame J's opponent, either for the irresponsibility of the Bolshevik coup d'état or for Lenin's immoral drive for power. At best, their own failures are seen in the very general conclusion that the provisional government could not consolidate its power. 30. On the other side of the political spectrum, Soviet accounts argue exactly the reverse. So as to exonerate the Bolsheviks, they attempt to prove that the failure of the PSR was a necessary consequence of its basic premises and social character. They accuse the SRS of the same failures, if differently formulated, found in Radke or Chernov, especially the lack of a solid class base, insufficient organizational discipline, and ideological heterogeneity. 31 But Soviet writers interpret these defects differently, deriving all such defects from one basic error: the FSR was condemned to defeat because of its petit bourgeois character. According to this argument, the SRS raised the peasantry to a revolutionary subject and assumed the interests of small property owners. This bound them to the needs of the intelligentsia, who were also counted as petit bourgeois and who comprised the great majority of party members. As the representative of a peasant democratic and anti-feudal movement, the neo-populist party could only be progressive during a limited transition period of Russia's revolutionary movement. 32 In the course of further development, the party had to expose ever more clearly its true anti-socialist, petit bourgeois character. In an objective abridgment of historical events, this interpretation presents a linear, one-way, and historically determined change of the PSR from a left deviationist, petit bourgeois revolutionary attitude and revolutionary adventurism to collaboration with the bourgeois era, then to open counter-revolution. 33 Indeed, one confirmed charges from each side, namely, that the institutional anchoring of the TJSR in the peasantry was without a doubt questionable, that its organization was fragile, and that its theoretical programmatic ideas remained indeed unclear. Nevertheless, these interpretations for the downfall of neo-populism are unsatisfactory. Both interpretations fail to address important problems and leave central questions open. Radke limited his analysis to events in 1917. Thus his work tries to explain the fate of the PSR by means of its deeds during the revolution, and only in a few cases does he reach back to earlier developments. His approach corresponds to a methodology that overemphasizes the role of the historical personality in particular and the subjective moment in general. Radke failed to consider adequately the formation of the model of action and the structuring of the situation by the historical process. Instead, his history raised individual incompetence and strategic errors as the determining factors in the catastrophe of the PSR. The history of the PSR became for him a chain of subjective mistakes that he judges from a moral perspective and with much emotion. Because he condemns more than he judges, Radke brings criteria into his history that often spring from resentments and arbitrary sentiments. So he accuses one of his protagonists with the words, "Again we must ask, what populist theory amounts to," and again the answer is, "the vaporings of intellectuals and nothing more." 33. SS. 56. The approach of Soviet authors is even less satisfactory. The abridged and undifferentiated Soviet explanation of the fate of the PSR emphasizes the social character of neo-populism and its alleged non-socialist interests. Particularly unfortunate is the term petit bourgeois, which is the main support of the Soviet argument. The term petit bourgeois is erroneous in the sense that it can hardly describe the socio-economic position of a peasantry that lived, for the most part, in traditional economic and social conditions. In addition, the term is so broad as to be unusable because it must simultaneously characterize the intelligentsia. Unusable as an analytical tool, the concept degenerates into a polemical label that only hides what should be explained in detail, namely the complex interrelationship between social, economic and political development. If one discounts populism as non-socialist, even if willing to give it a limited progressive function, one loses thereby the opportunity to understand the individuality of the Russian revolutionary movement and thus measures Russian conditions by a West European yardstick. This study will attempt to fill the gap left by the above interpretations and to find an answer to the main question: why was the neo-populist movement defeated in one of the largest agricultural countries of the world? A basic assumption of this book is that the events of the revolutionary year 1917 can be adequately understood only if one understands the conditions under which the PSR had to operate. Without wanting to fall into a one-dimensional determinism, one can assume further irrelevant continuity of the PSR beyond the great dividing point of the war. These assumptions direct this investigation to the beginnings of the party before 1914. They require a longer perspective to work out the trends and models of the programmatic tactical considerations as well as the practical experience in agitation and organization of neo-populism. This makes it possible to test the appropriateness of neo-populism for the entire process of social, economic and political development of Russia since the end of the 19th century. With this procedure, it should be possible to avoid the widespread and obviously tautological argument that the Bolshevik victory was due to the weakness of the SRS. We hope to find more usable, better grounded, and less arbitrary measures of judgment. It is in this sense that we will try to combine party history with social history. The merger of the neo-populists, 1893-1901. 1.1. Forerunner organizations inside Russia. The political genealogy of the PSR is difficult to determine. The political opposition to autocracy at the beginning of the 1890s was still undifferentiated. The border between Social Democrats and Narodniki was, if not in the political theory then certainly in political action, as yet not clearly discernible. The majority of revolutionaries held themselves to be renewers of the populist tradition, even when their efforts hardly justified this claim. When we turn to the first significant revolutionary organization of the 1890s, the group of Narodovoldtsevy, Grupa Narodovoldtsev, founded at the end of 1891 as a reaction against economic crisis and hunger, this lack of clarity and the difference between claim and success are particularly striking. With the influential support of M.S. Alexandrov and A.A. Fedulov, the group of Narodovoldtsevy succeeded in establishing a printing press and, in comparison to the earlier period, continued publishing activities until 1897, an unusually long time. The early political orientation was clearly evident from their choice of the name as well as the fact that the leading populist theorist, N.K. Mikhailovsky, was asked to write the proclamation announcing the foundation of the group. However, because the very next proclamation, composed by Fedulov, so obviously reflected the Marxist tendencies of the Narodovoldtsevy, it led to a break with Mikhailovsky. 1. A third proclamation demonstrated clearly the group's change of mind, for it now openly called for some changes in the program of the Narodnaya Volia due to the altered conditions. These changes meant that the group would no longer appeal to old institutions like Tbshchina and the tradition of local self-administration. The leading SR and first historian of the party, S.N. Slitov, termed these changes the elimination of the soul of the old Narodnичество. 23. In March 1897, the police broke up the group of Narodovoldtsevy, shortly before it was to fuse with Lenin's organization in St. Petersburg, the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class, Soyuz Borbyzia Osvobozdenia Rabochego Klassa. The Socialist Revolutionary Party of the People's Right, Socialno Revolutionaya Partia Narodnogo Prava, should be regarded as the first real predecessor of the PSR. It is above all the significant continuity of personnel that justifies this claim for this group, better known by the term Narodopravci. Not only were most of its initiators, such as the former leading Narodniki M.A. Natanson, N.S. Tyochev, and A.V. Gudyanovsky, but also the majority of members, inter alia Chernov and his sister N.M. Kemova, later to be found at the head of the PSR. Others, such as N.F. Aninsky and A.V. Peshekhanov, were counted among the core of the Rusko Bogatstvo, the journal of populist intelligentsia and the embryo of the People's Socialist Party Narodno-Socialistikeskaya Partia, a spin-off from the PSR. 4. Of course some Narodopravci, such as O.V. Aptekman, later became Social Democrats, itself an indication how fluid this group still was. Efforts at programmatic openness were made, the objective being to combine all oppositional elements of the country in a united front for the liberation from the yoke of autocracy behind the general demand to convene a constituent assembly. 5. Unfortunately, before the Narodopravci could take even the first steps in realizing their program, they were arrested in February 1894. In the IPID 1890s, formation of the neo-populist movement entered a new stage, as the theoretical conflicts between social democrats and populists even intruded into less significant circles, producing a polarization at these lower echelons as well. This change was reflected in the names of the new groups, more and more non-social democratic groups called themselves socialist revolutionaries. The successors of Narodnaya Volia thus became the predecessors to the PSR. In addition, parallel to this programmatic differentiation, the number of neo-populist followers increased by leaps and bounds. Of extraordinary significance was the fact that the prominent Narodniki of the 1870s convicted in the famous trial of the 193 in 1878, had served out their sentences and could now return from Siberian banishment. Most of these returnees had preserved the political convictions of their youth and began immediately to participate actively in the revolutionary movement. The young populist generation gathered around the likes of E. Breshko-Breshkovskaya, P.I. Voinerolsky, P.F. Nikolov, and V.A. Balmashev, to name only a few of the prominent figures. 6 The experience, reputation, contacts, and connections of the older leaders were of immeasurable help in the founding of new groups and circles. As a result, by the end of the 1890s the neo-populist movement had at its disposal a respectable number of bases in European Russia. An SR circle in Kiev, founded in 1896, was of particular importance. According to a police report, this circle was not satisfied with the economic agitation of the Social Democratic Union for the battle for the liberation of the working class 7 led by the surveyor I.A. Dyakov. The membership of this circle was, aside from 3 workers, recruited from the intelligentsia. The group concentrated its activities exclusively on the workers, especially the railway workers, and it enjoyed some success. It established circles of instruction, set up a printing press, and disseminated proclamations, at the time, by no means something common, and maintained contact with like-minded friends in Odessa, Kursk, St. Petersburg, Poltava, Voronezh, and Saratov. The Okhrana arrested the Dyakov circle in 1898. At the same time, SR circles in other cities had similar success. That was the case, for example, in Nizhny Novgorod, where the circle was led by A.V. Panov, one of the founders of the PSR, Penza, where the leading role was played by P.P. Kraft, one of the most active socialist revolutionary underground workers, Odessa, where the old Narodnik N.I. Ivanov Oklonin 9 collected a circle of youthful sympathizers, as well as Voronezh, Tambov, Saratov, Chernigov, and Perm. 10. Socialist revolutionary circles spread so rapidly over large parts of European Russia that they began to coalesce into larger organizations and to draft programs seeking to unify theory and tactics. The neo-populist movement had reached the stage of party construction. Towards the end of the 1890s, 3 such regional organizations had taken shape in Russia. And it was from a fusion of these organizations that the PSR would be created. The Northern Alliance. The roots of the earliest and most important regional organization are to be found in a group that came together in Saratov soon after the collapse of the Narodopravci. Led by A.A. Argunov, in 1896 this group assumed the name Alliance of Socialist Revolutionaries, Socialistov Revolutionarov. Later it would be known as the Northern Alliance of Socialist Revolutionaries, Severnyi Socialistov Revolutionarov. Argunov was an indispensable organizer and would later be among the leading members of the Central Committee of the PSR. The first attempt to present the programmatic foundation of the SR movement was the brochure Our Tasks, Nashi Statiki, written in 1898 by Argunov. 11 This platform was unsatisfactory, however, it was simply plagiarized from the program of Narodnaya Volia and, as even Argunov admitted, was in all essential points related to the Narodnaya Volia program. Thus, Argunov's brochure was limited mainly to the glorification of political terror, which was held to be the only effective means for the revolutionary struggle. Our Tasks argued that, so long as the opposition remained weaker than the state, the opposition should not refrain from attacks against senior Tsarist officials and even the Tsar himself, on the grounds that autocracy and terror are two logically connected phenomena. 12. Terror as a weapon was to be supported by propaganda among the urban workers, the intelligentsia, and the bourgeoisie. 13. Although the Northern Alliance saw the agrarian population as real support of the desired revolution, the countryside was not, for the moment at least, regarded as a partner in the struggle, in view of the existence of the autocracy with its system that prevents the people from thinking on its own, and in view of the oppression of the masses, the poverty, the ignorance, and the enormous dispersion of the masses throughout the vast territory of Russia. Agitation in the villages was therefore a task for the future. 14. But, even without the peasants, Arganov saw prospects for the new revolutionary movement to achieve victory. Encouraged by the increasing unrest of the workers, Arganov believed that his hope was justified, that the workers and the intelligentsia alone would be capable of defeating the autocracy. This victory would be possible, however, only if the workers and the intelligentsia took the tactical teachings of THIRD-WORLDISM to heart. Arganov summarized his teaching: terrorism in close connection with the mass struggle of the working class will be the objective of development. 15. The ideas of the Northern Alliance were discussed in SR circles in Tambov, Voronezh, St. Petersburg, and Kiev, but failed to achieve the intended unifying effect. Above all, the neo-populists of South Russia made quite clear their reservations about the glorification of terrorist tactics. 16. Criticism came as well from the Narodniki living in exile. For example, Chernov mocked, the draft of our goals belongs to a Narodovolets from the period of decay, when a Harodopravets and a Social Democrat sit on both sides and pull him first to the right and then to the left. 17. The most pointed objection was formulated by Slatov, who latterly complained that our goals copied the program of Narodnaya Volia but did not accept the essential prerequisite of this program, namely, belief in the possibility for the immediate realization of revolt. If one denied this possibility, then the maximal terrorist tactic lost its legitimacy, thereby making it necessary to prepare a minimal program for the transition period. 18. Arganov certainly offered his critics many reasons for critique. He thoughtlessly equated the political conditions of his time with the conditions under which the Narodnaya Volia was active and thereby saddled the new movement with a burden that was anything but helpful. 19j. In 1897 the Saratov group moved its activities to Moscow and began preparing for the publication of a party paper. Although such a paper already existed in the form of the Russian Worker, Russkaya Rabochaya, published and edited in exile by Cho. Zhitlovsky, this paper did not reach its Russian public often and its quality was not considered to be very good. Therefore, there was the need in Russia for a good paper to serve as the voice of the new populist movement. 20. From Mikhailovsky's Rusko-Bogatstvo circle, Arganov elicited the services of the best-known populist journalists, A.B. Peshekhanov and V.A. Myakotin. Even the Social Democratic Bund agreed to supply technical assistance. The first number of Revolutionaya Rossiya, Revolutionary Russia, appeared in January 1901. This was justly celebrated as a great success in the annals of the socialist revolutionary movement. 21. Unfortunately, the expectations of many readers were not satisfied by the new paper and the first issues were found to be rather weak and colorless. These impressions were caused primarily by the efforts of the editors to speak to a wide opposition audience. Thus the calls in the name of varied interests, the factory workers, the millions of peasants, the educated strata of the intelligentsia, the enslaved peoples of Finland, Poland, and others, for the struggle for political freedom and against autocracy were so broad that they could not be identified with any particular party. In order not to disqualify Revolutionaya Rossiya as a possible point for unifying the many populist currents, this paper was, in contrast to Arganov in our goals, careful and reserved. Nevertheless, this policy did have some success. The highly regarded On the Eve, Na Kanun, a paper published by a group of Narodniki in exile in London, found that Revolutionaria Rossiya contained nothing that the authors of the Manifesto of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, i.e. the SR circles in South Russia, could not also sign. 22. For security reasons, the Northern Alliance was compelled in the fall of 1901 to move its printing press to the Siberian city of Tomsk. During the printing of the third issue of Revolutionaria Rossiya, the Siberian hideout was raided by the Tsarist political police, the Okhrana. The hideout was betrayed by an Okhrana informer, E.F. Azev, who had been recommended to Arganov's circle by exile revolutionaries. 23. None of those present, including Arganov, the writer E. Kolosov, and the later terrorist P.A.J. Kolakovsky, was able to escape. Further arrests sealed the fate of the Northern Alliance. The Northern Alliance had a total of some 30 members and maintained bases not only in Moscow and St. Petersburg but also in Yaroslavl. Only 2 activists remained at large, M.F. Silyuk, soon to be among the leaders of the PSR, and Azev, whose freedom was probably not an accident. 24, 25, 26. The Southern groups. In August 1897 a conference was held in Voronezh with the aim of organizing the merger of SR groups in South Russia, the Ukraine, and elsewhere. Representatives from Kiev, St. Petersburg, and Kharkov tried to work out a common program as a basis for the merger. Especially controversial were the questions concerning the tactic of terror and whether the peasantry was ready for socialist revolutionary agitation. Notwithstanding differences, it proved possible to establish a consensus about a fundamental understanding of the Russian village. As Slatov remarked with satisfaction, only one delegate from Poltava tended toward a social democratic heresy. Despite differences of opinion, the conference decided to found the Socialist Revolutionary Party, a name already current for the union of the groups in Voronezh. The leading personality of the host committee, A.O. Sitsianko, was given the task of reworking the draft program. Sitsianko was a respected former Narodovolets. His early death in 1897 robbed the PSR of a politician of great promise. This program was, aside from some small changes, approved by a second unification conference convened in Poltava in November 1897. But, even as the program was being printed, the Okhrana moved in and arrested Sitsianko. A short time later the central groups of the alliance in Kiev and St. Petersburg fell victim to the Okhrana as well, thereby disrupting negotiations for fusion. A second attempt at fusion was made at a conference in Kiev in August 1898, but nothing came of these efforts. The student unrest that unsettled Russian society since 1899 benefited the fusion efforts of the social revolutionaries and led finally to success. A further conference accepted the draft program of SRS from Voronezh. That draft was published in November 1900 as the Manifesto of the Socialist Revolutionary Party 27. This second program of the neo-populist movement perceived the tasks of the new party in regard to the workers in the same way as our goals. More strongly than Arganov, however, the party demanded that agitation among the industrial proletariat be given priority, both because it represented the most enlightened stratum and because it was most receptive for revolutionary and socialist influence. The manifesto offered the hypothesis that propaganda must be aimed at educational effect for its own sake and the economic needs of the workers. In accord with the SD model, the program suggested that the struggle should be directed at improving the material condition of workers. Although the authors of the program hastened to reaffirm their conviction that under current conditions the demands of the unions could achieve partial success at best, these statements of socialist revolutionary principle could not lessen the skepticism of committed populists towards such heretical Marxist opinions. For example, Slatov found that the manifesto section on the proletariat did not offer anything new in comparison to the average, contemporary social democratic opinion. 28. The characterization of the role of the intelligentsia in society and in the revolutionary movement by the program of the Southern groups was similar to that found in our goals. Both drew upon earlier conceptions of the populist tradition. This similarity can be seen in that both the Southern groups and our goals perceived the so-called country intelligentsia, i.e., teachers, doctors, statisticians, lawyers, and related professions in the provinces, as an ideal mediator between the revolutionary avant-garde and the dark people, and therefore endowed with a special function in awakening the peasantry. In addition, in the lower urban middle class they discerned a proletarian intelligentsia that, like the real proletariat, lived from the sale of its labor and hence occupied a position between the bourgeoisie and the workers. Thereby dangling between the workers and bourgeoisie, the proletarian intelligentsia provided an ideal reservoir for the socialist revolutionary elite. 29. With regard to the peasantry, however, the SRS of southern Russia held views that differed significantly from those of Arganov. Their statements may have been carefully phrased, but the substance of their position was clear. The manifesto argued for immediate agitation among the agrarian population. Because the interdependence between the city and country was increasing in the course of economic development, and because the contacts between the urban and agrarian population were growing as a result of the flight from the village, these processes created a stratum in the peasantry that was purportedly no less interested than the industrial proletariat in achieving the abolition of the existing political and economic order. 30. For the authors of the manifesto, this stratum was important. It contained not only the landless, here they agreed with the Social Democrats, but also the land-hungry peasants. Thus they declared that the peasants were a revolutionary force. It was especially this point that most clearly revealed the populist tradition of the manifesto, and that would show the way to the future. This understanding of the peasantry became the center of the SR theory of class and revolution. J. The most obvious difference between our goals and the deliberations of the southern groups concerned the question of terror. Our goals held terror to be a kind of political divining rod, whereas the manifesto made no mention of this at all. According to Slotov, this left a curious impression on the participants. The claim that this missing reference to terror was really the fault of the printer, according to the later account by Slotov, appears improbable. The tactic of terror contradicted the entire general line of the manifesto, which advocated mass agitation among unions. 31. Such contradictions were expressed in the pointed rejection with which the Northern Alliance reacted to the appearance of this competing program from the South. It accused the authors of the Southern program of social democratism and suspended any thoughts of cooperation. Other SR circles were rather reserved. That was especially true of an important group in Saratov, which had gathered around L.P. Bulanov and the later agrarian expert of the party N.I. Rakitnikov. Social Democrats reacted, in general, with applause, and Iskra, the spark, invited the authors of the manifesto to become members of the RSDRR. Despite all these contradictions, Slotov later concluded that the appearance of this program represented a great step forward, because, in contrast to Arganov's brochure J, it grew out of the common efforts of several organizations. More importantly, this program finally transcended the limitations of the Narodnaya Volya in a constructive way. 32. The Workers' Party for the Political Emancipation of Russia. A third PSR forerunner had its roots in a workers' education circle in Minsk, successfully led since 1895 by S.F. Kovalik, a well-known narodnik of the 1870s, A.O. Bonkosmolovsky, and especially E. Galperin, both of whom were former Narodovoldtsy. This circle called itself the Workers' Party for the Political Emancipation of Russia, Rabakaya Partiya Politishskogo Osvobozdenia Rossii, or RPR. In 1899 the circle had about 60 members, among them 2 architects of the PSR. E.K. Breshko-Breshkovskaya and G.A. Gershonai. Compared to the other socialist revolutionary groups, the RPR was a special case because it concentrated its agitation on Jewish workers. Accordingly, its main base of action was primarily in strongly Jewish Belorussia, but it also concentrated on Belostok, Ekaterinoslav, Zhytomyr, Dvinsk, Berdychev and St. Petersburg. This area was in fact made accessible to the PSR by RPR 33. Like the other groups, the RPR presented its ideas in a programmatic statement. This statement was composed by L. Rodionovic Liachko and Gershonai and appeared in 1:00 under the title, About Freedom, O Svobod. In contrast to the manifesto, this brochure declared autocracy, not capitalism, and the industrialists, to be the first and main enemy. It emphasized that it is time for us to understand, that behind the masters of the factories there stands another, larger power, the power of the Russian autocratic government. To make the way free for a democratic social order, one must first eliminate the representatives of power who are directly interested in maintaining the existing despotic order. 34 Consequently, Kliachko, Rodionova and Gershonai recommended political terror as the most effective weapon in the revolutionary struggle. Their tactical and programmatic ideas were just as fully bound to the model of Narodnaya Volia as were the ideas of the Northern Alliance. Although this particular strategy and the ideas of revolutionary populism in general were already very closely related to anarchist thought, the differences between the RPR and the anarchists were even further reduced by the organizational concept of extreme decentralization. The party was only a federation of autonomous local groups and their independence was not to be limited by any central authority. 35 It should come as no surprise, then, to find that the cities in which the RPR before 1901 UDRA strongly represented were centers of the maximalism and anarchist movement. 1. Despite the fact that the brochure about freedom supported the essential propositions of our goals, it generated much enthusiasm in Revolia Uchinaya Rossiya. The critique of the superficiality of the social analysis was indeed partly justified. The personnel and theoretical borrowing from the program of the Narodnaya Volia was also a cause for complaint. Compared to the manifesto, the considerations and recommendations of the RPR were thus without question a step backwards. 36. 1.2. Realignments among exile populists. Membership 3. The PSR was by no means limited to SR organizations inside Russia. The party became a comprehensive populist party because it was able to motivate many foreign groups to join in the common struggle. These numerous groups were founded in the capitals of Western Europe by the large colony of exiled former Narodnik, especially in Paris, London, Bern, and Geneva. Indeed, the largest part of the elite of revolutionary populism lived in exile. The populist reservoir of intellectual and political potential was abroad and, without these resources, the founding of a party in Russia could only be partially successful. Several prominent veterans of Narodnичество, namely, N.V. Tchaikovsky, S.M. Stepniak Kravkinsky, F.V. Folkhovsky, L.E. Shishko, V.L. Burtsev, and E.E. Lazarev, had as early as 1890 come together in London. These activists edited a newspaper, Svobodnaya Rossiya, Free Russia, and founded in 1891 the Fond Volnoi Russkoi Pressy, Fund of the Free Russian Press, with the intention of providing brochures and material for revolutionary agitation in Russia. A few years later, in Bern, the revolutionary and philosophers Hitlovsky founded the Union of Russian Socialist Revolutionaries, Swaoz Russkих Sotsialistov Revolutionarov. This organization published the Russkaya Rabochaya, which was later so reviled by Argonov. Hitlovsky, the last of the successors to the Narodnaya Volia, was called the accepted leader of the new socialist revolutionary direction. Phi's circle became an important center of the populist emigration. Chernov, who left Russia in 1899, regarded it as a stroke of fate that his first attempts at making contacts in exile led him to this group. At the same time, however, he found fault with the overestimation and sense of irreality of Hitlovsky's circle because of the way in which it demanded the right to leadership over all those who were considered socialist revolutionary. The founding of the PSR in Russia without the direct participation of the exiles in Bern meant for them practically a slap in the face. 33. The group of Old Narodovoltsy, Group Historique Narodovoltyev, came together in Paris in 1893. This group was led by the best-known representative of populist philosophy in exile, P.A. Lavrov. Due to the group's strong personality, which itself truly represented a mecca for the exiles, it soon became the largest organization of populist exiles. That Paris already had a very large colony of Russian exiles certainly made it easier to find new members. A further center for exiles was the editors of Na Kanun, a journal published in London since 1899 by E.A. Serebryakov. 36-37-38. However, all these groups were either unable or unwilling to cooperate. They were, to a large degree, cut off from each other because they preferred to work alone. Lavrov's secretary, S.A. Rappaport, Ensky, strongly criticized the state of affairs. It was, thanks to his efforts, that around the turn of the century an attempt was made to consolidate the many exile groups. The funeral ceremonies for Lavrov in Paris in February 1900 offered a good opportunity to close ranks, for the entire populist leadership in Western Europe was finally assembled in one place at the same time. The decision was made, literally at Lavrov's grave, to found an organization for the production of agitation literature that was to be directed at the Russian peasantry. This organization was called the Agrarian Socialist League, Agrarno-Sotsialisticeskaya Liga, or ASL. The ASL soon became the most significant exile group because almost all the significant populist stariki, patriarchs, became members, including Folkhovsky, Tchaikovsky, L.A. Rubinovich, Lazarev, Zhidlovsky, Shishko, D.A. Kikov, D.A. Clements, S.M. Klyachko, Rappaport, and Serebryakov. For the first time the representatives of a younger populist generation, the future leaders of the PSR such as Chernov, M.R. Gotz and Slitov, played a visible role next to these older leaders. By unifying in this way old Narodniki and young SRS, the ASL initiated the cooperation that became the essence and the beginning of the PSR. 39. According to the ASL statute, its purpose was the publication and dissemination of literature that is not only appropriate for the peasantry but also for urban workers and craftsmen. This literature should have as well a special relationship with the village. In addition, the socialist literature of Western Europe was to be edited in order to make the Russian revolutionary scene acquainted with the discussions of the Second International. The catalogue of minimal conditions for membership in the ASL included the conviction that the working mass of the Russian peasantry is capable of actively participating in the revolutionary struggle. Although this was a rather open statement, the connection with the populist tradition could not be missed. At the same time, there were reservations against officially fixing these party preferences. Many stariki, Folkhovsky, and Shishko protested most vehemently and warned of the danger of erecting impossible barriers to the realization of the old dream of a unified, empire-wide party of revolutionaries. As evidence of such non-partiality of the ASL, Folkhovsky even considered offering the membership to the Social Democrat D. Soskis. This example had no consequences, however, and hence the separation between the ASL and PSR did not seem credible. Zetkin's ironic play on words directed at Chernov showed all too clearly that the close solidarity between the two organizations was no secret in international socialism. And how is your agrarian socialist lie? 40. The programmatic positions of the ASL were presented in the brochure The Next Question Concerning the Revolutionary Cause, Okerdnoy Vopros Revolutionogodeb, which was written by Chernov and published in 1900. While the political analysis and tactical formulae of the Northern Alliance and the RPR were mere copies of the program of Narodnaya Volia, and whereas the authors of the manifesto borrowed much from social democratic theory, Chernov reached bait to the tradition of the earliest populist movement, Zemlya I Volia. He renewed the democratic content of the original Narodnичество, in the sense of the first of the two meanings as reconstructed by R. Pipes, and he accentuated the idea that the revolution must be borne by the agrarian masses. Revolutionary theory should no longer be primarily concerned with replacing the masses with a conscious avant-garde, but rather should return to the basic questions of the conditions and possibilities of revolutionizing the majority of the population, viz., the peasantry. Chernov summarized the intentions of the young populists thus: we dreamt of a return to Jeliabov's version of the general route to revolution, thereby rejecting the Eliaism as represented by the chief theoretician of Narodnaya Volia, L.A. Tikhomarov. 41. In accord with these objectives, Chernov first noted a number of aspects of the socio-economic development that, in his opinion, promoted unrest and turmoil in the agrarian sector and thereby increased the receptiveness of the agrarian population to revolutionary ideas. These aspects were, among others, the increasing oppression of the peasantry, the creation of ideological mediators in the form of the intelligentsia in the countryside, and the general impetus and growth of the self-consciousness of the people. Chernov hoped that industrialization would close the divide between the city and the countryside, a divide that led to the failure of the revolutionaries in the 1870s, and make it possible to expand the area of revolutionary influence to the village without the necessity of a new movement to the people. From spontaneous revolts one could, on the basis of these changes, move to a more conscious and systematic struggle. 42. Chernov did not accept the objections that the peasantry was split and therefore incapable of being organized. He responded by pointing out that the factory hierarchy split the working class in the same measure as territorial dispersion split the peasantry. Chernov thus regarded the homogeneity of the proletariat as a myth. 43. A more serious difficulty was the conservative attitude of the peasantry. Even those peasants who emigrated to the cities maintained their traditionalism. This was especially evident from the fact that peasants in the cities were very often strike breakers. But even here Chernov did not see any objectively permanent barrier. He saw the problem not in the deep conservatism of the peasants, but in the mistakes committed during agitation. He argued that peasant workers represented a completely different socio-psychological type from established urban workers. He also contended that the great mass of peasants were as exploited as the workers. Apd hence were just as interested in changing the current state of affairs. 44. Kemp's argument concerning the peasantry stated, just like the manifesto, an axiom of the populist theory of revolution and led him to his primary interest, the determination to prove the worth of the peasantry as a revolutionary agent and to resist its disqualification at the hands of orthodox Marxist theory. Although this argument was not intended to initiate an immediate change of tactics, it did in fact move the agitation of the socialist revolutionaries in a new direction. The peasantry should no longer be neglected because Russia's future was to be found not only in the city but in the village. 45. Like the manifesto, ASL's program did not mention political terror. This was not surprising, considering the fact that Chernov drew upon the tradition of Narodnичество, not Narodnaya Volia. As we will see, it was precisely the stariki of the ASL who were the most fervent proponents of terror. If Chernov's brochure led to the opposite impression, this was due to its exclusively theoretical intention. We can assume that Chernov's optimistic assessment of the revolutionary potential of the peasantry in general and the Russian peasantry in particular was based on the practical experience that he accumulated in Tambov province during the years 1898 to 1899. The same is true for his student and aide Slitov. Slitov, however, came to much more radical conclusions. He maintained that a sufficient foundation in the peasantry for the activity of a socialist revolutionary was already at hand. Slitov egged, above all, against a widely disseminated social democratic thesis when he maintained that land hunger repressed internal peasant quarrels, even in those areas where the peasantry was socially and economically differentiated. Confronted with an external enemy, the village often acts with an astounding solidarity and organization, as one man. Slitov argued that a more constant struggle of the peasantry rages in the countryside against the private landowners as against the class of exploiters, and predicted that a spontaneous revolt can be expected soon. Selitov's prognosis concerning the expected peasant revolt became reality in the spring of 1902, in Kharkov and Poltava provinces. His article was the only programmatic document from the founding period of the PSR which, on the basis of all these observations, declared agitation of the peasantry to be the primary task of socialist revolutionary activity. 46. In the same year that ASL was founded, N.S. Ruzanov and Rubinovich, both veterans of Narodnaya Volia, established a further neo-populist organization with their paper Vestnik Ruskoy Revolutsiy, Messenger of the Russian Revolution, VRR. Their program was close to that of the Northern Alliance. Both Ruzanov and Rubinovich were extremely skeptical of agitation among the peasantry. That idea was regarded by the majority of exiled intellectuals as a suspiciously social democratic idea. Although several well-known revolutionaries, such as Rappaport and M. Gotz, were editors of VRR, it could not become a magnet for populist exiles in the manner of the ASL. Indeed, Rappaport felt obliged to protest against the affiliation of this group with the PSR. 47. This overview of the numerous, differing currents in the SR movement before the founding of the PSR may appear confusing. The picture becomes clearer if one orders the various groups in accord with their position on the two basic questions of populist politics: 1. Whether they were skeptical about the possibility of agitation of the peasantry, a question posed during the period of decay of Narodnaya Volia in the early 1880s and supported by Marxist theory, and 2. Whether they held terror to be an appropriate tactic in the changed social and political situation. Each of the four possible combinations of positions were represented. With regard to the first question, the dividing line was drawn between the pro-peasant ASL and the authors of the manifesto, on the one hand, and the Northern Alliance and the editors of VRR, OJ other. The manifesto could be seen as performing a mediating role, insofar as it set a high priority on agitation among the peasants. The situation was different regarding the second question. Here ASL and the Northern Alliance stood on the same pro-terrorist side, while the anti-terrorist opposition prevailed among the SRS of South Russia, the authors of the manifesto, and Slatov. Because a positive attitude to terror implied serious organizational consequences, one can identify, roughly speaking, two alternative models from which the newly founded party had to choose: 1. A terrorist conspirative and consequently elitist model, and 2. A model that tended to be more democratic, more open, and more oriented toward the masses, i.e., either the urban or agrarian lower-class masses. Although one cannot deny that a non-conspirative party was hardly realistic in the face of persecution from the autocracy, nevertheless the inter-party critique was justified when it recognized the necessary separation of a consciously elitist organizational form from a democratic, conspirative elitist form in early PSR leadership. 48. 1.3. The founding of the PSR and the programmatic consensus. 5 years after the first efforts at building regional organizations in Russia, the process leading to the unification of all socialist revolutionary groups in Russia and in exile finally moved into a decisive phase in the winter of 1901-1902. The serious obstacles to fusion were only overcome by the tireless energy of a few outstanding personalities, namely Gershony and Breshko-Breshkovskaya in Russia and the exiles Chernov and Gotz. G.A. Gershony, the son of a peasant from Kovno province, was born in 1870. He began his political career as leader of a Zemlyakistvo, association of people from the same district, during his pharmacy studies at Kiev University, 1895 to 1897, and had to pay FBR his activism with a short jail sentence. He settled in Minsk in 1898 and opened a pharmaceutical bacteriological laboratory. He also continued his social and political work. With the protection of the legally incorporated Society of Medical Doctors, Gershony organized education circles, held talks, published proclamations, and took part in the foundation of RPR. Because the revolutionary youth of Minsk was soon drawn to him, his identity did not remain secret from the political police for long. Moscow's chief of police, S.V. Zubetov, had Gershony arrested at the beginning of 1900. However, Gershony successfully convinced his opponent that his freedom was necessary in order not to endanger Zubetov's plans for the organization of police-controlled unions. 1. As soon as he was free, Gershony went underground to work as a professional revolutionary. It was as a professional revolutionary that Gershoni became not only the spiritus agens in the creation of the party too, but also the head of the infamous battle organization of the PSR, Boevaya Organizacja Partii Socjalistów Rewolucyjnych, or BO. He was also the SR most feared, most sought after, by the police. The police finally arrested Gershoni in 1903 and deported him to Siberia, but he escaped in 1906. After a triumphal tour through the USA, Gershoni returned to Europe just in time to take part in the Second Extraordinary Party Conference of the PSR in February 1907. The surprised delegates celebrated him with wild ovations. The joy of the party short-lived, however. Early in 1908, Gershoni died of tuberculosis. 3. The PSR lost in Gershoni, without question, its most capable organizer and revolutionary activist. He was, so to speak, the PSR's Lenin. One must consider the impact of his death in any attempt to identify the sources of the many shortcomings that would bedevil the PSR in its later history. Gershoni was indeed a political leader, a tribune, a man whose future strength one can only imagine. He was praised as one of the greatest political leaders of present-day Europe in the obituary published in party's central paper. He was probably the only SR respected by the party's most bitter enemies, the Bolsheviks. He best embodied the SR ideal, bf the intellectual who was convinced of the injustice of the current social order, ashamed of his own privileged existence, and thus compelled to use the bomb and the revolver in order to free the people. More than any other party leader, he spoke of morals and duty. He derived his revolutionary action from an ethical imperative, and his relationship to this action was emphatic, even religious, as judged by the parody paper. Because he had all these qualities of revolutionary élan, youthful idealistic enthusiasm, the elevated style of the virtuous hero, the convincing power of an energetic will, and, not the least important, an enormously appealing rhetoric in addition to organizational talent, Gershoni was the natural leader of the PSR, its charismatic living hero. 4. E.K. Breshko-Breshkovskaya lived in Minsk at the same time as Gershoni. She was 2 decades older than Gershoni, had taken part in the movement to the people in 1874, was a defendant in the trial of the 193, and thereafter banished to Siberia. As the grandmother of the revolution, she enjoyed wide respect and prestige and was one of the most popular figures in the populist movement. The PSR profited to an extraordinary degree from her popularity when Breshkovskaya returned from Siberia in 1896 and became one of the most active supporters of the neo-populist movement. Her work was all the more effective in that she had in Gershoni a remarkably competent co-worker. Their respective talents were very effectively combined. Around the turn of the century, Breshkovskaya traveled constantly and, using Saratov as a base, established numerous contacts and mobilized the youth. According to J.K. Muev, her effect on the youth was like that of the Holy Spirit. Gershoni then worked to channel this enthusiasm into effective work. Breshkovskaya's strength was J's capacity to acquire, to stir things up, and to arouse enthusiasm. For her, revolutionary action was the call to rise up, to make a missionary appeal to emotions and spontaneity of the masses, at last to revolt against autocratic despotism. It was no accident then that her importance diminished after the 1905 revolution. Put simply, organizers were needed more than agitators. Nevertheless, her name remained insurgible for the PSR. The public saw her arrest in the fall of 1907 as a signal that the star of the revolution in general, and that of the PSR in particular, was sinking. 5 J. Mr. Goffs was, for the socialist revolutionaries in exile, what Gershoni represented for the SRS inside Russia. He was bombed in 1866 as the son of a Moscow millionaire. His political views were influenced by the latter phase of Narodnaya Volia, and he joined its Moscow section in 1884. Arrested in 1886 and banished to Siberia, he returned in 1899 to settle first in Paris then in Geneva. Gotz was NEI. Neither a theoretician nor a talented speaker, but his attractive personality, agile mind, and inexhaustible energy were fascinating. He was rarely in the limelight during official party meetings, preferring instead to work behind the scenes. Gotz was the only SR leader in exile during the early period of the PSR who was informed by Gershuiev about the most secret party activities in Russia. He was the coordinator for the exchange of information between Russia and the exiles. His importance can also be explained by the fact that he financed a large part of the party's activities. Unfortunately, the mass of SRS did not know Gotz, hence they could not fully grasp the consequences of the loss to the PSR when he died in 1906. He had suffered a serious spinal injury in a Siberian labor camp and, since his return, had been bound to a wheelchair. His death meant the loss of the conscience of the party. 6-7. The fourth key figure in the SR leadership was M.V. Chernov, according to Gotz, the man responsible for writing because he obviously had the greatest talent. Chernov was born in 1873 in Saratov as the son of a middle-level civil servant. At an early age he demonstrated extraordinary literary and aesthetical gifts. His political activity also began early. Chernov was still at grammar school when he first made contact with political circles and took part in a populist discussion circle directed by V.A. Balmashev and Natanson. For a passionate admirer of Nekrasov and Mikhailovsky, Chernov's participation in such populist discussion groups was self-evident. Towards the end of the 1890s, the young Chernov published in Mikhailovsky's Rusko Bogatstvo a series of articles addressing current questions of philosophy and political theory, Marxism, New Kantian ethics, and subjective sociology. Despite his youth, Chernov was well known in the Russian intellectual world of 1899. That same year he emigrated and, in a short time, became the leading theoretician of the neo-populist movement. It was he who created the program of the PSR. He also waged the ideological struggle with social democracy. Due to his brilliant speaking skills and powerful intellect, he dominated almost all party conferences. He belonged to all of the central committees. And while he did not have the decisive voice, his opinion was important in forming all significant party decisions. Finally, he could not be forced out of political life for long by any prison sentence. For all these reasons, Chernov was the most popular figure and the symbol of the neo-populist movement. But Chernov was also largely responsible for the tactical and theoretical immobility of the PSR and the Azef affair. More important perhaps, was his deficient leadership and his neglect of organizational detail, weaknesses that led to his failure after 1907 to give the party the cohesion it needed. 8. It is not possible to give an exact date for the foundation of the PSR because neither a formal founding assembly nor a founding party convention with the participation of all socialist revolutionary groups could be organized. The merger was thus completed in steps. Gershanel negotiated with Rakitnikov in early summer 1901 over a common programmatic platform of the unified socialist revolutionary groups, even though the differences over the question of terror could not be resolved. In the fall, Gershonai traveled to all the important committees in the south in order to receive their approval to begin talks with exile SRS. He then met Azef and Saliak, representing the Northern Alliance, in Berlin and was able to conclude the union of the neo-populist groups in Russia itself. Gershonai informed Chernov, Gotz, and Zhitlovsky in Bern, and then challenged the Emigre 6s to make common cause with the new organization. It was decided that the Revolutionная Rossiya would, under the editorship of Chernov and Gotz, continue to be the central party paper outside of Russia and that Rozanov and Rubinovich would make VRR the party's theoretical paper. 9. Although this agreement did establish a party that had significant promise and was certainly more sturdy than the numerous political sects which had previously dominated the populist scene, the SR exile organizations were, with the exception of Zhitlovsky's Union of Russian Socialists Revolutionaries, Swaoz Russkих Sotsialistov Revolutionarov, by no means eager to join the new organization. Indeed, as already noted, many Stajiki were reserved, they did not want to compromise their good name in international socialism by binding themselves too early to an unknown organization. Several Stariki, Tchaikovsky, for example, never joined the PSR. 10 The ASL insisted on the maintenance of complete internal autonomy and wanted only a federative agreement with the PSR. On the other hand, the exp. members of the underground made no secret of the skepticism of the exiled intellectuals. Argonov's derogatory remark summed up this attitude, when he called the exiles, big mouths, who make great promises but cannot keep them. 11. Despite this assure, which remained in the party till the very end, the separation between the PSR and the ASL was artificial and fictitious. Both organizations cooperated in producing literature for agitation and felt themselves to be bound by the same program. This literature was even written by the same people, for we can state a factual personal union between the two organizations. As the party consolidated, the calls for complete fusion became stronger. Above all, it was Gershoni who was constantly pressing for unity. He wrote that the League in foreign countries and the socialist revolutionaries in Russia were from the very first day one and the same organization, and it is high time that this state of affairs be recognized in a formal regulation of the relationship between the parties. 12 This regulation happened in the summer of 1903. Although the second, and last, ASL conference emphasized once more that the party was only entering a federative connection with the PSR, nevertheless the ASL immediately merged with the new parent organization, the Foreign Organization, Zagraniczna Organizacja, or ZO. In the end, all socialist revolutionary exile organizations did finally join the ZO, due in large part to the persistence of Breshkovskaya. 13J. Even more complicated and difficult than the organizational unity of the neo-populist groups was the necessary theoretical compromise. The NUJ party was not ready to present the public with even a provisional program. The differences of opinion between the supporters of the manifesto and the supporters of Argonov's brochures were not resolved. Even the joint programmatic statement from the editors of VRR and MM. Melnikov as the representative of the Northern Alliance could not conceal these differences. Despite a subtle argument, the statement was limited to repeating the arguments from our goals and thus fixed a consensus that already existed. 14 It was this deficiency of ideological homogeneity that led Rakitnikov, as early as 1901, to the conviction that prerequisites for the merger of the several socialist revolutionary currents were not at hand. 60. The spring of 1902 was decisive for the process of merger in the PSR. Peasant unrest in Kharkov and Poltava provinces compelled what negotiations had failed to achieve. Peasant unrest established a consensus on at least one of the disputed points, the question of agitation among the peasantry. This consensus was shared by all of the neo-populist schools of thought that were united in the PSR, henceforth this point shaped the public image of the party. The revolts were signals that no one could ignore. The strength of peasant protest had grown, oppression and economic distress had reached unbearable proportions, even the peasantry's patient tolerance of hunger and poverty appeared to be at an end. No true SR could now doubt that the revolution in the village was within reach. The social democratic thesis that the increasing social and economic differentiation of the agrarian sector had destroyed the solidarity of the peasantry and so weakened its revolutionary potential appeared to be contradicted. A proclamation of the Peasant Union of the PSR, Krestiansky Swahos PSR / an ad hoc organization, exalted with joy, that, despite widespread defeatism, the peasantry as a real agent of the Russian Revolution had finally entered the political stage. 61. When the father of Russian Marxism G.V. Plekhanov could comment on the appearance of the manifesto by happily exclaiming that the socialist revolutionaries are the flesh and blood of the Russian Social Democrats, and that the Russian revolutionary ideas continually come closer to the principles of Russian Social Democrats, 62 Then the reaction of the PSR to the peasant unrest of 1902 must have forced him to rethink his beliefs. Russia's new revolutionary party saw in the peasant unrest the long-hoped-for chance to jettison pessimistic self-limitations and social. Chapter 2. 1. theory, program, and fundamental forms of action of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. 1902 to 1905. Despite the pragmatic consensus brought about by the peasant revolts in Kharkov and Poltava, the theoretical programmatic foundation of the PSRI was nevertheless in a very rudimentary form in the spring of 1902. The structure of a comprehensive, sophisticated system of thought still had to be worked out, a system that could compete with Marxism and win supporters among wider circles of intellectuals. Three conditions had to be taken into account. 1. Populist theory could no longer avoid recognizing that, despite the prognosis of Vorontsov and Danielson, capitalist development in Russia had made rapid progress. 2. It must maintain itself against a strong and organized social democracy, and 3. It had to define its place in the scene of international socialism. The task of meeting the partly new, partly older but more immediately pressing challenges and thereby accommodating not only populist philosophy but also political practice to changed conditions was assumed by Chernov. He became the creator of a socialist revolutionary theory. His efforts culminated in a draft program that was controversial, but nonetheless accepted by the First Party Conference, December 29, 1905 to January 4, 1906, without major changes. Only the clarification of the idea of the terrorist struggle was the work of another socialist revolutionary, Gershon I. 2.1. Political terror. The dispute, over the recognition of terrorist acts as a legitimate political tactic had split Zemlya toward the end of the 1870s but, simultaneously, was the cement that bound together several different revolutionary concepts and temperaments in the Narodnaya Viblia. 1. From the latter came the theoretical justification for this tactic and the PSR Kotild, to a large degree, refer to this justification. The basic purpose of political terror, which was understood to be the assassination of senior Tsarist civil servants as representatives of autocracy or even the Tsar himself, should be that it function as a substitute for the revolutionary activity of the oppressed masses in die city and in countryside. Terror was a legitimate and essential weapon, so long as the revolutionary movement could not develop, so long as the indifferent peasantry was hopelessly bound in bondage, so long as the urban middle class was capable only of sympathy and pity, and so long as the proletariat, which was regarded as the most approachable social stratum, could not be reached due to ineffective propaganda methods and the use of violence by the government. Terror was seen to be the only instrument that the revolutionaries could use, given that they did not want to be satisfied with peaceful propaganda. In a situation in which the peace of a graveyard dominated society, only terror seemed to be the appropriate method, according to the Narodovolets L.ia. Stemberg in his very close analysis of political terror, of showing, people the means and the objectives of the revolutionary struggle with the fewest possible victims and in the shortest possible time too. The terrorist method resulted from the isolation of the revolutionary forces from the people. It was a consequence and an expression of the divide between a conscious elite and the unconscious mass. Only superficially did the tactic of terror stand in opposition to the tactic of Enlightenment as it was practiced in the early 1870s. The essence of terror can only be understood when one recognizes, as was often remarked, that it was a complement to the movement to the people. It was the reverse of the same coin and a symptom of the helplessness of the revolutionary avant-garde. Political error thus understood was a specific method of the struggle of the intelligentsia or, as Lenin's older brother A.I. Ulyanov called it, in the end a struggle between the government and the intelligentsia. 3 In the place of those who were powerless, the intelligent not only took up the fight for the abolition of oppression and exploitation but he also chose the object of his action. The revolutionary struggle became a duel. Populist political terror was personal and thus meant conflict face to face. Therefore its propriety was bound to this personal character. Terror was held to be effective only as a weapon against individuals. Again, it was Sternberg who clearly formulated this position: our terrorists struggle against individuals and their personal interests, against the head of the dynasty and its most important supports. where terror fights not against individuals but against the totality of institutions, social strata or, and what is more important, against the economic interests of an entire category of persons, there it is simply inappropriate even though in these cases it may have a temporary personal meaning. For 5 In other words, the tactic of terror should take its legitimate place only in a society in which domination is in large part personally manifested, in which the structural domination is still embodied in an individual, and this does not simply present a mask. Terror loses its place in the same degree that domination changes its form in the course of the evolution of society. The theory of narodnaya, at least in its differentiated version, limited the validity of political terror in 2 ways. First, its application should only be allowed in certain backward societies, and, second, only so long as the system of domination prevents the peaceful development of a free political order. Both parts of this argument assumed an unbreakable connection between autocracy and terror. Only because autocracy oppressed the people with arbitrary rule, bondage, and the yoke of exploitation, to name just a few of the most frequent terms out of the socialist revolutionary literature, only because of the abnormal social relationships in Russia, did the party feel itself compelled to resort to terrorist means, à la galère comme de la guerre. Consequently, the reverse was true. Where political freedom was achieved and oppression abolished, terror was a crime. The famous letter of protest of Narodnaya Volya Executive Committee against the assassination of the American President Garfield in 1881 dearly demonstrated this line of thought. 6. At first glance it might appear that the PSR had simply taken over the philosophy of political terror of the Narodnaya Volya unchanged. The PSR did justify the necessity of assassinations in the same way as the Narodnaya Volya by pointing to deficiency of other means of political articulation. Gershoni wrote in the founding proclamation of the BO, robbed of every chance of responding to these crimes of Tsarism, we, the conscious minority, hold it to be not only our right but our holy duty, despite all the horror with which we regard this weapon, to answer violence with violence, to revenge the spilling of the blood of the people with the blood of the oppressors. 7. For the SRS as well, political terror meant the legitimate murder of the tyrant. Gershoni justified this position in a proud, courageous, and oft-cited speech before his judges. 8. Nevertheless, the political situation in which the PSR renewed terror was essentially different from that which had led Narodnaya Volya to use and justify this political weapon. At the beginning of the 20th century, autocracy found itself not in a phase of consolidation, but rather had been noticeably weakened by economics crisis, the seemingly never-ending student unrest, and the peasant revolts of 1902. In addition, the revolutionaries could begin to hope that the apathy of the masses was coming to an end, and they optimistically registered the visibly increasing fermentation in the population. Some of the obvious new accents of the socialist revolutionary theory of political terror may be explained as consequences of this changed situation. Despite the dependence on the great tradition of Narodnaya Volya, these new traits gave the terror of the PSR its own unique character. One conspicuous feature of the PSR's terror was that, under Gershoni's influence, sober political argumentation, like that of Stemberg, tended to be ignored if not completely replaced by moral and ethical considerations. Terrorist activity was held to be a matter of honor for every true revolutionary. This position was especially directed against social democratic critics. Terror was justified by the duty to defend one's own dignity, which was attacked hourly and daily by the horrors of the autocratic government, and to atone for the injustice that the autocracy eo ipso embodied. Revenge on the Tsarist monster and executioner for the spilled blood of the peasants appeared as one of the primary motives for acts of terror, and the hero of revenge advanced to become the ideal figure of the populist revolutionary. 9. With the moral element there came as well a distinct irrationalism and pseudo-religious ideals in the socialist revolutionary justification of terror. These new aspects were very evident in the PSR's vocabulary. Rational consideration did not determine the terrorists' action, it was, rather, hate, spirit of sacrifice, and honor. Throwing bombs became a holy act, an act of redemption. 10. The terrorist was Therefore more than just a revolutionary. He was set on a pedestal high above the common party members, and he was constantly surrounded by a special aura of consecration. He embodied the ethical principle of the revolution because he was prepared to give his life for the revolution. His self-sacrifice justified the violence that every revolution necessarily entails. This justification for terror obviously follows the Christian model of penance. The terrorist, as a kind of redeemer, assumed the sins that every revolutionary committed in the course of his activity, and did penance for these sins by sacrificing his life. A prominent socialist revolutionary summarized this argument thus: the act of killing must at the same time be an act of self-sacrifice, and the purists among the proponents of this theory of terror, which was strongly influenced by Neo-Kantian ethics, demanded even more. They maintained that the self-sacrifice must be completely free from egoism, i.e., that self-sacrifice must place the entire self on the altar out of love and only for love. Only then can the terrorist act be a creative ecstasy, the highest elevation of the human spirit, almost a religious hymn, a psychological idealism. 1112J. It was a bitter but, as will be seen, hardly accidental irony of fate that these emotional and radiant words were directed to the famous terrorist and later renegade B.V.J. Savinkov. The hero of Savinkov's first autobiographical novel became an assassin out of the simple, egoistic lust for self-realization, and was thus a dramatic offense against the official party justification of terror. 13. But the PSR could also proudly point to revolutionaries who fulfilled the party's high moral ideals in an exemplary manner. For example, E.S. Sazonov, who killed the hated Minister of the Interior V.K. Plave in April 1904 after a long hunt, and I.P. Kaliev, who assassinated Grand Prince Sergei Alexandrovich in February 1905. Above all, it was Kaliev's deed that fascinated contemporaries and posterity because it demonstrated, in an especially pointed way, the ethical problem of the legitimate use of violence. 14. Despite the unfavorable conditions, he did not throw his bomb at the first opportunity because he saw in the Grand Prince's carriage not only the Grand Prince him-LF but also the Grand Princess and their children. Kaliev completed his mission when he saw the chance to strike the Grand Prince alone. The hesitation of this terrorist, moralist, and poet to spill the blood of innocents served as a constant example for the ethical purity of the revolution, for revolutionary Kalokagathia. 15. Because the PSR worked in a political situation different from that of Narodnaya Volya, the party had a special interest in proving that the received tactic was just as effective under new conditions. Gershony and Chernov attempted to do just that in the first programmatic article, in which the terrorist assassination was officially taken into the arsenal of SR weapons. They thereby went farther than the deliberations of their populist forefathers in systematizing the received arguments and working them into a canon for the political achievements of political terror. The proponents of terror would refer to these achievements right to the very end of the Tsarist Empire. Terrorist attacks had three functions. The first was the defense of revolutionaries, i.e., in self-defense. This effect was to be achieved when the state learned to fear the revolutionaries and so refrain from further injustice, for each individual representative of the state would live in the certainty that each of his measures would be repaid in kind. 16. Second, terror was to have agitatory effect in that it evokes wide attention and so will awaken the most indifferent, narrow-minded citizen, and force the people, against their will, to think politically. Finally, it was hoped that the killing of leading representatives of the Tsarist state order would have a disorganizing effect. Revolver and bombs were to force the state to look for support in society and make concessions. 17. Political terror, so understood, was by no means thought to be a substitute for other methods, such as agitation and propaganda among the masses. Rather, it should be only one weapon among others. Gershony and Chernov emphasized this point quite strongly. We do not want to replace the mass struggle, but instead want to complement and strengthen the struggle with daring attacks of the fighting avant-garde. Or, as another SR pointedly formulated, we go to the masses with the booklet and the revolver. 18. Unfortunately, the officially stated equality of political forms of action remained merely lip service and stood, as was shown in the history of the Bow, only on paper. E.g. the reality of thought and above all action, everything that had to do with terror had an absolute priority. The priority of terror over other methods was not only an important modification, a simple accommodation of the received theory to present conditions, rather it practically stood the thought of Narodnaya Volya on its head. Political terror was no longer justified as a substitute for the missing revolt of the masses, as a desperate alternative faute de mieux, but became de facto a universally valid form of action. Terror was held to be meaningful even in a period of increasing unrest and advancing revolutionary activity. For the PSR, revolutionary action and terror were one and the same. Therefore the ideal SR was not the theorist, organizer, or mass orator, but rather it was the terrorist. Thus Kaliyev could say, a social revolutionary without a bomb is no longer a social revolutionary. 19. When the programmatic article on the question of terror was published in the PSR's central paper, by no means did it resolve the old differences of opinion. Opposition to this line of argument remained, especially among the SRS in South Russia. As Chernov later admitted, his and Gershonai's statements were intended to meet skepticism and to intercept critical objections. 20 The Committee of Investigation looking into the Azef affair may have gone too far when it concluded, on the basis of its research, that the terror question in 1902 was still completely open, yet its assertion did bear a kernel of truth. The truth was that only after persistent efforts of the party leadership was the tactic of assassination established as the dominant form of action of the PSR. And without a doubt the judges were guilty of only limited exaggeration when they concluded that the enthusiasm for terror was solely the attitude of the ruling strata of the party, led by Gotz, Gershonai, and Chernov, and that this enthusiasm was forced upon the lower levels of the party. 21. Nevertheless, defenders of the SR leadership resisted this line of argument. They held, correctly, that it was extraordinarily simplistic to assert that terror was approved as a party tactic only at the personal initiative of just a few leaders. The PSR resorted to this weapon because the ever-intensifying revolutionary struggle and the unbelievable increase in repression by the government in the end left no alternative. 22 The general dissatisfaction of society since the turn of the century had practically bred the thought of political terror. Violence appeared to be the spark that could explode the powder keg of revolution. As early as 1902, Chernov and Gershonai argued that only bookworms would fight a war of ink over the appropriateness or the inappropriateness of terror as a tactic, for life itself, as was often said by the PSR, had already decided this question, through the assassination of Minister of Education N.P. Bogolpov, at the beginning of 1901 by P.V. Karpovic, and the shots fired at Minister of Interior D.S. Sipiagin, on April 2, 1902 by S.V. Balmashev. The party had, however, given life a good deal of help. Balmashev's attack was the first prepared by Gershonai's special troop for political terror, the Bow. 23-24. It is impossible to resolve definitely this controversy. Both sides had sound arguments. There can be no question that the terrorist tactic of the PSR was developed in the closest connection with the mass movement, 25, and that the political atmosphere of that time was so tense that Karpovic's revolver fired itself. 26. Nevertheless, it was also true that the former Narodniki and the Narodovoltsyi in the party leadership had waited for this development and had fanned the flames of terror with all the power at their command. Even more, they approved Gershonai's trick of rolling over the anti-terrorist opposition by creating the Bow without formal authority from the party and before the official inauguration of the terrorist tactic, and thus presenting the opposition with a fait accompli. 27. Controversy with the Social Democrats. Social Democracy did not view the new revolutionary party as a competitor. Indeed, Social Democracy was, at first, not at all suspicious of the new party and in fact accepted the PSR with goodwill. As we mentioned above, Social Democrats greeted the manifesto of the PSR as a true presentation of social democratic principles. 28 Although the differences between the two parties soon became so sharp that the chances for an organizational connection were lost, the RSDRP was nevertheless prepared to work closely with the new party. The socialist revolutionaries had a similar attitude. They noted with pleasure that the iskra from issue to issue became more and more lively and interesting. 29. The mutual admiration between SDS and SRS lasted but a short time. Expressions of sympathy came to an abrupt end at the very moment that the PSR became aware of its populist heritage, i.e., the spring of 1902. A bitter feud displaced the erstwhile sympathy, a feud that ended only with the liquidation of the PSR in the trial of 1922. Only a few attempts at cooperation during the First Revolution, 1905, interrupted this feud. The conflict centered around the question of tenor. The rather timid objections of opposition by SRS in Russia, there apparently being no extant records of the struggle in this early phase, were now formulated by Social Democrats in biting polemic. From the very beginning, Social Democracy rejected tenor, if not in principle, then at the latest once Karpovic's shots put the question again on the agenda of debates in the revolutionary camp. In the current situation, Social Democracy's rejection of tenor was that much more energetic. The first objection maintained that political tenor was the weapon only of the intelligentsia and had absolutely no connection with the work of the masses. 30 According to such critiques, the old question of the Russian revolutionary movement, viz., who carries the revolution, was, through acceptance of terrorist tactics, decided falsely, since tenor gave the intelligentsia an autonomous revolutionary qualification. 31 No less important was the objection that tenor deflected a revolutionary party from its main task of organizing the revolutionary workers' movement. 32 Terror damaged the organization and meant acting in the place of the masses, instead of leading the masses to act on their own. 33 Political terror thus replaced education with simple sensation. It was only a duel, not a mass struggle. It also fed dangerous illusions, for it neither destroyed the state apparatus nor forced the masses to think politically. 34 One could only speak of effective disorganization when the struggle of the really organized, broad masses causes the government to lose its head. Political terror was thus a senseless sacrifice of valuable revolutionary forces and hence weakened. The revolution, not the enemy. 35 Finally, one should not fall into the deceptive belief that political terror could be used just like any other form of action. It was this argument that the Jewish Bund used, more than all others, in order to prevent the infection of its members by the tactic of terror. It warned that the opposite had ensued, that the nature of terror is such that it is driven to assimilate and finally to choke off all other methods of struggle. Terror has its own logic, an impatient, exclusive, despotic logic that tears down every form of protection. 36 In other words, terror and organization were considered alternatives, not complementary elements, as the PSR had argued. 37 As we shall see, such objections did accurately describe the weaknesses and dangers of the terrorist tactic. The SD critics judged the situation more perceptively, for they never lost sight of the inner dynamic of political tenor and its place in the development of the revolutionary movement, i.e., its function as a substitute for the mass movement. At first sight, however, terror was confirmed as a tactic by its success. The echo of Balmaché's shots reverberated all across Russia and drowned out the loudest criticism. At one blow, the PSR won such popularity that an internal Okhrana report from as early as November 1902 stated, "At present, the avant-garde of the Russian revolutionary forces is the PSR." 38 The Social Democrats were no less shocked with this lightning-fast takeoff, especially when one considers that the euphoria for terrorism also permeated their ranks as well. Indeed, the powerful campaign launched against the PSR by Iskra and the Bund reveals all too clearly that Gershoni's joy over the epidemic flight from the RSDRP was justified. 39 Above all, it was Lenin and Plekhanov who fought this development by playing down the PSR's role in assassination of Sipyagin. They argued that Balmashev's deed was TFI revenge of a student for the blood spilt during the government's fight against unrest in the universities and certainly not the revolutionary action of a convinced socialist revolutionary. The PSR accepted Lenin's and Plekhanov's challenge and angrily repudiated this allegation. Plekhanov escalated the conflict by questioning the assassins' membership in the PSR and thereby casting doubt on the party's sincerity. However, this polemical attack backfired on Plekhanov when Gershenai responded by providing cogent evidence that although Balmashev had earlier belonged an SD circle in Kiev, had switched to the PSR by 1901 at the latest. 40. Now it was Plekhanov who was the libeler and who must offer the evidence for his accusations. All the maneuvers of social democracy to break the wave of sympathy for the PSR and the terrorist tactic were at first futile. The futility of the SD opposition to terror became all the more evident with the assassination of the hated Minister of Interior, Plave, in July 1904, an act that brought still greater prestige to the PSR. Even the liberal intelligentsia, which usually held its distance from acts of violence, applauded the assassination of Plave. A noticeable change and a belated corroboration of the critics' admonitions about terror came only in the wake of the 1905 revolution and its aftermath. 2.2. Theory of class. As opposed to social democracy, the PSR wanted to bring together not just part of the oppressed masses in Russia but all of the exploited, the workers, peasantry, and revolutionary intelligentsia. The PSR warned constantly that only a united front could defeat the common enemy of autocracy and capitalism. Only a revolt of the entire people, not just that of a single class, could realize the revolution. Even the early neo-populist programs shared this fundamental credo. 41. Equally unquestioned was the belief that the leadership belonged to the intelligentsia, this salt of the Russian earth. 42. To the conscious elite alone was ascribed the judgment and knowledge to show the way to freedom. One attested to this elite the moral capacity for this task because it rejected autocracy out of disgust at the state's lawlessness and crimes. According to SR theory, it was an autonomous spiritual action that constituted the revolutionary intelligentsia and not, as the Marxists argued, a process of the socio-economic base, i.e. the capitalist industrialization of Russia. 43. Consequently, for neo-populists the avant-garde of the Russian Revolution took a position above the classes. The intelligentsia was a group because of a common conviction and not because of a co-mason class status. In fact, the intelligentsia was even recruited from several different classes and hence could be the synthesis of all active forces. 44. It is not necessary to explore further the very close connection between this high estimation of the revolutionary intelligentsia and populist philosophy. Populist philosophy bound together not only Lavrov's optimistic rationalism, his trust in the power of understanding and knowledge as the driving force of social evolution, but also Mikhailovsky's pessimistic conception that saw social progress, the division of labor, and the growing differentiation as tantamount to the destruction of the original totality, the diverse, naive human simplicity, while, simultaneously, embracing the idea of the individual as the conscious former of historical processes. 45. SRS of all shades recognized the special position of the revolutionary intelligentsia as an essential element of the populist heritage. It was only on a practical level that differences of opinion became noticeable. It soon became evident that one group of neo-populists, the group later known as the Maximalists, used the prerogative of avant-garde as justification for blind activism and isolated Blanquist maneuvers without the participation of the masses, and perverted this prerogative to adumbrate a so-called theory of the initiative of the minority. 46. Whoever wants to name the particular characteristic of the SR theory of class must point to the attempt to prove the basic identity of the economic situation and the political interests of the workers and the peasantry. The United Front of the Working People, Trudovoi Narod, the populist term for urban workers and peasants, was to give the struggle against autocracy a foundation. The PSR thus assumed the validity of the Marxist thesis that the proletariat, due to its place in the capitalist production process, is interested in the introduction of the socialist economic and social order, even though the PSR did not accept the historical philosophical premises underlying this thesis. Even more important, SRS were often prepared to give the leadership of the revolutionary movement to the urban workers. Nevertheless, in contrast to the Social Democrats, the SRS directed this main theoretical effort to prove that the same could be true for the agrarian masses, i.e., that they could assume the leadership of the revolution, and that their needs were not simply satisfied when the remnants of feudalism were eliminated. The SR theory of class thus tried to solve a twofold problem. 1. Due to their populist heritage, the SRS sought to demonstrate that the Russian Revolution must be a revolution of the majority of the Russian people, viz., the peasantry, and 2. Because it was supposed to be a socialist theory and should conform to the thinking of the Second Socialist International, the SRS averred as well that the peasantry could be a carrier of socialist ideas. 47j. Chernov hinted at the theoretical basis of such a theory in his brochure The Next Question, Okerdnoy Vopros, with his comment that for both the worker and the peasant the only source of income was their own labor. The extra value was pressed out of the peasant in a hidden, masked form as rent, interest, failing prices, or taxes. 48 Alienated and exploited work marked the position of both oppressed classes in the economic reproduction process of society. The compulsion to work or the freedom from this compulsion, i.e. the type of income, was declared by Chernov to be a criteria to membership in a class. One of his very first articles on programmatic questions quite clearly expressed this central idea. In our view, such a sign for determining class identity is above all the source of income. The division of society in classes is directly connected with the conditions of distribution, raspredellini, and so the characteristic for the differentiation in class membership is primarily to be found in the area of income distribution. 49 Chernov accordingly divided Russia's agrarian population into groups, the working peasantry which lived from its labor, and the middle and lower rural bourgeoisie, which more or less lived by exploiting the labor of others. The first group especially enjoyed attention of SR theory and practice. Chernov gave this group a very comprehensive meaning, J. The working peasants are for us both the rural proletariat, those peasants who exclusively or primarily live from the sale of their labor and who are almost entirely robbed of control over the means of production, and the independent farmers who exclusively or primarily live on their own from the application of their own labor on the means of production, their own or leased from or owned by the Obshchina. Chernov assumed a principal similarity between the two groups because both were exploited without mercy by the capitalist economic order, albeit in different ways. Thus both groups are to be understood as one class, as the working class in the village. 50 The argument had reached its objective. Beginning with the question of the distribution of income, the theory derived an understanding of class that above all included the great mass of the agrarian small landowners who did not employ wage labor. Still, a difficult problem remained. How could the compatibility of property and socialist class interest be demonstrated? It was certainly no accident that Chernov failed to offer a solution. Instead he pointed to practical experience and tried to show that the small worker peasant as such is very receptive to socialist propaganda, or at least no less receptive than the rural laborer. 51 And explained the partiality to land off Jath landless as the effort to create a minimum of relative independence and security. 52 The desire of the peasants for private property was excused as a consequence of need. Even though this argument may have been well founded, it nevertheless could not completely resolve the contradiction between the desire for private property and the socialist claims of PSR theory. At this point it should be clear that the reinterpretation of the concept of class could no be successful without turning Marxist theory on its head. Although Chernov intended to work within Marxist theory and follow his great teacher Karl Marx, 53 choosing distribution as the basic category of social and class analysis meant practical why the rejection of a materialist conception of history. In a polemical attack on Lenin, he recalled correctly that distributive relations do not simply represent a reflex to conditions of production. He also referred in an appropriate manner to the dialectical method in commenting that, in the recognition of a mutual dependency, there was a fundamental difference between vulgar socialism and the theory of Marx and Engels. 54 At the same time, there is no doubt that Chernov was as guilty of one-sidedness as Lenin, though in a reverse way, when he declared distribution to be the decisive factor. Despite these difficulties, Chernov expended great energy in trying to demonstrate that his proof of the socialist maturity of the peasantry was completely in accord with the writings of Marx and Engels. He wanted to understand the fathers of socialism better than the so-called Marxists. 55 Unfortunately for Chernov, he had serious difficulties with Marx, above all with the early Marx. One reads all too clearly in 18 THIRD-WORLDISM that the peasantry does not make a class and is in no position to represent its political interests because it is only a social whole in the same sense that a sack of potatoes is a potato sack. 56 Chernov objected to this position of Marx, the most pointed anti-peasant weapon in Marxist orthodoxy, by maintaining that the proletariat was no monolithic bloc and suffered from disorganization and immaturity just as much as the peasantry. He claimed that there was no qualitative, principal difference between the historical role of the peasantry and the proletariat. 57 Chernov emphasized further that despite its soundness and brilliance, the Marxist analysis could not be simply applied to the collective peasantry of Russia. The major thesis of Engels' work on the peasant war caused Chernov less difficulty because the PSR's position was that the agrarian population could only be victorious when it was unified with the proletariat. 58 Chernov did, however, criticize the thesis that Mflonzer's movement was doomed to failure from the very beginning. Even less could he simply accept Engels' strong support for the proletariat's claim to leadership. Chernov believed that numerous statements of the late Marx and Engels completely confirmed his position. He even claimed that the founders of socialism had fundamentally revised their earlier estimation of the role of the peasantry. 59 The Marxist positions on the fate of the Obshchina and the possibility of a direct way for Russia to socialism were seen by Chernov as a clear anticipation of the populist position. Of course, Chernov's reading of Marx was not very careful, for he certainly overlooked the most important statement from Marx concerning this question, his response to V.I. Zasulich, which deliberately left this question open. It was certainly true that Marx definitely limited the historical inevitability of the expropriation of the peasants to Western Europe. 60 But Marx also maintained that the peasant commune could only serve as a strong point for Russia's social rebirth if the destructive influences that are coming from all sides are eliminated and the normal conditions of a natural development are secured. 61 Ycarat in his last signif. Icon statement about Russia 13 years later, Engels was not prepared to decide this question. He let it be known that he did not give the Obshchina much chance for survival. 62 And that only an immediate international revolution could halt its decline. In order to claim Marx and Engels as the chief witnesses for socialist revolutionary theory despite such pessimistic opinions regarding the peasantry, Chernov was forced to the unconvincing statement that their new, essentially correct judgments tended in the right direction and all that was needed was the logical conclusion. 63. Even Engels' later article in 1894, The Peasant Question in France and Germany, Die Baumfrage in Frankreich und Deutschland, was not very helpful for Chernov. Chernov did indeed find some useful statements supporting his position in, as he called it, the last word of the creator of scientific socialism regarding the question of the peasantry. 64 Engels strongly emphasized the peasantry as the partner of the proletariat and, as opposed to earlier statements, praised their future role instead of writing them off as reactionary forces. That this expressed a change of accent. 65 and a concession to the reformist critics of the Second International, above all Vollmer and David, was indubitable, and no one pointed this out with more satisfaction than Chernov, who never missed a chance to cite the new Engels, and we stand on the side of the small peasants. 66 Even more important for Chernov was Engels' statement that described the agrarian small landholder as a worker, who differed from the modern proletariat only in that he still owned his means of production. 67 Chernov discerned here his own definition of a working peasant. 68 Nevertheless, this verbal, at best partial similarity between Engels and Chernov could not hide the fact that Engels' fundamental belief was diametrically opposed to that of the SRS. For Engels held to his opinion that the small agrarian enterprise was hopelessly lost and the peasants would sooner or later have to share the fate of the proletariat. 69 Again, Chernow had no choice but to raise the charge of inconsistency and accuse Engels of having overlooked the reality of his prediction, namely that it had simply not come to pass. 70 This critique may or may not have been true. It did reveal that, in the end, the creators of socialism could not be counted among the ancestors of SR theory. But the PSR did receive theoretical support from the agrarian socialist wing of reformist opposition in the Second Socialist International. Parts of what David presented in his comprehensive opus magnum reads like a textbook of neo-populist economics. Along with the neo-populists, he assumed that the doctrine of the concentration of the agricultural enterprises was not correct and that the basic factors of industrial methods of production, i.e., cooperation, division of labor, and machinery, were not as important in agriculture. David and the neo-populists also assumed that capitalist economic laws did not apply to the agrarian sector. Janso claimed that agriculture enjoyed a special status. 71 And Vollmer's demand that the socialist parties represent the interests of the entire working people did not differ much, as Chernow pointed out, from the main slogan of SR agitation. 72 This discussion of West European socialism proved that Chernow only used Marxist categories as a cover for an unchanged populist theory of society. He began his theoretical career as the brilliant, precocious genius of subjective sociology and in the end never abandoned its basic assumptions. Chernow himself made it quite clear how little a Marxist he was when he proudly claimed that the PSR held to Mikhailovsky's tried and true formula and so wanted to represent the interests of the totality of those working classes which are for us the people in as much as they embody and represent the principle of work. 73 The SR understanding of class was thus revealed to be a new version of the populist concept of the people. II. Social democratic objections. Because socialist revolutionary theory claimed to be socialist, it provoked attacks from social democracy. These attacks are all the more understandable when one considers that the difference between flame and reality was all too visible. The PSR maneuvered itself into a disadvantageous position by elevating eclecticism to a principle. This may not have been a problem for the reformulation of PCP-ulist policies as a whole, but it was certainly true if Marx was to be used as a source. From a Marxist perspective, Lenin was right in correcting Chernow's position petitio principii when he commented that, according to Marx, it is not work in and of itself but rather only the social form of work, or in other words, the relationship between people in accord with their participation in the work of society that is a specific political economic category. Therefore an analysis of society could not begin with the problem of distribution but instead the essential characteristic of the differentiation of the classes was their place in social production and consequently their relationship to the means of production. 74 Peasants were to be regarded as small landowners and therefore agrarian revolutionary movements could only have an anti-feudal, not an anti-capitalist, character. Lenin pointedly formulated his early position by claiming that the peasantry does not want to eliminate capitalism but instead to create a broad foundation for its development. 75 As a consequence of the success CJF capitalist relations in penetrating the agricultural sector, the Russian village would be torn by two social struggles at the same time. One struggle was between the land-owning bourgeoisie and the defenders of the feudal social structure. The second was between the land-owning bourgeoisie and the land-owning proletariat. The task of the revolutionaries was to accelerate these struggles and not to preserve a fictitious homogeneity of the village, which was the PSR program. The differences of opinion regarding the role of the intelligentsia were just as deep and bitter. For the SRS, the intelligentsia was the leading force in the revolutionary movement. Lenin, on the other hand, did not even see in the intelligentsia an independent social class. For Lenin the intelligentsia was actually a petit bourgeois middle class that only followed the prevailing social and political winds. The intelligentsia could be useful for the revolutionary movement only if it took the position of the proletariat and so, to use G. Lucktown C.'s later phrase, committed class treason, Lenin reproached the SRS by claiming that whoever built primarily on this unsteady intelligentsia $, in fact supported by not one single social class. 76 And when a party absolutely refused to face the fact that the only real revolutionary class of a capitalist society is proletariat, then this party should simply be called a petit bourgeois movement. The PSR's claim that its task was to unify all the oppressed could not change Lenin's opinion. In fact, precisely the opposite occurred. Lenin mocked the PSR's claim as the trinity of intelligentsia, proletariat, and peasantry. 77 The PSR remained for the early Social Democrats the radical intelligentsia or intellectual democracy that became an independent force. 78 And consequently a middle-class revolutionary faction whose middle-class tendencies and practical decrepitness had to be exposed and attacked. 79. 2.3 Theory of revolution. The question concerning the character of the desired revolution was perhaps the most intensively discussed question in the Russian revolutionary movement. Social Democrats believed for quite some time that a backward Russia would first have to go through capitalist development and at the same time must acquire the achievements of Western European bourgeois democracies. The most important of these achievements were parliamentary government and the democratic civil rights for all citizens. 1 Only when the bourgeois capitalist economic and social order had exterminated feudalism in Russia could the proletarian movement attempt to bring about the socialist revolution. Unfortunately, the lessons of the 1905 revolution had showed that this theoretical conception of a revolution led to strategic mistakes. Because the Marxist foundation of this concept of revolution was modeled on the development of capitalism in Western Europe, it was not appropriate to Russian conditions. Capitalism did unquestionably develop, as Lenin had demonstrated, yet there was no strong middle class that could have organized the bourgeois revolution against the autocracy. Russian Social Democrats were confronted instead with the paradox that the workers and the peasantry were the carriers of revolutionary unrest before. However, theory allowed such a possibility. Trotsky's concept of permanent revolution, although not taking account of the decisive role of the intelligentsia, offered the most elegant solution for this contradiction. He maintained that the proletariat must assume the objective function of the middle class and, by means of a process of constant change, transform the initially bourgeois revolution eo ipso into a socialist revolution. 2 Lenin drew progressively closer to Trotsky's concept until, by 1917 at the latest, he had in effect accepted it. But there remained considerable insecurity in the practical work, something that could be seen above all in the attitude of most Social Democrats toward the agrarian question. In the end it was the gulf between the Marxist development model and the reality of Russian backwardness that gave such importance to the question of whether the coming revolution would be socialist or bourgeois. When populist theory joined this discussion, it did so primarily with the intent of contesting Marxist visions of the future and social democratic ideas about the Russian way to socialism. Indeed, populist theory can practically be defined as a reaction to international socialism. Actually, there was no inherent reason for populist theory to face this problem, for populists did not share the same theoretical assumption, namely, the assumption in which historical development advances by means of a progression of social forms and the dialectical contradiction between the forces of production and relations of production through human appropriation of nature, i.e. work. The populists had even less in common with the evolutionary interpretation that the Second Socialist International ascribed to Marxism and that Plekhanov handed down. 2. Russian social democracy in an especially pronounced form. 3 Without this ideological baggage populists thus could demand Russia's direct transition to socialism because, according to populist theory, bourgeois-capitalist relations were not yet dominant and, even more important, could not develop as was allegedly proven by Vorontsov. When Russian backwardness was thus for the social democratic theory of revolution a source of impossible contradictions, then populist theory had its starting point from just this fact. Backwardness was explained as the cause of a singular historical chance, in other words, Russia enjoyed, to use a famous phrase of Vorontsov, the privilege of backwardness. For SR theory held fast to this basic assumption. Again and again, The SRS denounced as excessively rigid the social democratic thesis about the necessity for a bourgeois revolution to precede the socialist revolution. Behind this model were hidden economic deviation and unrevolutionary caution. Instead, the PSR insisted that the Russian revolutionary movement was a synthesis of the European revolutions. This PSR synthesis mirrored once again the general observation that the non-Western countries had to go through the evolution of their predecessors in a shortened and concentrated form, and that they had to frequently combine several developmental steps in one period. 5. A more demanding attempt at constructing a theory of revolution saw the special quality of the Russian Revolution in the fact that it would have to master much more radical socio-economic problems than its European predecessors. The Russian Revolution would have to end not only the catastrophic misery of agriculture but also the unacceptable exploitation of the urban proletariat. But the middle class was seen to be in no position to accomplish this task. Only the forces that will profit from the coming, unavoidable socio-economic changes, namely the proletariat, the peasantry, and the revolutionary intelligentsia, were capable of realizing these objectives. In both cases Vorontsov's dialectic of backwardness wagged the foundation. His dialectic led to the conclusion that Russia had to take another way than Western Europe and thereby learn from the experiences of the advanced countries. Despite its strong sense of tradition, the PSR modified the received depopulist opinion in this question. At least two innovations signified substantial change. First, neo-populist theory gave the problem of the bourgeois revolution more and more attention in that it was forced to separate the Russian Revolution into a bourgeois and a socialist stage. In one of the very rare coherent statements about the character of the desired revolution to be found in the large socialist revolutionary literature, we find the following statement by Chernov: In contrast to the Social Democrats, we assume that although the coming revolution cannot be a socialist revolution, because the necessary subjective and objective historical prerequisites are not yet at hand, it certainly cannot be a bourgeois revolution. We are of the opinion that, in accord with its entire meaning, the coming revolution belongs to the transition period between the bourgeois and the socialist revolution of the working class that will bring freedom, a revolution whose dawn was the Paris Commune. 7. There can be no question that this concept is more than just a superficial similarity to Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution. BPTH Chernov and Trotsky tried to accommodate inappropriate development models to the peculiarities of the Russian socio-economic and political structure. Because both the SD and SR theories of revolution had to consider the specific connection between motivated backward elements, their respective positions came closer. This assimilation becomes even more visible when one considers a fact, often overlooked, that the PSR predicted the need for the establishment of a provisional revolutionary dictatorship for the transition phase between the bourgeois and socialist revolution. The dictatorship seemed to be necessary to secure the achievements of the working people and to prevent the early end of the movement. 8. The second PSR innovation, which was directly tied to the differentiation of phases, was the limitation of the party's socialist ambitions to the agrarian sector. Chernov argued that the transition from the democratic to the socialist stage of revolution could only be carried forward by making a breach in the fortress of the bourgeois state. This could best be achieved in the agrarian sector, through a socialization of land that eliminated private property in land and thereby would lead to the revolution of the workers, Trudovaya revolutsiya. 9. What the PSR's chief theorist presented as conscious planning and strategic calculation was actually to a large degree due to the need to accommodate socialist revolutionary theory to Russian reality. The party still believed in the validity of Vorontsov's and N.F. Danielson's economic analysis, namely the argument that the development of capitalism in Russia was limited because of the restrictions of the internal market. They remained true to their populist heritage and assumed that the debates of the JL890s had, for the foreseeable future, clarified the position so that there was no need for a critical reappraisal. These assumptions can perhaps explain the remarkable fact that SR theory demonstrated little interest or desire for a thorough investigation of Russia's economic development. It was also significant that no important economists were to be found in the party leadership. 10. However, The socialist revolutionaries were aware of the significant economic changes caused by the forced industrialization of the 1890s. Even though capitalist expansion was slower than the socialist revolutionaries believed, nevertheless there could be no doubt that the predictions of populist economists were at least partially falsified. The PSR had to recognize that its theory of revolution could no longer assume the complete avoidability of capitalism, as did the populists of the 1880s, but rather the theory was compelled to take account of its existence. The PSR did take capitalist development into account by limiting the validity of the received position and retracting the thesis of the impossibility of economic development in accord with the West European model, and instead began to describe capitalism's peculiarities under Russian conditions. Point 11. Among these peculiarities, the FSR program named the cooperation of capital and autocracy, the amalgamation of economic exploitation with feudal bondage in the factories, the small number of urban workers, and the poorly developed proletarian consciousness. The coincidence of backwardness and industrialization promoted the destructive effects of capitalist methods of production to an especially high degree and gave capitalism an extremely ugly form. Point 12. If one wanted to save Vorontsov's privilege of backwardness despite the undeniable success of capitalism, if one still wanted to stick to the possibility of a direct transition to socialism, then one could realistically make these claims only for a part of the economy and society, the agrarian sector. The socialist revolutionaries continued to maintain that capitalist methods of production in agriculture had showed no constructive effects and only developed destructive forces. Capitalist methods of production impoverished the population and weakened the capacity of the internal market. Point 13. But economic development was evident in agriculture. The economic effects of Stolypin's reforms in agriculture came as a shock to the socialist revolutionaries, even though they greatly overestimated their success. Neopopulism's theory of revolution was compelled to take this into account. Rakitnikov pointedly formulated the new situation thus: the question concerning the possibility of omitting the capitalist phase in Russia was changed for us to the question of the possibility of retarding capitalist development at any given moment. 14. Once again the analysis of socialist revolutionary political theory ended in the conscious action of the revolutionary. This action was the final authority, the decisive factor in the revolutionary process. Consequently, the PSR's theory of revolution was very voluntaristic. The voluntarism of the PSR was the practical political pendant to the more general historical philosophical idea of the creative individual as the motor of historical processes, as formulated later by Chernov. Point 15. The subject took the form of a revolutionary minority that was to make the revolution. Whether reality tended also toward thought, as Marx would say, was never a burning question in socialist revolutionary theory of revolution. And when the party program spoke of social evolution, this one by no means implied the Marx-Carotist premises that this process occurred behind the backs of individuals, rather the opinion that the fighters for truth and justice 16 consciously pushed this process forward. Historical philosophical subjectivism was tied to revolutionary elitism and the conception of the intelligentsia as the revolutionary avant-garde and natural initiator of the revolutionary movement. But when the timing and character of the revolution depends, for the most part, not on the objective stage of development but primarily on the readiness of the intelligentsia to act and on the receptiveness of the masses, then it is obvious that such a theory of revolution had a pronounced tendency in seeing revolt as the means to revolution. A revolt was always to be attempted when an opportunity offered itself and when a sufficiently large number of supporters could be mobilized. Since 1902 the slogan of the General Revolt of the People dominated the PSR's agitation. The revolt was the characteristic battle cry of socialist revolutionary tactics until World War I and was endlessly repeated, even in hopeless situations. When the spirit of Narodnaya Volya lived on in the profession of the PSR to political terror, so did the enthusiasm for revolt perpetuate the optimism of the movement to the people in the crazy summer of 1874.17. Breshkovskaya was the embodiment of this continuity. Her name was the symbol for the revolt of the peasants. In the columns of the PSR's central paper, she constantly called for revolt and warned the party not to forget action. In 1904 she wrote to the party leadership, "I insist that the initiative of revolutionaries is also essential in the conscious armed struggle of the people against the government, that we should not wait until the peasants and workers begin, on their own, the armed rising. Even more clearly, I believe that, at the beginning, it is better to make a few attempts unsuccessfully than to sit and wait for the revolt." 18. Her last comment cast a harsh light on the dangers of this new buntarstvo. Breshkovskaya recommended to the revolutionary avant-garde nothing less than the attempt to take up the struggle against the state without mass support and despite a high probability of failure. The revolutionary veteran represented without question a pointedly maximalist position. It was thus only logical that she became the patron of the younger, soon maximalist generation, just as she wrote the lines cited above. No less questionable as this misunderstood radicalism was the relative neglect of party organization, a consequence of the one-sided concentration on the revolution and tactics pertaining to popular revolt. We can see clearly the weakness of this position especially in Breshkovskaya, who before 1905 was one of the central figures of the PSR in Russia. Although she urgently called for a spontaneous mass revolt, she forgot that a revolt must be organized and that only organized action of the masses could bring about the foil of autocracy. One must therefore conclude that the voluntarist spirit of the SR theory of revolution in the end hin. Whereas the socialist revolutionary tactic was characterized by political terror and the agitation for revolt, socialization of the land, sotsializatsiya zemli, was the essence of the SR program. Public opinion in general and the peasantry in particular, insofar as the peasantry could take part in public life, identified the PSR with this basic demand. And it was this catchword that dispersed any remaining doubts that the PSR represented the interests of the peasant masses. In practice, the PSR thereby formulated a central demand of all peasant movements, including of course the Russian, the demand for land and black repartition, Chernyi Paredal. Still missing from the earlier neo-populist programs, the idea of socialization of the land was bomb in the summer of 1902. Spurred on by peasant revolts in Poltava and Kharkov, the party lost its skepticism about peasant revolution and became receptive to incorporating this new element into its program. As Chernov later emphasized, it was a creation of the editorial board of Revolutionaya Rossiya, the exiled socialist revolutionary intellectuals, not the party organization in Russia. The new program intended not only to give the renewal of populist tactics a conceptual veneer but also to convey a clear idea of the party's objective TP the peasants. 19 Socialization of the land, as part of the future party program and JAS an alternative to the social democratic demand for the nationalization of means of production, was presented by Chernov towards the end of 1902 in the columns of the Central Party paper. The attempt to develop a precise understanding of this idea became the subject of a vast number of articles, brochures 20 and discussions, despite such effort, the various interpretations could not be standardized. Nevertheless, it is important to sketch briefly the development of this key concept in SR politics and its most common interpretations. In introducing this concept, Chernov emphasized that socialization of the land was not to be understood as a new name for the known ideas of nationalization and socialization. While nationalization separated the peasants from the land by giving the land to JHE state, the PSR stood for the largest possible reconciliation of the peasant with the land, but in every case on the basis of collective property, which will not permit the development of property fanaticism, for the transition of as much land as possible into the hands of democratically organized collectives, cooperative or neighborly associations, the obshchiny and other self-administrating organs that are as close as possible to the people, for the collective organization of work on the land, for the existing solidarity among the peasants and the understanding of the usefulness of the socialization of work. 100 Here then were the three basic elements of a minimal consensus for a possible PSR program. One was a belief in IHE superiority of collective as opposed to individual production. Initially, at least, the PSR agreed with Social Democrats that the building of a socialist order had to begin by changing the form of production. Second, The program was based on the collectivist tradition of the Russian peasantry and the obshchina, the sine qua non of populist politics. In Order 21-22. To sustain and strengthen the commune, the party recommended the creation of as many social associations and economic cooperatives as possible. 23. Finally, the central idea of socialization of the land was the transfer of all private property into a collective land fund, from which every peasant would receive a certain allotment, for egalitarian use, urovnitelno polsovani, but which should not be given to him as private property. The right of eminent domain over all land was to be held by local, self-administered institutions. This meant that the post-revolutionary society for the SRS had a very strong decentralized character. In May 1904, the PSR Central Paper printed a draft of the party program defining its conception of the socialization of land. This draft came unmistakably from Chernov's pen. 24. His draft was innovative above all because its language was more precise and because he introduced new concepts that would soon be part of the standard repertoire of SR vocabulary. It is important to note that these innovations were more than just matters of style. He replaced the term private property, sobstvenost, which he had used as late as 1902, by the term general people's property, obshchinarodno dostoyanie. This new terminology was intended to make absolutely clear that categorically different legal relationships would be dominant in a socialist society. Chernov justified the changes. It must be evident that we are, so to speak, moving to a completely different level. 25. A level that cannot be described adequately with the received legal concepts of Roman law. In his view, the concept of juridical entity, which formed the basis of the bourgeois concept of private property, lost all foundation, for the very act of socialization of the land could not be equated with the transfer of property rights from one legal person to another. Those who ask for the subject of law revealed only their ignorance of the peculiarities of the new society, for the character of the law in land has itself changed. We succeeded, in reaching the idea of the complete freedom of land from wholly private property to the idea of transformation of land into general affiliation. This is the idea of the socialization of land. 26-22. Chernov formulated his point still more sharply: we will neutralize the land. It is just as neutrum that the land will be transferred to the general property of the people. 27. Chernov's understanding of this question may have been theoretically rigorous, and his new terminology may have been suggestive and have struck the right note for some, but it did not contribute much to making the socialist revolutionary agrarian more concrete. Several speakers noted this failure during debates at the first PSR Party Council. 28. Socialization of the land, in this sense, was to part of the minimal catalogue of socialist revolutionary demands, i.e., it was not intended to break the bounds of the given autocratic order, even though these demands tended to overstep its boundaries. Chernov had already formulated this modification in 1902.29. However, only his later statements revealed the significant consequences for his position, namely, that the revolutionary point of the neo-populist program must be dulled. Chernov achieved this pacification by means of a rigorous distinction between the form of production and the form of property. From 1904, this distinction increasingly dominated his commentary. As he himself explained, the socialization of the land alone by no means decides the question of the form of production, rather, only the question of the form of property in a certain type of good, namely the surface and the interior of the earth. It is one thing to decide who the property owner is, in whose hands the final disposition of the land is placed; it is another thing to decide how the land is to be put to productive use. 30. It was therefore absolutely incorrect and theoretically false to equate the socialization of the land with the socialization of the factories, because the socialization of the factories directly touched the structure of production and signified a qualitative change. With this, Chernov not only distanced the SR program from maximalist interpretations, which was his intention, but at the same time he practically ignored a basic element of his own original definition. Chernov more or less ceased to speak about the socialization of work and about the advantages accruing from collective production. Despite statements to the contrary, the socialization of land was reduced to the simple exchange of property relations. The editorial board of Revoluționea Rossia presented the Socialist Revolutionary Agrarian Program to the first PSR Party Conference at the end of December 1905. The program underwent its baptism of fire and was approved by the majority of delegates with only minor changes. One of the more important was the requirement that SR politics should be carried as on the collective tradition of the Russian peasantry, rather than to use that tradition as Chernov had stated. 31 The final version of the PSR's agrarian program, which was to remain unchanged until the end of socialist revolutionary activity in Russia, stated the following: J. In the interest of socialism and the struggle against bourgeois tendencies, which are directed at the creation of private property, the Socialist Revolutionary Party bases its views on the question of a reform of relationships to the land on the beliefs, traditions, and forms one of existence of the Russian peasantry regarding land possession, land work, and especially the conviction of the peasantry that no one may possess working land as private property and that only work gives the right to the products of the land. In accord with its fundamental beliefs concerning tasks of the revolution in the countryside, the party demands the socialization of land, i.e., the removal of land from trade and the transfer of land from the privatage property of individuals or groups into national property on the following basis: all Tyke land, settlements, emigration, administration of the land reserve fund, etc., is to be transferred to the disposition of central and local organs of self-administration, from the democratically organized urban and agrarian communities to the provincial and central institutions. The use of the land must be based on the principle of equality and the sole work of the individual, i.e., on the basis of the individual or cooperative work. The use of the land must ensure that each person can satisfy a minimum of his needs. The basic rent must be transformed into a special tax for covering common expenses. The use of land that does not have specific local importance, common forests, fishing, etc., is to be organized by the appropriate organs of self-administration. Land works and mines remain property of the state. Land will be nationalized with a compensation for the owners. Those who suffer losses as a consequence of this change of property relations have the right to state support during the period in which they must accommodate themselves to the new conditions. 32. Even though a large majority of the party conference delegates agreed to this formulation concerning the socialization of the land, deep differences about the exact contents of this demand were evident. Lively and polemical debates revealed all too clearly how uncertain and ambiguous the party agrarian program still despite or even because of the many clarifying articles in the Central Party paper and other publications. Socialization became more of a slogan than a party platform. Opinion was especially sharply divided over the decisive question of which institution was to control the land fund and how this institution was to be constituted. 33 Based on the answers to this question we can identify three interpretations that Chernov later identified as syndicalism, corporativism, and nationalization. 34 These three interpretations were put forward by the three factions that emerged in the PSR during 1905. 1. The right wing around the editorial board of Vatrusko Bogastvo, the paper of legal populism, 35, which included well-known writers like Peshekhanov, Aninsky and Myakotin. 36. 2. The center, i.e. the PSR strictly speaking, which was represented by Chernov, and 3. The extreme left wing, whose main advocate was the delegate from the SR committee in Vitebsk, Ginsburg. 37. Soon after the party congress began, the controversies between the factions assumed such an uncompromising character that during the debates legal populists officially declared their withdrawal from the party, even though they never fully belonged to file PSR, and left the assembly. The maximalists did practically the same, although they formally separated only about a year later. The conflicting interpretations regarding the socialization of the land was thus only one aspect of broader theoretical and tactical differences of opinion and one litmus test on which the united neo-populist front from the extreme right to the extreme left was shattered. The protest of the moderate populists and the later founders of the Popular Socialist Party, Narodno-Socialisticeskaya Partia, was sparked by the terminology of Chernov's draft program. As Anensky explained, we would prefer to use the term nationalization, nationalisation, instead of socialization. We would like to take the Lie-D out of the sector of private property and transfer the use of the land to the entire people, to make it, for the lack of a better term, the property, собственность, of the people. This idea is expressed by the word nationalization. 38 Anensky emphasized that this concept is not to be equated with the understanding that West Europeans, such as H. George and others 39 had of the same terms. For Anensky and the moderate populists, nationalization meant that only supreme domain of the state with respect to the land would be recognized, while at the same time the use of the land would be given to all workers and the direct disposition transferred to the immediate directors of small local communities. Thus, on the one hand, the dominance of a powerful state would be limited. The idea of nationalization was decentralized and favorable to the peasantry. It certainly followed Chernov's argument. But Anensky warned against giving the land only to the local communities and persisted in his opposition to the term socialization on the grounds that it could lead to misunderstandings. The legal populists wanted to give the right to implement the overdue agrarian reform, SIC, to the state and its highest law-giving organ, the Constituent Assembly. Anensky made this view perfectly clear: the state lays its hand on everything, including Obchkina, but it could do this only through the organized will of the people and in an orderly fashion. 40. Anensky and his colleagues gave Chernov enough arguments to brandmark the People's Socialists and the heirs of Mikhailovsky, despite their own understanding of their position, as nationalizes, and as such Chernov counted them among his arch-enemies. He criticized their concept of nationalization by arguing that in essence it is founded on bourgeois principles. Nationalization, according to Anensky, approved of the capitalist order and saw the root of all evil only in the activity of a foreign power, i.e. monopoly capitalism embodied in private property of land. Consequently, Anensky had fallen into error by believing that the mere elimination of the monopoly aspect of property meant the abolition of exploitation. 41 Chernov argued that just the opposite would occur. Under the conditions given in Russia at that time, the nationalization of land would only make the yoke of bureaucracy worse and strengthen autocracy. 42 He later summarized his objections against nationalization in the following points, and at the same time he offered a more precise and detailed description of the idea of socialization. 1. Nationalization of land is organized from above, socialization from below. 2. Nationalization essentially does not touch property rights but transfers the land to a central power. Socialization does not transfer the land anywhere because it abolishes the concept of property itself. 3. Nationalization distributes land by means of administrative decisions to individuals under conditions that correspond to the changing plans of the central power. Socialization assumes a fundamental charter of the rights of individual users, considering the equality of common citizen rights to land, rights that were won only through work. 4. Nationalization of land requires bureaucratic institutions. Socialization realizes the principles of economic democracy primarily through the organs of an autonomous public of the working classes, trudovaya obshcheственnost. 5. Nationalization of land takes private interests completely into the disposition of public institutions. Socialization assumes a synthesis between private and public right, the synthesis of the principles of economic corporativism and political democracy. 43. While the legal populists on the right wing of the neo-populist movement wanted to organize property relationships in land alone by means of the state, the future maximalists on the left wing took exactly the opposite position. The state should not even take part in this process. The legal populists pleaded for an agrarian reform from above, while the maximalists wanted an agrarian revolution from below. Ginsburg argued that after the revolution it would be a great mistake to transfer land and mineral rights to the state, because it would still be the old bourgeois state, and such an approach would thus only strengthen the enemy. The transfer of land rights to the individual was also out of the question, because this would simply end with the restoration of the ancien regime. The revolution can only help the oppressed when it transfers land to organs of peasant self-administration, such as the commune or territorial groups of communes. According to Ginsburg, entrance to these organs should be reserved only for the lower classes, i.e., entrance should depend on class membership. He certainly did see the danger that the peasants could develop an egotistical caste mentality and deny the less privileged classes access to the use of land. To counter this danger, he suggested the establishment of mixed committees from representatives of the peasants and the urban working class. These committees were to guarantee all workers the right to participate in the organs of self-administration and at the same time secure the bond between city and countryside. 44. Chernov criticized this maximalist understanding of socialization of land just as harshly as he had attacked the concept of nationalization. He accused Ginsburg of having an undemocratic mentality and maintained that his model would carry violence and force into the society after the revolution. He argued that, when the right to use land is the only source of wealth and when this source is given to class institutions, then everyone is forced to join these institutions. Those who do not fulfill the class requirements for membership are excluded from using the land. This contradicts the principle of freedom as the essential foundation of a socialist order. 45. Chernov's critique did, in a certain sense, anticipate the possibility of post-revolutionary terror as introduced by Stalin a quarter century later, and one is inclined to applaud his alert defense of the pure idea of socialist workers' democracy. 46. Nevertheless, his criticism was too simplistic, and he himself became entangled in contradictions. He did not sufficiently consider that no revolution occurs without violence, per definitionem it changes existing relations of power and ownership. He further ignored the problem of what was to happen with the elites of the Ancifen regime in the new society by assuming that they would simply and without resistance accommodate themselves to the new egalitarian principles. Chernov's objections were based on the utopian assumption that the revolution could quickly and without violence create a socially completely homogeneous society. The interpretation of socialization of the land finally approved by the Party Congress came from the SR leadership, especially Chernov. It was designated the corporative solution. This solution took a middle position between the syndicalism of the left and the Étatism of the right. In the post-revolutionary society, the left wanted to entrust the right to dispose of land to unionized peasant and workers' organizations, while the right wanted to give the land to the state. Chernov, however, declared such ideas to be flawed, for they overlooked the fundamentally different legal relationships between the capitalist and socialist orders. Property as such would be abolished and replaced by a right to land that belonged to the entirety of all citizens in its present composition. The right to land is, in other words, a general right of citizenship, i.e., each citizen would receive the same right to land, or to put it another way, the right of the individual citizen would be limited by the same right of another citizen. 47-48 Consequently, the organizing principle of the socialist economic and social order must be, according to Chernov, class neutral. The corporations empowered to watch over the land that belonged to the general property of the people could therefore only be constructed with regard to territorial considerations. Following this argument of the right to land, Chernov succeeded in coming to the conception of a pyramid of self-administering institutions as a model for the future society. Later he summarized his thoughts as follows: the fundamental feature of the socialist revolutionary land program, the socialization of land, can therefore be characterized as the expansion of the great principle of self-administration to a new sector, the sector of the relationships in the countryside. 125. By making the right to land the cornerstone of his interpretation of the socialization of land, and this with the approval of the majority of the party and almost all party economists. 49. Chernov blunted still further, compared to THJE drafts of *1902 and 1904, the Socialist Revolutionary Agrarian Program. This was the result of two accompanying effects of Chernov's innovation. First, the dimension of class struggle was practically eliminated because all members of the post-revolutionary society were to have the same claim to land. Second, the programmatic ideas of the PSR were made amenable to small property owners. No matter how sharply Chernov's theory pointed to categorical differences between regulation and disposition and between possession and property, in reality the difference was thin and practically irrelevant, since there was supposed to be an individual right to use land. A representative of the party's left wing, who probably was not a maximalist, formulated his complaint sharply, but with good reason, that the minimal agrarian program approved at the First Party Congress introduces principles that are completely new if compared to the perspective developed in the columns of Revali Uchinea Rossiya, that these principles contradict the socialist critique of the capitalist order, that, in the newest party literature, these principles have already begun to dull. The revolutionary critique of bourgeois society. 51. However, one must cite a fact that contradicts this charge of a pacification in the SR agrarian program. The delegates voted with rare unanimity against compensation payments for expropriated land. At most, they wanted to allow limited support for landowners during the period of transition to the new socialist economic order. It was only the draft agrarian law of the last SR Minister of Agriculture in 1917 that violated the still valid party program by showing more readiness to accommodate the needs of landowners. 52. In summarizing this debate, it is important to note that the PSR never succeeded in giving the demand for the socialization of land a concrete, practical meaning. Even more important was the PSR's inability to bring the party middle to agree upon a single, clearly defined interpretation of this essential part of their program. Despite a debate that had gone on for years, the middle was itself deeply confused as to what it understood by socialization of land. While some, such as the delegate from Moscow MJV. Vishnyak, saw in nationalization an absolutely necessary prerequisite for the socialization of land, others, such as the Starik Os Miner, a late returning exile from Siberia, were convinced that socialization was the beginning of a long process that would lead to nationalization. 53. Especially unclear was the question concerning which institutions would dispose of the wealth of society after the revolutionary change of agrarian property relations. According to Chernov, a pyramid of organs of self-administration was to exist alongside the state and, together with the obshchiny, to administer the land. 54. Unfortunately, the socialist revolutionary literature does not explain how this concept was to be realized. The PSR argued for an extensive decentralization, but at the same time it wanted to avoid being associated with anarchist anti-statism. 55. The party struck a balance by not giving a concrete formulation to its position. The conflict between social democracy and the PSR over an agrarian program. The heated controversy that, in the spring of 1902, put an abrupt end to the initially reserved relations between Social Democrats and Socialist revolutionaries, soon influenced the attitude of both parties toward the peasant movement. Although this controversy was first sparked by the question of political terror, certainly an important tactical question, it was nevertheless the agrarian question that really divided populists and Marxists. The agrarian question was the central specific problem of the Russian Revolution. Social democratic peasant policy 56 was marked by a fundamental double strategy. They basically accepted Lenin's thesis of the capitalist penetration of agriculture and the resulting maxim for action, namely, to clear the way for the free development of the class struggle in the countryside, the class struggle of the proletariat, which is directed at winning political power through the proletariat and the creation of the foundation for the socialist society. Social differentiation in the countryside was to be accelerated through the development of capitalist relations, and the class struggle was to be carried into the village. At the same time, social democracy was aware of the special conditions of Tsarist Russia. As Lenin pointed out early, the Russian peasant not only had to suffer under capitalist conditions but also, no less, under pre-capitalist. The first task of SD agitation in agriculture was to eliminate serfdom. 57 Because the peasantry obviously had an existential interest in the elimination of serfdom, the basis for a limited alliance between the proletarian and the peasant movements was at hand. Peasant revolts were for the Russian Marxists part of the democratic revolution in Russia and represented in this capacity a force that would not weaken but strengthen the capitalist development. 58 Lenin's resume of the second principle of SD agrarian policy was that, in the interest of a quick bourgeois revolution, the proletariat has every reason to give decisive support 59 to the peasant revolution. This ambivalent theoretical judgment corresponded to the catalogue of practical demands contained in the first agrarian program passed by the Second RSDRP Party Congress in 1903. The program limited its demands to those which would put the peasantry in the position of sundering feudal ties and setting free the bourgeois democratic content of their strivings. Among other things, the program demanded the termination of redemption payments that peasants were required to make for the land that they had previously worked for their masters, cancellation of the common tax liability of the obshchina, destruction of the remnants of feudal dependence, and, finally, free disposition of their land by the peasants. Because the SD concept of development saw in the land owned by former lords the driving thrust of capitalist methods of production in the countryside, Social Democrats could not agree to give all the land to peasants with little or no land of their own. Instead, the RSDRP demanded only the return of the cut-offs, otrezki, those parcels of land that the peasants were compelled to give to the feudal masters at the time of emancipation. 60 According to Lenin, this demand demonstrated the special character of the SD program. 61. Lenin also pointed out that this was the most disputable demand and, at the latest, the 1905 revolution made this fact plain for all to see. The violence of the agrarian unrest was badly underestimated, and consequently its position in the process of revolution was judged falsely. The elementary aggression of the peasant movement could not be channeled and controlled with the crumbs of the cut-offs. Both factions in social democracy gradually became aware of the need to revise the old agrarian program. Among the suggestions for improvement, 4 different positions emerged. 62 These positions had a common ground, however, in that all guaranteed the peasantry, one way or the other, a substantial increase in their ownership of land. Thus, for the first time, social democratic tactics were receptive to the basic desires of the muzhiki for black repartition. Promoters of the nationalization concept, whereby the state was to dispose of the land, did the same in a very moderate form. More promising was the much-discussed project of P.P. Maslov, who proposed to transfer the land to regional organs of self-administration, that is, to municipalize the land. 141 Lenin made even more extensive concessions when he suggested the immediate confiscation of the lands of the feudal estate owners and the obligatory establishment of peasant committees. The agrarian program of 1903 had already conceived of these peasant committees as the organs for the return of the cut-offs. 142 Without question, it was this demand for revolutionary spontaneity that would give the peasantry the greatest room to maneuver. The Fourth RSDRP Party Congress, held in Stockholm, approved in large part Lenin's realism and thereby confirmed the legitimacy of peasant revolution. 143 Despite this flexibility in certain areas, social democracy did not budge from its fundamental theoretical judgment that the revolution of agrarian relations of land ownership would carry a mere bourgeois democratic character. J. From this rough sketch of the position of Russian Marxists, it is evident that their program and that of the SRS had, at least before the 1905 revolution, little in common. That which the PSR celebrated as the beginning of socialism appeared to the RSDRP as simply bourgeois nationalization and consequently was a treacherous promise. Lenin's polemic was tireless, insisting that there is not one grain of truth in the claim that any kind of right to land or an equalizing distribution of the land or even the socialization of the land was socialist. 144 For the real contents of that revolution which appears to the Narodnik as socialization would result logically in opening the way for capitalism and in the decisive extermination of an economy of compulsory labor, and the equalization which the PSR regards as the elimination of the bourgeois character would instead express the efforts of the most radical bourgeois strata. 145 Overlooking the imminent limitation of the peasant revolutionary movement appeared to Lenin as idiocy and a petit bourgeois reactionary utopia. 146 For Lenin, the PSR had committed fraud by taking the socialization of the land into the agenda of its minimal demands and presenting these demands as something that were within grasp. He considered such a perspective from the very beginning impossible. For a peasant revolt could not simply stop with changing agrarian property relations. Anticipating the objections of the Makamaljate opposition in the PSR, Lenin egged that the peasant revolt would be the beginning of __. The socialist revolutionaries did not hesitate to respond to such broadsides, especially because they had the advantage in this conflict. The hefty differences of opinion in the RSDRP made quite clear that the agrarian question was the Achilles heel of SD theory and practice, and so offered an inviting target for a counter-offensive. The SR critique located, correctly, the cause of social democratic difficulties in the divide between the Marxist development model and Russian reality. Not without a certain satisfaction on the part of the socialist revolutionaries, the Russian students of Marx-Arid Engels were accused of becoming hopelessly tied up in the bonds of their own theory, a theory that committed them to see, against all evidence to the contrary, only the proletariat as the carrier of the coming socialist revolution. 63 An unavoidable consequence of this dilemma was judged to be the SD demand for the return of the cut-offs. This demand was a beloved object of derisive criticism. When Iskra accused the PSR of being petit bourgeois, Rakitnikov responded with a warning to stone throwers who sit in glass houses. No matter how one organized the return of these parcels of land to the farmers, in every case this meant the expansion of small peasant property owners. 64 AI. Potapov supported Rakitnikov by claiming that such a demand was artificial, impractical, heretical, and utopian. Not only was it impossible to reconstruct the precise cut-offs 40 years after the emancipation, it was also naive to believe that the dynamic of the peasant revolt would be held up by any ancient pieces of land. 65-66 With the same scorn he turned the argument used by Lenin to mock the socialization of the land against its originator. Potapov concluded his review of SD literature on the agrarian question by maintaining that this question remained a noli me tangere for Russian Marxists and that their program was an artificial construction of the bookworms from Iskra and Zarya. These men extended their hands to the petit bourgeois and gave the impression that they were serving the great bourgeoisie and the intensification of class war, while at the same time trying to liquidate the distribution of land by means of a democratic revision of the agrarian reform of 1861.66. In the theoretical world of the socialist revolutionaries, there was hardly a more fatal political error, hardly a more unbelievable theoretical mistake thinkable than to follow the SD plan and leave the natural pioneer of socialism, viz., the Russian peasantry, to the poverty of a capitalist development and the horror of original accumulation. 67. The modification of the agrarian program of the RSDRP after 1905 could not change the PSR's negative attitude on this issue. Potapov commented on the discussion during the Stockholm Party Council by claiming that the majority of Russian Social Democrats argue only for the elimination of large private landowners, but they want to leave the small landowning bourgeois in peace. 68 Maslov's municipalization concept was rejected even though it propagated the equal division of land in practically the same form as the PSR. The controversy soon degenerated into a rigid, ritualistic, and endless polemic in which both sides reviled each other with the same invectives. When Lenin became angry at the PSR's petit bourgeois lack of ideas and principles, 69 Rakitnikov raised his voice against the bourgeois original sin of social democracy by insisting that, under Russian conditions, it would unavoidably decay into the middle class. 70. 2.4.2 Minimal and maximal programs. In the spring of 1903, a narrower circle of the socialist revolutionary leadership in exile around the editorial board of Revolia Uchinaya Rossiya began deliberations over the party program. Two alternative drafts were presented. The first was written by Rakitnikov and earned the transparent stamp of Marxist beliefs. Rakitnikov's Marxism was certainly of a highly individual sort. To use Chernov's words, Rakitnikov oriented himself on the marks of the Communist Manifesto, and consequently his draft had a maximalist tendency. Chernov was the author of the second draft. His was committed to a dynamic sociology and an integralism, which were the products of an attempt to combine Mikhailovsky's and Lavrov's subjective social philosophy with Marxist theorems. Both positions appeared to agree, more or less, on the question of the socialization of the land. But it was the proposal for a separation between the minimal and maximal programs that set off long and hefty debates. 71. As already noted, Chernov had very early maintained that every revolutionary party must present two different catalogues of demands. One catalogue must give the long-term objectives that the revolutionaries intend to realize after the fall of the ancien regime. The second must define the short-term objectives, i.e. the totality of all measures that will be useful to the working class and its struggle for socialism under the condition that political power is in the hands of the bourgeois. 72. Such a separation between a minimal and maximal program should not be equated with the difference between legalism or reformism and manifest revolutionary action. The demands of the minimal program, the best example being socialization of the land, also tended to violate the bourgeois order. Thus Chernov preferred to speak of the PSR's revolutionary minimal program and sharply differentiated this program from that of the Social Democrats. He accused the Social Democratic program of reformist harmlessness and pacificism. Most of the participants in the deliberations over a party program 73 preferred Chernov's draft. But Rakitnikov had his supporters, and so a compromise was necessary. Even though this new platform was worked out in endless discussions and with great effort, it was strongly criticized from all sides. It was even announced that counter-proposals were being prepared in St. Petersburg and by the exiles in Paris associated with Rubinovich. But as the counter-proposals were not presented by the end of the year, the editorial board of Revolutionная Rossiya, consisting of Gotz, Chernov, and Shishko, decided to rework the compromise draft and publish it on their own responsibility. Whether this procedure, later dubbed by Chernov as an extraordinary measure, was, despite the euphemistic formulation, a coup against an unwanted opposition must remain an open question. What is clear, however, is that the published draft program was purified of all traces of Rakitnikov's maximalism and reformulated so as to closely follow Chernov's original proposal. 74. By approving the Revolutionная Rossiya draft with only minor corrections, the first PSR Party Congress accepted at the same time the controversial minimal program. The demands contained in the approved party program were thus not much different from those found in other revolutionary and opposition parties. For example, the PSR made the following demands. 1. Guaranteed personal and civil rights, such as the freedom of conscience, speech, press, the freedom to hold meetings, to make coalitions, and the freedom of trade, the complete freedom of movement and the right to strike, as well as the recognition of the security and right to privacy of the individual. 2. The right to vote in general, free, equal, and secret elections for all citizens over the age of 20. 3. The convocation of a constituent assembly for the purpose of creating a democratic republic constituted on the basis of these principles, with a large measure of self-administration for the provinces and the urban and agrarian municipalities, i.e. the largest possible decentralization. 4. The utmost federalism in THIRD relations between the nationalities 75 and equal rights as well as equal representation of each nationality in provinces with a mixed population. 5. Separation of church and state. 6. Abolition of the standing army and the establishment of a people's militia. The PSR's economic minimal catalogue contained, next to the demand for the socialization of the land, also the entire Socialist Revolutionary Workers' Program. Inter alia, this program demanded progressive taxes and the elimination of all taxes that burden the working masses, laws for the protection of the workers, social security and unemployment insurance, the introduction of the 8-hour workday, the establishment of a minimum wage, and the participation of trade unions on the setting of working conditions in the factories. development of public services and enterprises of all kinds in communities and municipalities, the progressive socialization of firms so long as it can be guaranteed that the dependence of the workers on the bureaucracy will not be increased. 1. 2. A large majority of delegates to the First Party Congress believed that the peasant and workers' programs were in a harmonious equilibrium because both programs guaranteed the right to work. The peasant program socialized the land, and the workers' program established a minimum wage and an insurance protection plan. 76-77 However, despite the appearance of harmony, this analogy revealed how deficient the alleged balance between the two programs actually was. While the agrarian program secured for the peasant de facto the right to dispose of his most important means of production, the land, the worker received only an absolute, not even a relative, fixing of his wages. And when exploitation in agriculture was already to be totally abolished by the elimination of private property and the transition to a socialist order, in industry there was only to be a social security net, and the capitalist form of production was to remain untouched. The elimination of the capitalist form of production, the so-called socialization of the factories and enterprises, was declared to be the center of the maximal program. 78 Because this demand for the socialization of the factories was not precisely formulated and not taken into the final official party program, it is clear that the delegates understood this to be a task for the distant future. 79. Not all delegates of the founding Congress approved the distinction between minimal and maximal measures in Chernov's draft program. In fact, the debates over the appropriateness of an immediate socialization of industry were no less vigorous than those over the concrete meaning of socialization of the land. 80 This time the opposition was alone in the maximalist camp. 81 But it was divided into two clearly defined schools. As always, Raldnikov held fast to his old position and represented a moderate abstract theoretical, practically harmless maximalism which lived on in the heads of 2 or 3 people inside the party. 82 He was supported by his comrade of many years from the PSR Saratov Committee, A.I. Altovsky. 83 A radical left populist position was taken by Ginsburg, the delegate from Vitebsk. He did not speak often, however, and had no influence among the delegates. Ginsburg's arguments were rather rough, as he made a simple analogy between the agrarian and the industrial sectors. Given that the PSR's platform demanding the expropriation of land had brought the party much sympathy, it appeared to Ginsburg to be a lack of courage as conciliation and cowardice if the party did not at the same time demand the socialization of industry. In his opinion, such tame measures as an 8-hour day and social security laws in no way threatened the exploitive capitalist order. According to Ginsburg, the foundation of the system could only be shaken by one measure: expand the principle of the revolution into the city and, parallel to the revolutionary expropriation of land, force the revolutionary expropriation of the factories and enterprises with the replacement of private property through the collective social property. 84. Rakitnikov formulated a related argument but with more sense and without the radical language of maximalist jargon. He recalled the topos of populist theory that, as a consequence of Russia's economic and cultural backwardness, the Russian Revolution could not be a bourgeois revolution. Hence there was no exact criteria for differentiating between demands that would not exceed the bounds of the existing social order and those that would exceed these bounds, i.e. one could not differentiate between the minimal and maximal program. The maxim of revolutionary action could only be to do everything that brings us closer to socialism. Rakitnikov concluded, the revolutionary program for the realization of the socialist ideals must be held within the limits set at this time by socio-economic conditions, especially the development stage of the forces of production. 85 He felt all the more compelled to emphasize these matters as the revolutionary movement suffered its first defeats in the revolts of December 1905. Rakitnikov warned that the present moment offered perhaps the last chance to realize the dream of Russian socialists since Herzen and to bring Russia away from the ruinous development path of Western capitalism. Altovsky supported Rakitnikov by noting that the socialist transformation could not be limited to one sector of society and that it would jump over to the industrial sector. In Altovsky's eyes, the occupation of the factories was proof of his position. 86. In the name of the majority of the party leadership and the delegates, Chernov sharply rejected the arguments of both maximalist factions. He accused the left deviationists of holding to a dangerous utopianism. His prophecy that the occupied factories would have a very short existence proved correct, and he energetically pointed out that the socialization of industry, with all of its complex accompanying effects such as the elimination of the market and the reorganization of distribution 87 would be a fantastic task. Above all, Chernov objected to the banal analogy between the socialization of land and the socialization of the factories, arguing that the socialization of agrarian land essentially corresponded in his view to the same socialization of land in the cities. 88. It was no accident that Chernov had no answer to Rakitnikov's thesis that under Russian conditions a separation between the bourgeois minimal and the socialist maximal program was impossible. Rakitnikov had the logic of populism on his side. Within the bounds of a strict subjective social philosophy that rejected the existence of objective historical laws, it was surely senseless to fix future stages of development and thereby, a priori, limit the party's freedom of action. The distinction between a minimal and a maximal program had its place not in the populist but in the social democratic theory of revolution, for there it was bound with the expected correction of a bourgeois revolution. The realist Chernov embraced this concept because he accepted the view that the progress of capitalist development also made the bourgeois transitory stage necessary for the Russian Revolution. Blinded by their belief in the spontaneous power of the working people, maximalists of both schools need this necessity. But just because of this belief they were, in a certain sense, the more orthodox and consistent populists. There can be no doubt that their objections were correct, that the concept of a revolutionary minimal program contains self-contradictory elements. 89 And they correctly pointed out that the conviction of the socialist revolutionary majority faction that the socialization of the land could be organized within the bounds of a capitalist order and that a socialist sector could exist next to a capitalist sector in one and the same society was utopian and divorced from reality. 2.5. Summary: the synthetic point of view and the modernization of Russia. Although the PSR had been a full member of the Second Socialist International since the Amsterdam Congress in 1904, it nevertheless remained an outsider in this community. On the one hand, the PSR was forced into this role by the SB parties. On the other hand, the PSR preserved its own sense of otherness and the peculiarity of its theoretical and programmatic principles. Chernov explained to the delegates of the founding party, Congress, that, unlike the Social Democrats, the PSR does not stand on the traditional dogmas of Marxism, but rather felt beholden to a sociological school that honored next to the names of Marx and Engels the names of Lavrov and Mikhailovsky as well. The PSR wanted to tie together two moments in an unbreakable bond, the genetic, spontaneous progress of events and the directed, conscious action of organized and social forces, the subjective and the objective factors of the historical process, the consciousness and will. Socialist revolutionary theory thus held its distance to both one-sided extremes, to the historical intellectualism that ignored spontaneous processes, as well as to the historical materialism that sought to force everything into the logic of a spontaneous evolution. 2 The party did learn from Marx, but it accepted only that which was satisfactory. Was revolutionary. 3 The PSR had resolved the contradiction between materialism and idealism into a synthetic point of view. 4 Chernov explained what he meant by this formula in the theoretical part of his draft program. He intentionally did not use the concept of the development of productive forces as the basis of his argument. Instead, he worked from a wider, more general sociological and not simply an economic concept, a concept that included the growth of the dominance of humanity over nature, and technological progress as well as the moral, subjective aspect of social evolution. Thus the idea of the comprehensive harmonious development of the human individual 5 was made the theoretical thread which was to hold the program together. What Chernov held to be the achievement of SR theory was attacked by inter-party critics from the left and the right as a fundamental weakness. In their eyes, synthesis was only an euphemism for eclecticism. Certainly the critics of the left and the right came to this judgment on the basis of very different considerations. For the People's Socialists, the cardinal sin was the extensive borrowing from Marxism. They also complained that Chernow overemphasized the role of economic factors in history and had thereby turned away from populist tradition. In addition, like the Social Democrats, he tended to limit the supporting forces of the socialist movement to the working class. But this class was not identical with the People's Six. The SR left, for their Jart, criticized the lack of consistency. Rakitnikov pointed out that the program should have proceeded from a federative socialism and then demonstrated the importance of this type of socialism for Russia. In his judgment, Chernow's program should have been based on the idea of backwardness. 7 Chernow could have chosen between two alternatives. Either he could have accepted the general views about the peasantry, i.e. the Marxist thesis of the tendency of the agrarian sector to be integrated into capitalist market relations, or he could have scripted the program in a completely different way. Because he did not choose one or the other alternative, the agrarian program was rather disjointed and disconnected. 8 In other words, because Chernow did not want to accept the exclusivity of either a purely Marxist or a purely populist approach and at the same time tried to combine both approaches, he succeeded in the praiseworthy task of giving every party worker the possibility of understanding the project in his own way. 9 But such openness was achieved at the price of incoherence and lack of concreteness. What the critics did not recognize was that Chernow had every reason not to bend to the dictates of the alternatives that were placed before him. When we look closer at the problem of the synthetic character of the PSR's theory and program in relation with Russian development at the turn of the century, we will see in this problem an expression of the fundamental challenge that confronted the PSR from the very beginning. The PSR was compelled to accommodate populist political theory and tactics to the socio-economic and political changes occurring in Russia as a consequence of capitalist industrialization and its accompanying effects. No matter how one wishes to measure the degree of change, there can be no doubt that the conditions for political action at the beginning of the new century were substantially different from those of the 1870s and 1880s. New circumstances compelled neo-populist theory to reformulate the justification for political terror and to come closer to the SD belief in the necessity of a bourgeois revolution to precede a socialist revolution in Russia. The concrete utopia of a direct transition from a pre-capitalist agrarian state had decayed to an anachronist mirage. Russia's socio-economic and political condition at the turn of the century increasingly undermined the foundation of populist theory and the practical forms of action of populist politics. Chernow took this all into account by trying to combine populism, the theory of a pre-capitalist agrarian society, with Marxism, the theory of capitalist society. The concept of synthesis best describes the basic element of SR thought, especially because of its doubled connotation of productive synopsis and simple addition. But inter-party criticism from the left and the right hit the bull's-eye just because of Chernow's attempt to combine Marxism and populism. Lenin, whose talent for sharp analysis of reality no one is likely to deny, described correctly the dilemma of neo-populism, when he commented, "Russia's entire socio-economic development, the entire course of the Russian Revolution ruthlessly and pitilessly pulls the rug out from under the feet of the pure Narodnik ideology, consequently the beliefs of the socialist revolutionaries must become eclectic." 185. And not only that. Especially the demand for the socialization of land, the program's heart, demonstrated that the adjustment to changed conditions remained insufficient, and perhaps could not be pushed further without jeopardizing the very substance of populist heritage. For no matter how one judges the vitality of the Obishchina, there can be no doubt that the socialization concept had increasingly come to lose contact with reality. To want to build the new state on the basis of agrarian communes meant practically working against an economic development already in progress. As P.A. Vikliev commented, the factory worker could only realize his desire for land if he wished to exchange industrial work for agricultural work, 186-10-11. And this meant that, in the end, the socialist revolutionary agrarian program would lead to a re-agrarianization of Russia. The PSR's program was based on the backward-looking utopia of an overwhelmingly agrarian state, on the myth of an original democracy of producers as embodied in the Commune. The construction of a party organization and the beginnings of socialist revolutionary agitation in Russia, 1902 to 1905. When the PSR was bombed in the winter of 1901-02, the party suffered not only from insufficient theoretical unity but also from unsatisfactory organizational coherence. The party existed at first only in the heads of a few activists and in their personal relationships. Point 1. Only in the following years was the party successful in binding the already existing socialist revolutionary groups closer together, in building a network of local strong points, and thus giving the formal decision GF its foundation a real basis. J. Along with the other Russian revolutionary parties, the PSR had to solve three problems. First, the party had to work illegally and engage in a constant war with the Okhrana. In this regard, we must ask the question of the degree to which the press shores of conspiracy formed the party organization. Did the compulsion to conspiracy lead in a similar way to an ultra-centralized and undemocratic party structure that was to be found, according to a popular interpretation, with the Bolsheviks? 2. Second, the PSR had to find the means to overcome the old divide between the intelligentsia and its masses, a divide that had led to the failure of populist movements of the 1870s. This problem put the PSR in an especially difficult situation. The party wanted to gather not only the urban proletariat, but above all the peasantry. However, the structural barriers to political participation in backward agrarian societies and other difficult conditions peculiar to Russia made an organizational integration of the peasantry almost impossible. Point 3. Third, despite repression from the state, and extremely limited channels of communication, the PSR had to secure and maintain regular exchanges between Russia and the exiles and between the party periphery and the center. Our task is to see if the divide separating the socialist revolutionary exiles from the party workers in Russia and in general the division of the conscious elite from the dark masses was reduced or enlarged by the structure of a party organization. Did a flexible organization promote inter-party mobility, or did a rigid hierarchy hinder a significant fluctuation between the different party levels? 3.1. Territorial expansion of socialist revolutionary groups in Russia. Student unrest in 1899 marked the beginning of a new phase in the extensive political mobilization of the population. Carried along by a wave of increasing unrest and dissatisfaction, the PSR was able to increase rapidly the number of its bases of support. PSR's efforts were all the more successful because the founding of the party polarized the revolutionary scene in Russia and so forced all political groups to organize themselves. Any attempts to preserve an independent existence had to fail sooner or later. As Slatov stated in his report on the activities of the Central Committee, as early as May 1903 the affiliation of every political circle to the left of Orthodox social democracy to the only crystallization point in this camp, namely the PSR, was completed and the structure of a party organization was established. According to Slatov, whose information is confirmed by other sources, by this time the PSR had established itself in all the cities where neo-populist circles had existed in the 1890s. Nevertheless, the party's growth really began only in the following years of 1903 to 1904, when the number of socialist revolutionary local organizations doubled to nearly 40. Not only was the party successful in expanding the net of so-called groups, i.e., loose associations of socialist revolutionary sympathizers who, for the most part, only engaged in quiet propaganda, but it was also able to found relatively solid and well-organized committees. These committees conducted agitation in factories and made themselves known to the public through flyers and brochures. An especially important step was the increase in the party's printing presses, which rose from 4 in 1902 to 10 in 1903.23 according to the report of the activities of the Central Committee in May 1903. The PSR had committees in St. Petersburg, Kiev, Odessa, Kharkov, Saratov, Ekaterinoslav, Volhynia, Voronezh, Penza, Smolensk, and Nizhny Novgorod, together with groups in Tula, Poltava, and Moscow. By July 1904 the PSR could count new committees in Tambov, Bryansk, Nikolov, and Kherson, as well as groups in Belostok, Vitebsk, Berdychev, Astrakhan, Tver, Chernigov, Gomel, Vilna, Minsk, Kursk, Samara, Baku, Sevastopol, Kazan, Kalyuga, and some other less important places. 4 By the end of 1904, the Neo-Populist Party had expanded its zone of influence to all regions of European Russia, the sole exceptions being the Baltics, Poland, Finland, and the Caucasus. Nevertheless, this process did not proceed at a constant pace, nor was it uniformly successful. Not surprisingly, the strength of the PSR was first consolidated in its region of core support, the cultural centers of southern and southeastern Russia. That is, Kiev, Kharkov, Saratov, and Voronezh 5, and from there expanded southward to Ekaterinoslav, Odessa, Zhytomyr, and Penza. Only later could the party implant roots in Russia's north. Azef was sent to St. Petersburg in the summer of 1902 with the task of establishing a center for the distribution of illegal socialist revolutionary literature being smuggled into Russia. He also succeeded in founding workers' circles and in finally making St. Petersburg once again a center of SR agitation. 6 Certainly, the praise that Azef's success received in Breshkovskaya's Central Committee report has a bitter aftertaste in light of Azef's later unmasking as a police spy. St. Petersburg was particularly prominent in supplying the provinces of Novgorod and Pskov with brochures, and it also made contact with Kostroma, Kazan, Simbirsk, Vladimir, and Nizhny Novgorod. One of the most outstanding socialist revolutionaries of this early period was the populist veteran Paina, who played an important role in PSR activities in St. Petersburg. With support coming from St. Petersburg, socialist revolutionary work in Moscow also began to become more active in the winter of 1902 to 1903. Unfortunately, the level of activity was so low that, in August 1903, Breshkovskaya could only hope that Moscow would finally enter the circle of the active groups of the party. 7 Even the PSR felt the need to explain why this only occurred with the founding of a committee in February 1904. Some pointed to the activity of police chief Zubitov and the trade unions he directed. Others emphasized the special position of Moscow's proletariat, which was very strongly bound to the village and, therefore, seemed not to be as developed as the working class in St. Petersburg. For example, 8 The growth of the socialist revolutionary organization was not only significantly slower in Moscow than in the south, but also, as Slatov stated, in the central industrial area and in North Russia as a whole. Working from the Ukraine, the PSR only succeeded in gaining a foothold in White Russia in the course of 1903 by establishing groups in Smolensk, Bryansk, Vitebsk, and Belostok. 9. Despite such delays, one can certainly agree with Gashiny in describing the organizational growth of the PSR as simply astounding. The Okhrana came to the same conclusion. 10 Gershony and the Okhrana both confirmed the phenomenon, that this SR advance came at the expense of social democracy. The heightening of terrorist fever was also a strong indicator of this phenomenon. Gershony wrote that, especially in the south, there was a mass flight from SD organizations to the PSR. No one asked for Iskra anymore, rather, it was the SR Revolutionaya Rossiya that was much more in demand. And workers were reported to be making comments like this: at the moment the government does not concern itself with the Social Democrats, but it does fear the socialist revolutionaries as real revolutionaries. Look, they are all thrown into prison. Therefore, the police paid 11,000 rubles to secure the treason of one member in the SR's fighting organization, 100 rubles for an SR intelligent, 25 rubles for an SR worker, but at most just 3 rubles for an SD worker. Gershony went so far as to claim that social democracy had come to fear the PSR more than the autocratic state. 11 Similar, if somewhat more sober, was the judgment offered by an internal Okhrana weekly report on the situation, which confirmed that many serious Social Democrats are switching allegiance to the PSR. 12J. 3.2. The Center in Russia. It is difficult to investigate the structure and methods of the SR organization in Russia. That situation is, above all, due to the obvious inability of the PSR to establish stable lines of communication or even orderly activities between the local groups. From the very beginning, the Okhrana was highly successful in crippling important party centers and discovering important printing presses. Although Tsarism was unable to prevent the formation of a network of local SR cells, it could nevertheless seriously disturb the party's activities and periodically paralyze local organizations, if only temporarily. The regime's successes were reflected not only in the fact that the PSR was forced to put off its founding party Congress until 1905, but also in the fact that the party never succeeded in establishing a permanent central authority in Russia. The direction of the party organization changed according to the presence of qualified revolutionaries and favorable working conditions. Accordingly, the coordination of the party's action was inadequate. The construction of a party organization did not follow a plan but instead was a chain of improvisations and ad hoc regulations. What Zlotov wrote in reference to 1902 was essentially true for the entire pre-revolutionary period. Strictly speaking, there was no organization. There was simply a group of people who had contacts based on their personal acquaintance and who had no specified rights or duties. 13. It was thus impossible even to think about holding regular elections for party offices. The Okhrana did not give sufficient room to allow the Pieteti to observe democratic principles. Only the procedure of informal co-optation was appropriate under the pressure of conspiracy, a procedure that, to judge from the available evidence, was used without exception until the revolution. It was in this way that the first central group in Russia came into office at the beginning of 1902. Gershony, Chernov, and Gotz had earlier decided that, in addition to the party papers in exile, which provided a theoretical center, the PSR needed a coordinating authority in Russia to manage practical work. Gershony suggested assigning this task to one of the existing committees. After the collapse of the Northern Union in the Fajl of 1901, only one group, that in Samara, was in a position to assume this task. With 8 to 10 core members, this group was not only large enough to assume these duties but also had sufficient qualified people, namely, Bulanov, the Rakitnikov couple, Altovsky, Kraft, Melnikov, S.G. Klitschko-Glumezhovia, later a terrorist, the economist and Obshchina specialist K.R. Kashurovsky, and last but not least the so-called traveling agents Breshkovskaya and Gershony. 14. Although the Saratov group still found it quite a gamble to present itself as a party. 15. They did not refuse Gershony's request. In any event, the Saratov group was unable to achieve much. RJS the PSR's first central committee, the Okhrana, struck the new party hard, as early as November 1902, by raiding and arresting almost the entire Saratov committee. 16. In place of the Saratov committee, the SRS of Ekaterinoslav, under the direction of Altovsky, who escaped the Saratov debacle, and Gershony's confidant A. Weitzenfeld, assumed the responsibilities of a central coordinating authority. With over 30 core members, the Ekaterinoslav group, like the Saratov group, had sufficient personnel to accomplish this task. More important, however, the Ekaterinoslav group had 2 printing presses and thus was technically well equipped. Unfortunately, the Tsarist police promptly eliminated the second central committee, thereby ensuring that the JPSR could not exploit the favorable conditions in Ekaterinoslav to conduct agitation. 17. Apparently learning from these failures, in the spring of 1903 the PSR moved to another organizational form for the center in Russia. According to Zlotov, instead of a committee sitting in one city, the party formed a mobile body with 4 authorized representatives of the Central Committee. Each representative was assigned a specific region of Russia. Their mission was to travel constantly throughout their assigned region and establish contact with local SR groups. But even this body, composed of Gershony, his close assistant M. Rosenblium, Rakitnikov, and Saliuk, was not spared a fiasco. In May 1903 the majority of members, including Gershony and Rakitnikov, were arrested, with the result that at that time no central party authority existed in Russia. 18 Only in Saratov, despite constant pressure from the Okhrana, was it possible to keep the SR organization alive. This was due to the ability of Lu Starinkovic and II. Rakitnikova, as well as the support of sympathizers among the learning youth. Consequently, the center of the PSR activities in Russia for the remainder of 1903 was transferred back to Saratov. 19. At about the same time as the arrest of the central group, Slatov was assigned by the SR leadership in exile to travel to Russia. He inspected all the important committees between Minsk and Saratov and found a desert. He then settled in Kiev to organize a transfer point for illegal literature smuggled into Russia in refrigerators with double walls and other clever hiding places. His objective was to make Kiev a temporary base for the PSR organizational network. 20 But this objective could not be realized because as early as February 1904, he was forced to leave Kiev to avoid imminent arrest. He settled in Odessa, which already had a lively and well-established SR life under the former Narodovolets Ivanov Oklonin 21 and N.M. Osipovic. Several leading personalities of the contemporary PSR lived in Odessa, such as the well-known Narodniki L.V. Freefeld and Gudyanovsky. 22 Azef was also in Odessa. His task was to reorganize the Central Committee after the forcible interruption of its work 6 months earlier. In the course of Azef's work, an incident transpired that illustrates the quite disorderly conditions then prevailing among the leaders of the PSR in Russia and hence deserves our attention. 1. After Gershony's arrest, Azef assumed the direction of terror operations for the party. This put Azef's relationship with Slatov under constant strain because Slatov did not hide his aversion to organized terror. Nevertheless, Azef had no choice but to co-opt Slatov and Saliuk into the party's terror operations because of their experience as revolutionaries and their knowledge of conspiracy. In addition, Azef enlisted the aid of several representatives of the older populist generation, namely A.I.U. Fight and Freefeld. However, neither Slatov nor Saliuk approved of Azef's personnel policy and, as serving members of the Central Committee, demanded the right to be heard regarding every new appointment. Azef rejected this demand by referring to his sole authority in such matters, an authority given by 2 or 3 of the remaining Central Committee members. When the dispute could not be resolved, the 3 men requested the exile leadership, i.e., Gotz and Chernov, to intervene and help find a solution. In their respective attempt, Gotz and Chernov approved Slatov's and Saliuk's demand in principle, but at the same time left the formal aspect of the dispute open because everyone was apparently in agreement over the essential question concerning the specific individuals, i.e. Fight and Freefeld. Gotz and Chernov were short-sighted in that they avoided taking a definite position regarding the real question of this dispute, namely the validity of democratic principles in guiding the decisions of the party leadership. Slatov recognized that such a compromise de facto endorsed Azef's dictatorial leadership and resigned in protest from the Central Committee. In addition, he informed the party leadership in exile that in view of a number of fundamental differences of opinion, he would assume new duties only under certain conditions and that he would refuse every assignment from the Central Committee that involved matters of general organization. 23-24 In the eyes of the Central Committee, this must have appeared to be nothing more than petty dogmatism, and hence thus it reacted to Slatov's insubordination with the threat of expulsion from the party. But Slatov wanted to avoid an escalation of the conflict and acquiesced to the Central Committee's decision. As he crossed the border on September 4, 1904, Slatov was arrested. His arrest should not come as a surprise. Azef had taken revenge for Slatov's threat by betraying his competitor to the Okhrana. 23. 3.3. Priorities of agitation. If one examines the form and content of SR agitation before the 1905 revolution, it is difficult to find a difference from the pattern of the 1880s and 1890s. It organized political schooling and general education in the factories, printed and distributed flyers and brochures, and in a few places published the first local party papers. 25 In short, to use Lenin's famous phrase, the old journeyman's work continued virtually unchanged. The success was uneven. A whole and cities in the university students were always an important source of energy in the Russian revolutionary movement, and, from the very beginning, the PSR worked hard to win them over. As early as the period during the founding of the party, the students played an important role, especially in Kiev and Kharkov, and then in the entire Ukraine. The sympathy of the students for the PSR remained strong in the following years. In his report on the activities of the Central Committee, Slitov could report with satisfaction on the extremely intensive growth of the SR student organizations. He pointed to St. Petersburg, Odessa, Moscow, Kharkov, and Ajher cities as examples of success. 28 In addition, the local student associations Zernlyakistva, unaffiliated with any political party, apparently gravitated toward the neo-populist party. Before 1905, students made up the large majority of the activists in the socialist revolutionary committees, for instance, no less than 75% in Moscow. 29 Thus Breshkovskaya's appeal was not in vain. Students! Russia has long been proud of you, and now is not the time for you to disappoint Russia with your lack of participation. 30. What was true for students was no less true for the intelligentsia, as especially for that part of the intelligentsia that lived far from the big province. As an agrarian socialist party, the PSR dedicated special attention to this landed intelligentsia. The cooperation of the village teacher, an almost mythical figure in SR literature, was essential for gaining influence over the population in the countryside and evoking a general revolt of the people. For the socialist revolutionaries, the decision in 1903 by numerous village teachers to organize a trade union marked a significant step forward. The PSR achieved an important strategic success when this union later joined the party. 31. In July 1904, Slitov reported to the Second Conference of the SR Foreign Organization that an equal if not greater success was making the workers aware of the PSR program. The party program was, according to Slitov, very well received. In Moscow, Yaroslavl, Tver, St. Petersburg, Belostok, Berdychev, and Odessa. However, most participants did not believe these reports of success. In a polemic that sometimes became quite heated, Slitov was accused of negligently glossing over the truth and misleading the conference. What they had to say about the Joan Exp 26, 27, 28. Rents with SR agitation in the cities was in fact quite different. As one delegate carefully put it, the relationship between the party intelligentsia and the masses was abnormal. For example, the workers in Odessa were not satisfied with the knowledge that they received in the Kruzki circles, for it had not expanded their horizons. The PSR also failed to give adequate support to a workers' conference in Kiev, June 90 JL. Since delegates to this conference came from several places in Russia, it had more than just local importance. Breshkovskaya, as representative of the Central Committee, was not prepared to accept this critique. She responded rather sharply, "THQT, because the workers had begun this affair at their own risk, they should not have expected any help. The workers failed to ask for help, hence, the guilt for this matter lies with them and not with the socialist revolutionary committees." The discussions of the Second Conference of the Foreign Organization demonstrated that it would be a mistake to interpret the leadership's limited readiness to support the workers as being true of the party as a whole. But Breshkovskaya's reaction did confirm that the numerous complaints of the ordinary party members over the insufficient cooperation of the committee members as well as the general deficiency of democracy in the party organization were apparently justified. 32 The working class was much more than just a dark, receptive mass, it clearly demanded more participation. A letter to the Central Party paper asked, "Why are there such vacuous empty flyers?" Finally, why are there no workers in the committees and why are they not given responsible tasks? 33. A delegate to the conference confirmed that the workers demand a democratization of our organization, and this demand creates QFIX 34 in opposition to Zlatov's euphoric presentation. In 1904 it was very probably true what Okharana spies reported in the fall of 1902, the PSR could not claim any success among the workers. 35. The party's agitation was hindered by the same problem that always crippled the revolutionary movement in Russia, the separation between the intelligentsia and the masses, between revolutionaries and the objects of agitation. Should one incline to believe a propagandist from South Russia, SRJ propaganda suffered because its intended public, the average worker simply could not understand it. 36. T. I. It seems that the party and urban masses drew closer during the wave of strikes in the cities of South Russia, but only for a short time. Without any cooperation between them, SRS and SDS were especially successful in fanning and partially directing worker unrest in Ekaterinslav. Despite these successes, the PSR's official report on the Ekaterinslav strikes could only offer the very carefully worded statement that the local party committee's relations with the workers' organization were not bad. 29-30 Agitation among peasants was organized by the early PSR, primarily in the provinces of Vyatka, Bryansk, Saratov, Orenburg, Ekaterinslav, Tver, Kiev, Novgorod, Tula, Mogilev, Kharkov, Kursk, Belostok, Berdykev, Tambov, and in the area of the Lower Don. 31 As a rule, this activity was limited to the distribution of flyers and popular tracts. The party workers for the most part did not even attempt to put these materials into the hands of the peasants, but simply deposited them on the sides of streets or in the fields during the harvest. Schooling circles in the countryside comparable to those in the cities were extremely rare. It was also practically impossible to organize demonstrations or other forms of direct propaganda. In the end, it was the demand for literature that served as Breshkovskaya's only argument to prove the success of SR work among the peasants. She averred that there were official warnings of unrest wherever brochures were distributed. 32 There were, however, other witnesses who did not share this optimism. Thus, voices from the countryside reported that the peasants were not interested in revolt and still believed that everything would be better when the Tsar knew how badly they lived. 33 The trust of peasants in the legitimate authority of the Tsar was by no means blindly transferred to his local agents and noble landowners. Rather, the peasants accused the noble landowners of withholding the fruits of the Tsar's supposed concern for his loyal peasant subjects. In general, however, the PSR was unable to profit from peasant anger at noble landowners. Even such an optimistic believer in the peasant revolution as Zlatov had to admit this failure. By the middle of 1904, he was convinced that SR work in the village had not taken on a clear form, that the methods of agitation were ineffective because they were poorly thought out, that everywhere there was not enough literature and propagandists, that, in short, the organizational work among the peasants was simply weak. 34. As far as can be determined, Saratov province proved to be an exception. The district of Balashov became a shining example of SR peasant agitation. Due to strong support from the students of the local agriculture school for the PSR, it was possible for the party to do more than just distribute literature and actually press on with a living propaganda of the word. It was therefore no accident that, as noted above, the Saratov Committee in the spring of 1902 organized the first PSR Peasant Union. The founders of this union were not only the intelligentsi Rakitnikov, Breshkovskaya and Kraft but also two peasants who were constantly praised as the embodiment of ideal socialist revolutionaries, the Azefevs. 35. Any attempt to judge the activity of the PSR in Russia before the 1905 revolution must come to a contradictory conclusion. Breshkovskaya's report to the exile SRS correctly noted the party's success in quickly and rapidly expanding throughout Russia and the relative ease with which printing presses were established and a significant volume of propagandists' literature was distributed among the people. It was also not difficult to recruit illegal workers and to find and tap rich sources of financial support. But Breshkovskaya also noted that these successes were compromised, above all, by serious deficiencies in the limited number of organizers, by the size of the population and the territory, which put the party under great strain, and by the government's struggle against the PSR, i.e., by the intervention of the Okhrana. 36 A year later, Zlotov came to a similar conclusion in a second Central Committee report in which he complained of a deficiency of competent revolutionaries, lack of financial support, and insufficient literature. But in Zlotov's eyes the deeper reasons for these problems were to be found in the failures of the party leadership, in poorly planned work, insufficient cooperation and division of labor, in a word, in the inadequate organization of our work. All these problems linked with the inability of the party to establish a functioning central apparatus in Russia. 37 When Zlotov was able to draw a positive conclusion and claim that, despite all these difficulties, the PSR succeeded in building a unified party organism, his conclusion certainly contained a large portion of forced optimism even though it had a kernel of truth. In any case, his claim that in the PSR everywhere one and the same synthetic socialist revolutionary ideology was visible, probably was not very convincing in a situation in which the first signs of the displeasure of the maximalists were appearing. 3.4. Relations between PSR in Russia and the foreign organization. Like its most important predecessor, the ASL, the objective of the FJSR's foreign organization was to provide material and personnel support to the Russian socialist revolutionaries. Created in 1903, the organization was committed by its statutes to collecting the necessary financial means primarily through the regular contributions of local groups. In order to attract as many members as possible, the organization reduced entrance qualifications to a minimum and demanded from candidates in addition to membership fees only a profession to the spirit of the program. This led to a situation in which, by 1904, the foreign organization counted 22 groups in France, Great Britain, Germany, and Switzerland. 38 The direction of activities, above all the maintenance of contacts to the PSR leadership in Russia and the editing of the party paper in exile, was entrusted to the Foreign Kajamity, Zagranichny Komitet, ZK. The ZK was to be elected yearly by a plenary assembly of representatives of all local groups of the ZO. From the Second Conference of the Foreign Organization in July 1904, all the important figures of the SR exile community, such as Chernov, Shishko, Fokhovsky, Lazarev, Miner, and Breshkovskaya as representative of the Russian Central Committee, belonged to the Foreign Committee. This meant de facto that the Foreign Committee was identical with the Socialist Revolutionary Leadership in exile, i.e. the Board of Editors of Revolutionная Rossiya. 39. Unfortunately, the foreign organization could not accomplish the desired objectives. An internal report complained that the local groups, with the exception of the centers of the Socialist Revolutionary Exile Community in Geneva, Paris, and London, were completely inactive. There were not enough talented speakers or ill-skilled theorists so that a systematic propaganda in the form of lectures, discussion evenings, or assemblies could not be organized. Therefore the influence on the local Fimigre does not exist at all or was extraordinarily weak, compared with the influence of the Social Democrats and the Union. Even the distribution of title Central Party paper was unsatisfactory. In general, the situation was pitiful. 40. The foreign organization's work was also hindered because its relationship with the Russian Central Committee was disturbed. 41 Although this impaired relationship was partly due to communication difficulties and the information gaps caused by the pressures of the illegal, conspiratorial environment in which the Russian party had to work, it nonetheless appears that, at least until mid-1904, differences of opinion and struggles between the domestic and Migra leadership of the PSR was the root of all evil. Discussions at the Second Conference of the Foreign Organization over a proposed revision of the organization statutes, were dominated by the question of whether the Russian Central Committee should be given a seat and the right to vote in the Foreign Committee. These discussions were remarkably heated. Several delegates of foreign groups resisted any participation of the Central Committee because this would smother the voice of the foreign organization and destroy its autonomy. Breshkovskaya insisted, in the name of the Central Committee, that the foreign organization could not meet without members of the Central Committee. 42 As always, Chernov tried to find an amicable solution by suggesting that the voting rights of the Central Committee members be limited to general party matters. At the same time, he pointed out to the representatives of the foreign groups in the Foreign Committee that, according to the statutes, they could always outvote the representatives of the Central Committee. 43. Indeed, Jth fears of the foreign delegates had no foundation. It is more than likely that their objections merely served to conceal a deep-seated particularism. The SR leadership was never able to eliminate particularism, especially among the foreign intellectuals. At the same time, Breshkovskaya's direct and almost insulting demand that the Russian Central Committee control the foreign organization provoked such tendencies. She threatened that, the Foreign Committee was created by a suggestion emanating from Russia and, in case of conflict, the Russian Central Committee would establish its own foreign bureau. 44 Although an empty threat, it nevertheless revealed the contempt with which the practical workers in Russia regarded the theorists in exile. In the 3 years of its existence, the PSR was manifestly incapable of developing a strong sense of unity. The animosity between the domestic and exile SRS was a constant source of misunderstanding even in the party leadership. The negative consequences for SR activities in Russia were unavoidable, and soon the source BF complained from both sides of the border. Thus, criticism by the Russian-based party about the lack of information from the foreign leadership were common. However, pure communication was not the least of the worries of the leadership. Inside Russia. In a very revealing letter from Saratov, Rakitnikov complained that the exile leadership caused great harm to the common cause by laying plans around a table in some European capital without any knowledge of the situation in Russia. The directives of the exile leadership led to confusion, and the autocratic despotic attitudes of their special representatives provoked numerous conflicts with the local committees. As Rakitnikov wrote, "The persons that you send come with very detailed instructions, and this forces us to the conclusion that the foreign comrades want to take over the direction of affairs in Russia, which puts us in a difficult situation. Someone comes with the task of conducting agitation in the Urals, and looks at us as the gate that he has to go through in order to accomplish his mission. Another comes to organize fighting squads in the villages or, even worse, to tighten up the committee. Such useless directives often lead to absurd situations in which a man would be sent to conduct agitation in the Urals even though there is no solid party organization. This is the source of great disappointments. But even when the directives are completely correct and correspond to the situation at hand, one must avoid suggesting to the envoys false beliefs that could bring them into conflict with the local organization. Rakitnikov therefore made the following recommendation. Only one method can achieve this: the envoys must be subordinated to the Russian Central Committee, or in agreement with it, sent directly to the local committees. In discussions with those coming to Russia, everything must be done to prevent them from thinking that, when they arrive to work in the local committees, they are not comrades like all the others but instead persons with some kind of special powers. Therefore there can be only one single directing center, the Central Committee in Russia. In his view, although the leadership role of the Central Committee is largely fictitious, it should not be ignored, for only the Central Committee could really serve to organize a tightly unified and strong party. The foreign leadership can only ruin the common cause. The foreign Central Committee members can only act in the name of the Central Committee or after checking with it. There should be no other committees, fighting committees, or whatever, and no peasant union outside of the local and central party committees. 45. The PSR's exile leadership did listen to such complaints from the Russian center. Everyone concurred, at least with respect to the analysis of the situation. Even, the Foreign Organization Commission responsible for sending revolutionaries to Russia recognized that the Russian comrades received contradictory directives from two different centers, which naturally caused confusion and a unified plan of action. In addition, the Commission confirmed that, as a rule, the delegates of the foreign organization only received instructions from their direct superiors and in this way ignored the Russian committees. Still more serious was the strong tendency of the delegates to refer to the authority of the Foreign Committee and thereby disrupt the normal work of local committees and, in short, create an abnormal situation. 46 But the foreign organization leadership did not appear prepared to agree to the measures suggested by Rakitnikov, despite the general agreement about the source of these pressing problems. In any case, until the outbreak of the revolution, there were apparently no noticeable changes in the relationship between the foreign and Russian party leadership. The Central Committee was not given the sole competence in all inner Russian party affairs, notwithstanding the fact that Breshkovskaya strongly advocated this measure in a letter to the exile leadership in June 1904.47. The foreign organization continued to send mediocre volunteers to the Revolutionary Front 48, which tended more to be a burden to the Central Committee than a help. 49 And the friction and conflicts with local party organizations continued unabated, as later complaints attested. 50 These conflicts were the result of a party organization that had two centers. According to Chernov, this organizational dualism was not a problem for the PSR. Instead, he accused social democracy of suffering from this malady. 51 The chance to eliminate these difficulties and, finally, establish a unified party leadership came in October 1905, when the Tsar, under the pressure of revolutionary unrest, was driven to guarantee the right of Russian parties to operate freely. The large colony of Russian revolutionaries in Western European exile wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and return to their homeland. Chapter 4. The Maximalist Heresy, 1904–1906. The opposition to the SR leadership was not limited to mere words and ideological propaganda. It was only natural that the opposition also wanted to see that their arguments had practical organizational consequences. This conflict, however, threatened the unity of the party, and indeed the fronts of internal party opposition became increasingly hardened as the revolutionary movement advanced in Russia. The young party thus faced a test that it would not be able to withstand. The 1905 revolution proved to be an all too effective catalyst for the centrifugal force of maximalism. 12 Revolution and maximalism were inextricably bound together. 4.1 Agrarian terrorists. It is not possible to say precisely when the first predecessors of the maximalists, the so-called agrarniki, agrarians, formed themselves into an opposition faction in the PSR. What is certain is that, in July 1904, the Second Conference of the SR. Foreign Organization posited the existence of such a group. Tchaikovsky pointed primarily to this faction when he criticized Slatov's report of the Central Committee's activities on the grounds that it failed to present the picture of the struggle between several shades of revolutionary thought in the party. 3 It is also known what question sparked the conflict, namely, the question of agrarian terror. This political method was understood to mean terrorist acts against noble landowners, and together with factory terror, was declared to be a heretical deviation from the political terror legitimized in 1902. An internal resolution of the SR Center against the agrarniki offered the following definition: we understand economic terror to be a system of violent means aimed directly against the persons or the property of the exploiters, but not against the organization of their rule in the state. We understand agrarian terror to be exclusively economic terror that springs from the relationships of the countryside. 4. The PSR had been confronted with this problem ever since its founding. In long discussions, the party finally developed a posture toward terror that betrayed considerable ambivalence. It argued that economic terror in the city and countryside was essentially spontaneous and represented a direct reaction of the oppressed to injustice and servitude. But precisely this spontaneous, organizationally dysfunctional character of terror caused the PSR such problems in finding and taking a coherent position on this question. On the one hand, the party's conception of itself as a revolutionary party required that it endorse the right of workers and peasants to self-defense. On the other hand, the PSR as a party had the task of directing and centralizing revolutionary activity, and hence it could hardly promote spontaneous, individual, and uncoordinated actions. Such spontaneous acts of terror were really nothing greater than lynch justice. Moreover, the fear that agrarian terror would become uncontrollable was not unfounded. 5 The SR leadership sought to escape this quandary by means of a solution that was more apparent than real. Namely, it recommended the party direct agrarian terror as a means of political agitation and give it a political moral basis, as was proposed by Shishko and Zhitlovsky as early as the first meeting of the ASL in July 1902. Nevertheless, agrarian terror was not to become a plank in the party platform. 6 This ambivalent solution, no doubt, nearly provoked opposition from the younger generation that had not been able to participate in the early debates. The resistance of the younger party members first became apparent at a conference of the Geneva Group of the Foreign Organization. This conference, held in October 1904 and attended by all the important SR politicians, debated two resolutions concerning the question of agrarian terror. The resolution of the SR leadership was written by Chernov and Shishko and signed as well by Folkhovsky, Miner, and M. Got 7. It pleaded that the party should carefully plan the long-term organization of peasant agitation. The present task had to be a general assessment and consideration of the cadres in the countryside that are already conscious revolutionaries. Only those tactical means were recommended that made apparent the necessity of collective and planned action of the peasant masses in the largest possible area and thereby popularize the idea of organized revolutionary action. In short, the peasantry was to be given a solid and broad basis. Only such measures could eliminate the major deficiencies of the agitation of the peasants, namely the lack of unification into larger groups and the limiting of the horizon to the locality. Examples of appropriate tactics were strikes of united agricultural workers, boycotts against the noble landowners, and a universal, categorical refusal to pay taxes or provide recruits and all forms of mutual assistance. Chernov's and Shishko's resolution concluded by definitely and clearly stating that the systematic and organized agrarian terror led by party elements could not be taken into the action program of the PSR, not only because it would tend to discredit the party but above all because it would make it difficult for the party to regulate and control spontaneous terrorist actions. At the same time, however, the resolution hastened to emphasize the necessity of a broad-based political terror and, even more, to explain that the PSR had in principle never rejected the acts of revenge of the peasants. 8. The second resolution was written and defended by Ilu Lozinski, Ustinov. As a talented pamphleteer and journalist, he was already one of the leading editors of Revolutionная Rossiya and the theoretical head of the Young Rebels. He supported his position by an all too simple maximalist logic. Like political terror, economic terror was to intimidate and destroy the ruling class. Flyers and brochures, similarly, must encourage the peasantry to make its contribution toward this goal, that is, to take up the direct struggle with the noble landowners. The party's task was to organize local brotherhoods of the struggle as instruments of this contest. By no means should the party block the agrarian revolution by holding to peaceful methods or any kind of control. Indeed, the party must promote peasant spontaneity. Lozinski played a significant trump when he described the indecisive position of Chernov and the Central Committee as a form of double bookkeeping. It would not do to refuse to include agrarian terror in the party program and, simultaneously, give party members a carte blanche. The majority of the conference participants accepted Lozinski's argument. As a result, the Central Committee's position suffered a humiliating defeat. Lozinski's resolution was approved by 24 to 16 votes even though the better part of the party was on the other side. 9. This triumph of the opposition, however, remained the exception. The PSR founding party conference a year and a half later proved that the opinion of the exiled intellectuals in Geneva certainly did not represent the opinion of the party as a whole. The delegates to the party conference gave almost unanimous approval to the position of the party leadership. Thus was the final official tactical line of the PSR in regard to terror decided. Using the old arguments of the Central Committee, Rakitnikov explained this position in the name of the Commission for Questions of Agrarian Tactics by stating that agrarian and factory terror is definitely negative, since it cannot lead to the revolutionary seizure of land, and, because it is simply a series of disparate acts, it cannot have an educational effect on the masses. Indeed, it does just the opposite by disorganizing the masses. At the same time, terror is held to be an essential and unavoidable defensive tool against the violence of the noble landowners. The delegates to the party conference judged factory terror, i.e., acts of terror by the workers, especially against exploitative owners, to be analogous to agrarian terror. In principle, factory terror was rejected as a simple act of revenge and therefore not useful in reaching the objective of the revolutionary struggle of the complete destruction of the capitalist order. However, there were exceptional cases in which terror was accepted and even encouraged. 10. While the intellectuals in their Geneva exile continued with theoretical skirmishes, the new principles were being practiced in Russia. In the summer of 1904, the Central Committee gave green light for this experiment. With the encouragement and financial support of the Central Committee, a group of agrarniki crossed the border. This group was led by M.I. Sokolov, a young but already experienced peasant agitator from Saratov province. Sokolov's powerful, charismatic personality and his virtually unlimited radicalism and audacity soon propelled him to an influential position, making him one of the most controversial and almost legendary maximalist leaders. 11 As Kimov later respectfully emphasized, tolerance of the party central was due to the sympathy that many older SRS, such as Slatov, Kikov, and Breshkovskaya, had for younger party members. It was especially Breshkovskaya, the grandmother of the revolution, who shared Sokolov's opinions in essential points. Like the younger populists, she insisted on the necessity of the initiative of the minority and was not afraid of isolated actions. She argued in favor of agitation among the peasantry not only through peaceful means, but also to awaken them through terrorist activities. Instead of a centralized fighting organization, she recommended the construction of a decentralized net of local terror brigades. 13 In addition, because her revolutionary engagement had the same extreme emotional tone as the younger generation, she became their natural protector in the PED leadership. Despite her closeness, however, Breshkovskaya did not share the limitless radicalism of her Prot-6G6s and admonished them to engage in mature activity. 14. Such advice had little effect. The tolerance of the party center J for the young radicals was already exhausted by the very first flyers of the agrarniki in Ekaterinslav that boldly encouraged economic terror. Even rumors of extortion filtered out to the exiles. Sokolov's proclamation in Minsk, November 1904, was the straw that broke the camel's back: strike at the Tsarist civil servants, the capitalists, and the noble landowners. Strike ever more strongly and demand land and freedom. Not without cause did Gamov label the style of such proclamation pogrom-like. 15 Sokolov was ordered to Europe to report to the exile leadership, fined after declaring his loyalty, received permission to resume his work in Russia. Prevent such excesses, Slatov was assigned to oversee Sokolov but was arrested while crossing the border 16 and hence could not accomplish his task. Sokolov was caught only half a year later, in April 1905, by the Tsarist police. 17. The radical agitation of the Sokolov group in Belorussia and Ukraine not only made the PSR program look ridiculous, but also unleashed an intense level of conflict in the exile leadership. As Fokhovsky wrote to his old comrade Breshkovskaya in January 1905, the agrarniki intended to build a party within the party and to take a position outside any kind of party discipline. 18 A splitting of the party became practically unavoidable as Breshkovskaya's Prot-6 published their own paper in May 1905, which was called Volny Diskussiony Listok, Free Discussion Paper. The radicals justified this step on the grounds that the established party press refused to publish articles about agrarian terror and that freedom of opinion was no longer secure. And soon after that Lozinski left the party. 19 Now the party leadership was confronted with the question of whether the new paper should be recognized as the expression of a new current in the party or should be rejected as heretical. Chernov followed what was for him an unusually hard line, whereas many veterans of Narodnaya Volia, infected with the revolutionary fever then prevalent in Russia, were prepared to give their blessing to organized mass terror. B.G. Billet 20 was perhaps the best example of those who believed that the party program did not prevent anybody from going beyond socialization of the land. He also argued for the distribution of volny discussionny listok just like every other party program. 21 Although Chernov's line appears to have succeeded, the maximalist current was by no means finished. In fact, just the opposite happened when, toward the end of 1905, the maximalists received support from another group of dissidents in the PSR. This group, known as the Moscow opposition, is generally regarded as second source of maximalism. 4.2. THD Moscow opposition. As a result of the extraordinary capability of new leadership, the Moscow Committee had, since the end of 1904, developed into the most solid and largest base of the party in Russia. 221 Its work was a model for all other committees. Rich financial resources were tapped and the production of literature was promoted. More important was the committee's success in winning a significant number of talented agitators capable of attracting a large number of Moscow workers who already sympathized with the socialist revolutionaries. Despite its attention and care, however, the leadership failed to allow new recruits from the intelligentsia to participate in the direction of party activities and to integrate them into existing organizations. Instead, a schism between the leadership and intelligentsia was opened. At the party grassroots, at the rayon level, an energetic opposition formed around V. Mazurin, M. Uspenskaya, D.V. Vinogradov, S.I.A. RYSS, O. Klimova, and others. This opposition found great resonance and quickly established a solid foundation. Protesting against the oligarchy of party committees, the Moscow opposition denigrated the party leadership, and not without cause, as a bunch of people who were rich and had good connections and who completely ignored the mass of party members. 23 They demanded the total democratization of the entire organization, elimination of the co-optation principle, and the inclusion of the party periphery into positions of influence in the leadership. 24 Among the factors contributing to the schism, not least important was the increasing dominance of the younger party members by a new type of strong-willed, much more radical and anti-intellectual revolutionary. 25 As early as November 1905, the opposition won a decisive concession when, with revolutionary methods, it forced the closing of rayon assemblies for delegates from the committees. Now that the local committees lost all influence over the rayons, the door was now open to transform the rayons into secure bastions for the opposition. As long as the opposition and the committee fought together during the uprising of December 1905, they either ignored their differences or deferred any attempt to resolve them. But as soon as the decision had to be made about who would represent the Moscow organization at the founding party congress in Imatra, the conflict immediately came out into the open. Normally, the delegates would have been elected by an assembly of the members. Because this was impossible under current circumstances, however, the committee acted unilaterally to appoint 2 of its own members and 1 from the opposition. According to Chernov's not entirely objective account, the opposition representative could not be found, and hence in the end the Moscow delegation consisted exclusively of those supporting the committee. 26 Naturally, those who had been passed over reacted with a storm of anger. This incident was judged to be yet another crass example of manipulation by the local party dictators, and the opposition therefore refused to recognize the decisions of a party council from which they had been excluded. Attempts by the Central Oblast Committee to find a solution failed when the opposition raised unacceptable demands, such as recognition of the unlimited autonomy of the Moscow organization in its internal affairs, renewal of the existing organization from top to bottom, and repeal of the right of intervention, which empowered the Central Committee to intervene in cases where offenses against the party statutes and party discipline were suspected. 27 The differences deepened to an unbridgeable chasm. A short time later, a fighting brotherhood under Mazurin's leadership expropriated the enormous sum of 800,000 rubles in a spectacular bank robbery. Blessed with such substantial financial resources, the opposition believed that it was strong enough to turn its back on the mother party and found its own party, the Moscow organization of the PSR. At the same time it tried to increase its influence over other socialist revolutionary committees by making massive donations. Especially in Stavropol, which became of the most secure maximalist bastion, but also in Ekaterinslav and Ryazan, these efforts enjoyed some success. Of course the party center correctly labeled such actions as simple bribery. Still, one must also consider that those organizations accused of bribery permitted themselves to be bribed, either because their revolutionary ethics was not all too exacting, or because political currents existed, or even dominated, that made them amenable to appeals from the Moscow opposition. 28. The organizational independence and expansionism of the Moscow opposition gave the conflict a new dimension that now transcended a single region. The Central Committee felt compelled to become engaged. In April 1906, it ordered Chernov personally to convene and lead a general conference of the Moscow City Organization and to resolve the matter. The opposition, however, refused to participate, for it did not recognize the Central Committee elected at the First Party Congress. Instead, it was only prepared to send 2 representatives to the first meeting of the PSR Party Council. But here too it proved impossible to reach a solution, and the final break could not be prevented. The majority of the dissidents in the capital organized themselves under Mazurin's leadership in the Moscow Union of the Maximalist Socialist Revolutionaries, Moskovsky Soyuz Socialistov Revolutionarov Maximalistov. Even though their ranks were by this time significantly thinned and all of their leaders were under arrest, in December 1906 they joined Sokolov's Maximalists. Only a minority could make this final step. This minority did build the short-lived group of 1 Grupa Prvogomaya, but soon, approximately in the summer of 1906, returned to the PSR. 28i. 4.3. The organization, theory, and dispersion of maximalism. Directly after the First Party Congress, Sokolov called a conference to lay the cornerstone of an independent maximalist organization. Even though this attempt did not succeed and his travels after the conference did not achieve any concrete results, nevertheless the maximalists did at least found a battle organization to substitute for the organization that had not come into being. It was certainly no accident that the organizational form of maximalism was that of a terror commando. *9. Assassination, extortion, and robbery were the essential, indeed the only, purpose of Sokolov's group. These activities absorbed all of the group's energy and left nothing for peaceful agitation of the masses. 30. To name just the most spectacular deeds, in the spring of 1906 the Maximalists robbed the Moscow Merchant Bank and took a considerable sum. On August 12 they made a botched attempt to assassinate Stolypin, which did not harm the Prime Minister in the least but took 23 other lives. On October 14 the treasury of the Sokolov Group was filled one last time with the expropriation of almost 400,000 rubles. Based on these successes, in October 1906 Sokolov founded the long-anticipated comprehensive maximalist organization, the Union of Maximalist Socialist Revolutionaries, Soyuz Socialistov Revolutionarov Maximalistov. Unfortunately for Sokolov, this new organization was not to exist for long, because the Okhrana promptly arrested both Sokolov and his most important comrades in arms. With its leaders gone, this poorly organized maximalist union rapidly disintegrated. The collapse was so complete that all attempts at revival were unsuccessful. 31. Such a collapse without leaving a trace indicates something important about the organizational structure of the Union. According to its statute and J Maximalist Creed, the Union's organization was distinctive for its practice of democracy without any limits and extreme decentralization. The Central Executive Bureau was to be elected by an assembly of all members that was to meet regularly. And a 31 C. Spiridovich, Partia SR, p. 313 ff. For the attack on Stolypin see also, mm. Engelgard, vzryvna Apkyskom Ostrov. Po dokumentum Leningradskogo Istorического Rkvaliutsi Archiva, in, KISS No. 7, 20, 1925, pages 67 to 94, Obvinitelny and Podelu. Nikoli. Pumpianskum. Lyud Milky Emilianovoy, in, Bill. Paris 1909, No 9-10, pages 106 to 157. The founding of the Union was officially made known in, Sushchnost Maximalisme. SPB 1906, p5ff. Spite the need for absolute secrecy, even the leadership was unable to act without the approval of the grassroots. 29 Of course, as with the Moscow opposition 30, the requirements of the statutes did not correspond with the reality of day-to-day work. Every decision was made by Sokolov, who held all the threads in his hands. Even the maximalist G. Nestroev had to admit that the Bear Medved, i.e., Sokolov, was a bomb dictator. Everything was done that he wanted done, 31, including initiatives that were strongly criticized, such as the development of the Terror Commando into an autonomous organization. The monopolization of the leadership in Sokolov's hands was SP extreme that after his arrest the Central Executive Bureau had absolutely no idea where anything was, 32, and above all it did not know the whereabouts of the largest part of the 400,000 rubles that had been expropriated in St. Petersburg. Only 60,000 rubles could be found. The same symbiosis of centralism and corruption that the PSR was accused of was also to be found with the maximalists. Not unjustly, although his intent was apologetic, did Chernov call the Union of the Maximalist Socialist Revolutionaries a finance oligarchy. 33. As the maximalist movement progressively established itself as an independent party, it became necessary to develop a program and define party objectives. It was certainly symptomatic that the dissidents at first came together to find a new form of action and only later offer a justification for this new form of action. Theory was not their strong suit, and their contribution in this area was limited essentially to radicalizing socialist revolutionary positions. Their program can be summarized in just a few points. 34. The first commandment for maximalists was to realize the socialist revolution immediately. As one highly influential maximalist theorist expressed it, only the person who believes that the socialist revolution can be realized now can be called a socialist. 35. Consequently, the founding Congress of the Union issued the slogan calling for action to prepare for an immediate social revolt. Assuming that the working people already existed, maximalists summoned them to seek the economic and psychological realization of the new social order, in short, the complete development of the personality of the working person. 36. The maximalists were not interested in whether the working people were ready for a revolt. A representative collection to maximalist theory, for example, contains the following remark: it is completely meaningless whether the majority of the proletariat is composed of socialists. What was necessary to bring about the revolution was simply a people that was generally influenced by the consciousness of the working people, Trudovaya Sikika, and, above all, a closed, energetic, and aggressive minority. 37. The maximalists did try to prove that the situation was ripe. For example, Nestroev observed that Germany had more small firms than Russia and that the revolution was due there at any time, and then, in a remarkable leap of logic, argued that the destruction of autocracy in Russia was that much nearer. 38. But such speculation was in any event unnecessary because the one and only real question was the seizure of power. Chernov objected that this reduced socialism to a simple act of occupation that could occur at any time. 39. In order to justify such crude activism, the maximalists did not recoil from racist arguments. Thus did a maximalist brochure declare in all seriousness the rulers to be a robbing race, whose evil drive to exploit was inherited just like their skin color, and consequently must be ruthlessly destroyed if socialism was to be realized. Class war became race war, and the extermination of the capitalists like that of the cockroaches, to use Chernov's biting mockery, was to be its most natural method. 40. From such a version of the actuality of the revolution, Lokalks, came the only, relatively concrete programmatic demand articulated vehemently by the Vitebsk delegate at the first PSR Party Congress and constantly raised in Lozinski's Volnyi Discussionyi Listok revolution should not be limited to minimal wishes within the bounds of the bourgeois order but rather must directly begin the socialization of the factories and enterprises. 41 How the construction of the new society was to be organized was a question that divided the small group of maximalists just as completely as the larger PSR. There were at least 4 positions, each of which represented a separate current in the very fractured camp of the extreme neo-populist left. M. Engelgard, M. Alexandrovich, argued for an absolute maximalism that denied the necessity of a transition phase to socialism. He also denounced the advocates of a differentiation between social and socialist revolution as minimalists in maximalism. His radicalism found little resonance, however. Another current of opinion did argue for a transition stage after the socialization of factories and enterprises and devised the concept of the laboring republic, Trudovaya Respublika. This current included 2 variants, syndicalist, and artel maximalism that sought to transfer land and factories to local self-governing organs, and communalist, seeking to give these resources to comprehensive territorial associations. This second variant was close to Lozinski's supporters, the Ustanovci, who had first propagated the communalist method of revolution. This group soon separated itself from maximalists and went over to the Makiv movement. It is not hard to recognize that this building of factions repeated the front lines of decisive discussions in the PSR. 42. The similarities between the PSR and maximalists can also be seen in their position on the Duma. Like the socialist revolutionaries, the maximalists refused to participate in this crippled popular assembly. Unlike the SRS, however, the maximalists opposed in principle any form of parliamentary government, which they castigated as nothing more than a lightning rod, of discontent and a fraud perpetrated on the people. 43. Although maximalism deserves little attention as a theoretical current and as an organization, the PSR rightly judged it to be an unoriginal variation of anarchism. 44. It should not be ignored, however. The left radicalism in the neo-populist camp did not simply exist as a Moscow opposition and agrarian terrorism, but rather built a spontaneous mass movement at the SR grassroots. It embodied, in essence, the destructive violence of the revolution. As such, it manifested itself in excessive political terror, in a disregard for the ban against economic terror, in pseudo-revolutionary rowdiness, in extortion, and especially in expropriations. The maximalists did not shy away from using a tactic, so spectacularly confirmed by Myron's million-ruble robbery, as a legitimate method of the socialist liberation struggle. Using a truly weird logic, an obituary for Mazurin maintained that the confiscation of private capital is the revolution itself. 45. And an official revolutionary theoretical attempt at justification put forward a similar, though not nearly so recoug, argument when it was claimed that expropriations were appropriate means to destroy the fetish of property. The author of this tract was at least honest enough to mention its most important result, fill the treasury. 46. And indeed here T nervus rerum was named, without any euphemism. Like all revolutionary groups, the maximalists needed money, indeed a great deal of money. And because of poor organization, the usual method of financing from membership dues, could not be used, even if they wanted, and they were the last people to whom well-off citizens would make monetary donations. Hence expropriations provided the simplest solution to this problem. Maximalism in this form became almost an epidemic during the revolution and hardly a socialist revolutionary committee was spared. The PSR leadership took this seriously and fought it with the utmost energy. Where the efforts of the PSR leadership were unsuccessful and the dissidents had solid bases is impossible to say. It was rare that the local organizations split. Nevertheless, we can name some centers of the secessionist movement. Maximalism began in White Russia, where Sokolov in 1904 had begun to call openly for agrarian and factory terror. Belostok became an important center. The socialist revolutionaries of the city had split from the PSR even before the First Party Congress. Further independent maximalist organizations grew up by the end of 1906 in Pinsk, Grodno, Bryansk, Minsk, Vilna, Vitebsk, and Vinsk. Although the large majority of these bases only lasted a short time, a concerned PSR Oblast conference determined in February 1907 that the influence of the maximalists in West Russia was rapidly growing. 47 Unmistakably maximalist tones were also to be heard in the Ukraine, especially from Ekaterinslav, Chernigov, Kiev, and Kharkov. 48 The same was also true of the Urals. Here the idea of a terrorist partisan struggle was extremely popular and even approved by an official Socialist Revolutionary Oblast Conference. 49 Although the maximalists had little resonance in Russia's north, there was some support in Vologda, Pskov, and Arkhangelsk. 50 As noted, Moscow was probably the most important bastion of the new current in the central industrial region. More clearly than regionally, maximalism can be defined in social terms. All socialist revolutionary commentaries agreed in the observation that it found its sphere of influence exclusively among the workers. E.g. in Bryansk the Workers' Association of the PS Karad, which had more than 1,000 members, left the party as a whole. In contrast, the peasantry and the intelligentsia hardly felt attracted by the left opposition. Thus, maximalism can be considered as a plebeian radical neo-populism. 51. In an interesting interpretation, Chernov tried to explain the social and geographic distribution by referring to Russia's socio-economic backwardness. He explained that immature capitalism integrates craftsmen and above all peasants with a good dose of healthy barbarism and complete psychological foreignness into the new order. Instead of the worker socialized in the process of production, Russian industrialization creates more often than anywhere else the unsocialized, lonely, restless rebel. It was no accident that Russia was the birthplace of the apostles of international anarchism, Bakunin and P.A. Kropotkin. 52 Thus maximalism and anarchism appear as the pre-proletarian social protest and primitive social movements. 53 That appear in the early phase of industrialization and reflect the limited organizing capabilities of backward capitalism. Chernov's interpretation, however, did not cover all aspects of maximalism. Above all, it neglected the important fact that the left protest movement in the PSR, as an oblast conference in White Russia determined, was born almost exclusively by the SR youth. 54 Next to the socio-economic factor, one must also add a generational factor. PSR tactics in the revolution of 1905 to 1907, between agitation for revolt and peaceful opposition. On January 9, 1905, the Tsar's soldiers violently attacked a peaceful column of workers demonstrating in front of the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg. The shots fired by the soldiers killed a number of petitioners whose only desire was to give the monarch a list of their requests. Those shots signaled the start of the First Russian Revolution. The workers reacted to this senseless brutality with a wave of strikes that encompassed all Russia and shook the foundations of power in a state weakened by a lost war against Japan, 1904 to 1905. This assault on state power was all the greater because liberal circles of the intelligentsia, middle class, and nobility joined ranks with the protesters and exploited the weakness of autocracy to push demands for democratic rights and a constituent assembly. An oppressed Russian society demanded participation and began to organize at all levels in parties, in trade unions and professional organizations, and last, but certainly not least, in workers' councils of the proletarian revolution. 1. The revolt sprang quickly from the cities to the countryside, igniting an agrarian revolution that had been presaged by peasant revolts in Kharkov and Poltava provinces in 1902. An acute shortage of land, hunger, bad harvests, the sacrifices of the war against Japan, the politicization generated by reports from the returning soldiers, to name only the most important causes, all this strengthened the conviction of the peasantry in many parts of European Russia, especially in the Black Earth Zone, that only expelling the noble landowners would end their misery. The latent dissatisfaction of the peasantry was now openly expressed. 23. At the beginning of 1905, Rakitnikov reported from Saratov that the proclivity to use terror in the village could hardly be stopped. All that was needed was the signal to start. The peasants, he wrote, would come to the cities with the glow of last night's fires on their faces, and they would ask, "Now what is going on in St. Petersburg, what is happening by you, is it time for?" These events gave revolutionary parties the chance to test their theoretical concepts and tactical plans sooner than most expected. The SRS were optimistic that their party would pass this test. After all, did not the reality of revolution confirm the axiom in their theory of revolution that only a revolt of workers and peasants together could force autocracy to its knees? Because the PSR was active in both the city and the countryside and paid special attention to the oppressed agrarian masses, it had a decisive role in a revolution that would be decided in the village. The unexpected failure of the peasants to engage in large-scale revolt in early summer 1906 would demonstrate the village's importance to the revolution. To determine how well the PSR played its role, here we shall examine its tactical decisions and its reaction to the central problems, revolt, the State Duma, and trade unions, as well as its organization and grassroots practice. 5.1. Militant agitation. Like all the revolutionary parties, the PSR rejoiced at the reaction of the masses to Bloody Sunday. From the very beginning it saw the demonstrations as more than just ordinary strikes, more than a mere economic struggle. Drunk with victory, Revolutionaria Rossidia expressed the party's attitude toward the demonstrations by describing them as the threshold of the revolution. It appeared that what SR agitation had worked for years was now about to be realized, a revolt of the people that would bring an end to the Tsarist order. 5. The Central Party paper warned that waiting and delay would be the death of the young movement. The party must seize the opportunity and could not afford to respond with mere economic strikes, like the Social Democrats. Rather, the PSR must apply the tactic of trier, individual as well as mass terror, armed demonstration, to the tactic that directly leads to revolt. The call to arms ended with the unambiguous demand, "Down with considerations and prejudices against militant means." 6J. The SRS sought to act accordingly. Local committees established armed militias, the so-called fighting brotherhoods. 7. The party decentralized terrorist activities and attacked the state on a broad front by assassinating its local representatives. 8. It issued general guidelines for proper action in the case of revolt. 9. With Japanese money, it purchased an entire shipload of weapons and prepared detailed plans for an uprising in St. Petersburg. 10. Nevertheless, all of these initiatives proved successful. SR activities did not, in fact, correspond fully to the militant appeals of the party leadership. In August, when the vessel John Grafton ran onto a reef near the Finnish coast, the PSR lost its weapons and abandoned plans for an armed uprising. Terrorist attacks did have some effect, but the long-sought mass upheaval did not ensue. Finally, militant demonstrations did not have the expected results. According to police sources, only in Smolensk, Nizhny Novgorod, and Vinsk did the socialist revolutionaries play a leading role. Except for Bryansk, even the May Day rallies failed to evoke the desired echo in Odessa, swept in June 1905 by street battles following a mutiny on the armored cruiser Potemkin. It did help the PSR considerably that they were the only party with weapons. 11. There were reasons for this difference between the claim and reality of SR agitation. Tchaikovsky's accusation that the PSR leadership denied the necessity of the armed revolt surely goes too far. M. Gotz was justified in protesting against such unfair scorn, and pointed out that Azef had been sent to St. Petersburg to investigate the situation and that a revolt would have to be coordinated with the other parties. 12. It was also superfluous for Breshkovskaya to challenge the editors of Revolutionaria Rossidia to dedicate more attention to the peasant movement because the Russian Revolution, was the organization and arming of the peasants. 13. Nevertheless, SR leadership did move cautiously behind the scenes, despite its verbal militancy, for it knew all too well that the Russian organizations were in no position to organize revolt. As early as January, the Central Party paper concluded that the strikes had broken out without the initiation of the revolutionary parties and were not being directed by them. 14. By the fall of 1905, the PSR apparently was still incapable of making decisive changes to improve the situation and to win significant influence among the workers and peasants. The Third Foreign Organization Conference in September 1905 addressed this unfortunate state of affairs directly. The report from FMUV's Central Committee did in fact paint a rosy picture, emphasizing that the PSR was active in every city in Russia. The majority of delegates, however, simply refused to believe him. In their opinion, the Central Committee had done almost nothing to prepare the party for battle. The Central Committee's claims notwithstanding, the party could not point to successful activity in the Volga region, for the peasants, often completely titrarily cheered Pine or another speaker without regard to party affiliation. Indeed, the party suffered a painful defeat in southern Russia. The Central Committee was accused of being incapable of mastering the situation, nor could the disorganization of the party be overlooked. Chernov countered by denying some details of these charges, but in the end he and his co-worker Miner had to admit that such criticisms were indeed justified. He was therefore forced to reduce his original, unlimited optimism and extend the consoling hope that, once the organizational deficiencies were eliminated, the party could then experience great successes because of the program's appeal to the broad masses. 15. 5.2. Experiment in legalism, cooperation between the PSR and legal populism. Just a few weeks after the second conference of the party's foreign organization, there was a decisive change in the Russian political scene. On October 17, 1905, the Tsar was forced by a new wave of strikes and demonstrations to agree to call a parliament and secure civil rights. A few days later, the implications of this event for the PSR became the subject of discussion by a group assembled around the editorial board of Revolutionная Rossiya. The exiles Gotz, Chernov, Shishko, Miner, and B.V. Savinkov were all hurriedly called together in Geneva for this purpose. 16. The majority of those present did not believe in the Tsar's new promise and, instead, saw merely a further attempt at appeasement, similar to the powerless Duma proposed a short time earlier by Interior Minister A.G. Buligin. M. Gotz was especially skeptical. Shishko, Miner, and Chernov agreed with Gotz but argued that one should exploit the current weakness of the Tsarist state and the opportunities for legal activity as long as the conspiratorial core of the party was not endangered. Accordingly, terrorist tactics were modified to accommodate the new situation. Assassinations were to be deferred until further notice, although the fighting organization was to remain under arms. 17. Chernov had already decided, at the beginning of October, after the outbreak of strikes, to return to Russia and was given the task of founding a legal central party paper, a great political paper. This new paper was to coordinate peaceful activities in accord with the October Manifesto. The need for such a paper in Russia was all the more necessary because Revolutionная Rossiya could not offer timely commentary on rapidly changing events because of the long delays in the flow of information and shipping necessarily involved in publishing a Russian paper in Western Europe. Revolutionная Rossiya began to lose ground to the legal papers in Russia that could address more immediate and pressing problems. 18. It was an obvious step for Chernov to turn to the editorial board of the Rusko Bogatstvo in St. Petersburg for help in realizing his task. Here he found a staff of exceptionally talented authors with many years of experience in legal journalism. In addition, the PSR and legal populism still regarded each other as related currents, notwithstanding fundamental differences of opinion. Contact between the PSR and legal populism had not ceased. After all, Pleshekhanov had helped to found Revolutionная Rossiya and had later published programmatic articles in the PSR's Central Party paper. 19. Chernov was pleasantly surprised by the cooperation with Mikhailovsky's heirs. Although it was out of question for Rusko Bogatstvo to become the PSR's legal paper, the first meeting found an appropriate paper in the left populist Syn Otechества, Son of the Fatherland. The first difficulties arose as the contents and political line of the new paper were debated. From the very outset, Anninsky in particular made no bones about his skepticism regarding the PSR. Peshekhanov and Myakottin were cooperative but shared essentially the position of their friend. 20. Above all, the conflict concerned two problems of significant tactical importance. The representatives of Rusko Bogatstvo disapproved of the PSR's support for the spontaneous seizure of land. In their opinion, such self-help was against the law and hindered an orderly and just land reform. Chernov succeeded in resolving the conflict by stating that he was in principle also against the black repartition, Chernyi Paredal, which was only to be approved in exceptional cases. He constructed a common position by pointing out that the PSR completely suppressed Peshekhanov's slogan that the peasants should only take provisional ownership of the land. 21. Anensky also insisted on the immediate founding of a democratic party open to all populist currents and hence did not refrain from demanding the dissolution of the PSR as a conspiratorial organization. That proposal was too much for Chernov. He rejected such a maneuver as dangerous nonsense, especially in a situation where, at any moment, a counter-revolutionary attack could be mounted. 22. The discussions were in danger of collapsing and the already scheduled negotiations with the editorial board of Syneteshchestvo appeared superfluous. At literally the last minute, both sides agreed to make at least an attempt at cooperation, despite all the difficulties. Promise was possible because Chernov agreed in principle to a democratization of the FSR. Of course, Chernov made realization of this intention dependent on future political developments. He regarded democratization of the PSR as an experiment, whereas his partners understood it as a basic change in tactics already completed. Although a large majority of the board of directors of Syneteshchestvo approved the proposed changes and although the publisher SP Irytsin and the editor-in-chief G.I. Schreider proved to be competent and reliable co-workers, Chernov simply could not fully rejoice when he received Gotzin's compliments for a JTJB well done. The success of the project depended critically upon Peshekhanov's and Myakottin's participation, but their participation could be ended at any time. Numerous differences of opinion and conflicts in the editing and publishing of the new paper soon appeared. According to Peshekhanov, these problems resulted primarily from the tendency of SRS to TTY to introduce methods, law and habits of the underground that the legalists of the Rusko Bogatstvo did not approve. 23. It was thus unavoidable that the papered over programmatic differences again became a serious problem. The experience of the December uprising caused the fronts to harden even more, for it was now clear that autocracy had by no means been defeated. In the PSR, the modest optimism about the possibilities for legal action began to dissipate, as did indeed the basis for cooperation between legal and revolutionary populism. As the PSR's first party congress convened, the marriage of convenience was already virtually over. Anensky, Myakottin, and Peshekhanov went to Imatra without hope. 24. The first point of discussion, the question of organization, sparked open conflict as the legalist troika lodged an ultimatum that the PSR be changed into a non-conspiratorial mass party. Myakottin justified this demand by clarifying that the PSR does not deserve the title party, since it is simply an organization of fighters. Indeed, not only is it beyond public control but also its policy-making apparatus is so constructed that orders are simply passed down the hierarchy. 25. In his view, the party admitted all sorts of thieving rabble and morally questionable elements, as was demonstrated by the epidemic of expropriations. High PSR had also failed to achieve the main objective of every populist renewal movement, namely JHE integration of numerous sympathizers among the intelligentsia. At the same time, opposition on the right wing was sufficiently realistic not to demand that the PSJR dissolve itself. Hence Peshekhanov suggested that two parallel organizations be created, one conspiratorial and the other legal. He was careful to insist on the condition that the legal organization should not be subordinate to the conspiratorial organ. As the majority of delegates to the party congress were veterans of the underground in Russia, they probably regarded the suggestion as a risky utopia and were almost unanimous in rejecting it. 26. Hence die final break was assured. Anensky, Peshekhanov, and Myakhodin wanted to leave the party congress but heeded the entreaties of the party leadership to stay until the program was discussed. The result, however, was only to deepen the split between the SRS and what later became the People's Socialists. The conflict over nationalization and socialization pertained only superficially to a somewhat unclear vision of a future socialist transformation of society. Behind this debate was an immediate tactical problem, namely, the question of how one should react to the black repartition. In negotiations with the Rusko-Bogatstvo group, Chernov may have called the spontaneous occupation of land an evil, yet he did approve such actions, as well as the local agitation that encouraged peasants to declare war on the noble landowners. He could not have expressed the true attitude of the PSR more clearly when he spoke to delegates of the All-Russian Peasant Union, Vserossiyskiy Krestyansky Soyuz, VKS, in November 1905. The party cannot agree that we wait for a constituent assembly to decide all current questions. The workers and the intelligentsia will not wait for the realization of their rights through the Constituent Assembly, THIRD will realize their rights on their own. 27. It was precisely this tactic, however, that Anensky opposed. He wanted to realize the land reform only by means of the organized will of the people using legal methods. CNLY The Constituent Assembly should have the right to change the existing property and social order in the countryside. When asked how he assessed the application of revolutionary violence, Anensky replied, "One can create a people's state that takes the land by using revolutionary means, but one should not awaken the illusions of the peasants that they change anything by direct occupation." 28 Between this and the socialist revolutionary position, compromise was indeed impossible. Shortly after the First Party Congress, the authors of the Rusko-Bogatstvo founded their own party, the People's Socialist Party. Although the RD wanted to be open, democratic, and non-conspiratorial, it apparently did enjoy much appeal among the putative public, the liberal populist intelligentsia. The significance of this party was never more than that of a mere circle of intellectuals. According to Chernov, it remained what legal populism always was, a brilliant literary staff without an army. 29 One should therefore not call the cessation of cooperation experiment a split in the party. 30 The break simply marked the failure of an honorable, repeatedly attempted but finally untimely illusion of a populist united party. 5.3 The test, SR agitation and the missed revolution in 1906. The hopes of revolutionary parties for political freedom and the chance to act legally died in the fighting that erupted after the Moscow Soviet called for a general strike on December 7, 1905. The Moscow revolutionaries remained isolated. A locally limited strike of railroad men could not prevent the arrival of Tsarist troops. Even the unified armed forces of Social Democrats and Socialist revolutionaries, both parties decided together to risk this dangerous enterprise, were unable to offer much resistance against the power of Tsarist rifles and cannons. The revolution suffered its first and decisive defeat within a week. 31 These events proved how justified the skepticism of socialist revolutionary leadership had been, notwithstanding the belligerent tone of party propaganda. Chernov's sober estimation of the strength of the revolution in October, when he commented on the concessions of the state by saying that fear has large eyes, seemed confirmed as well. 32 He recognized quite realistically that the Russian opposition had only won its early successes on credit. 33 In accordance with a vote of the PSR in the St. Petersburg Soviet, Chernov warned delegates at the All-Russian Congress of Railway Workers, which met in Moscow at the beginning of December, not to try a test of strength with the autocracy. However, the SRS in Moscow disregarded instructions from their Central Committee and believed that the workers of St. Petersburg would join the revolt. Their hopes were disappointed. Despite a call for a general strike, almost nothing happened in the capital. 34 This failure had fatal consequences for the rebels in Moscow and the revolution as a whole. What was to be learned from the events in December and what tactics were to be used in the future? These two issues were the central topic of debate in the PSR at the First Party Congress, held shortly after the fighting ended at the end of December. It was no accident that conflict over this point on the agenda was particularly intense. Chernov presented the opinion of the majority of the commission that prepared a draft resolution on the political situation. For him, there was no question that the unfortunate end of the Moscow uprising completely confirmed the careful tactic of the Central Committee, and hence this tactic must be upheld. The revolution had not suffered a defeat but had entered a new and difficult phase. Furthermore, Chernov pointed out that revolutionary thinking had not yet taken sufficient hold of the consciousness of the peasantry. There were repeated contradictory events whereby the party registered on the one hand the singing of our peasant Marseillaise and on the other the beating up of teachers and red intellectuals. 35-36 The picture was also regionally very different, eagerness to fight in some areas, indifference in others. Chernov concluded, we can and should not call for an armed revolt because there is no guarantee that it will succeed, and because, as Miner added, we do not possess sufficient strength to direct a movement. 33 The PSR had to concentrate on creating the organizational basis for a revolt and to intensify the terror. High Party should prepare itself spiritually and technically to place itself at the head of a revolutionary movement. It should by no means take any chances and try and initiate a premature uprising. The proposals of the second speaker, the Moscow delegate V.V. Rudnaya, representing the Commission's minority, 37 tended precisely in the direction of irresponsible Blanquism. He was supported by the speakers of the maximalist wing, the radical representative from Vitebsk, and the moderate Rakitnikov, as well as the old Narodnik and representative of the London Committee Fokhovsky. 38 They all estimated the political situation quite differently from Chernov. Whereas the latter saw a relative consolidation of the Tsarist state, they saw only rubble. Ginsburg, for example, maintained that the government machinery is completely disorganized, the bourgeoisie not fully organized and Parti JLY disorganized, and dissatisfaction prevails among many segments of the population. 39 Nor should one be misled by the defeat in December. Indeed, the street battles and the open fight between Tsarism and revolution strengthened the maximalists in their opinion that, as Rakitnikov noted, Russia stood on the eve of a decisive crisis. The tempo of the Russian Revolution was unusually fast, faster than that of the French Revolution. The PSRJ must use this favorable situation to call for an immediate mass revolt. Otherwise, in their view, the party would lose a singular historical chance because a direct realization of socialist revolutionary demands by revolutionary means is possible. If the party missed the current moment, then it is very probable that such a possibility would never again be offered, and the way to the socialization of the land would be completely different, and the result would be a slower and non-revolutionary, not revolution, but reform. 40 Rakitnikov admitted that the peasantry had riot sufficiently accepted the PSR program and that they were only sporadically integrated into the party organization. But the dissidents met such hurdles with an unbroken belief in the spontaneity of the masses. The movement will expand and we must count on this inevitability and prepare for it. The question of revolt would be decided by life itself. Fokhovsky drove this position to an extreme of irrational, suicidal heroism. When a desperate attempt for the socialization of the land is necessary, then the party may go under, but the agrarian revolution lives. 41. The majority of delegates were not impressed with the mentality of the barricades. They approved Chernov's moderate resolution, despite numerous votes against it. Moderate, of course, does not mean that the approved resolution advocated a solely peaceful policy, but rather announced a continuation of the tactics of struggle, the intensification of terror and, for the first time, even the opening of partisan warfare. 42. In the spring of 1906, the PSR waited with great tension and complete preparedness for action. Unfortunately for the party, spring brought nothing but disappointment and humiliation. Not only did the long-awaited agrarian rebellion, which was to sweep away the Tsarist yoke, fail to materialize, but, even worse, the great majority of peasants took part in elections for the First Duma, despite appeals by the PSR and the All-Russian Union of Peasants for a total boycott. 43 The conflict between maximalists and orthodox SRS may not have been eliminated, but it did lose immediacy. Instead of searching for the mirage of mass revolt, the PSJR had to find a way out of tactical defeat. The PSR could not avoid recognizing the Duma with its unexpected cadet majority as an oppositionist, if not a revolutionary, organ. It also had to admit that the Duma would have great influence on the peasantry. The party was guilty of a gross misunderstanding of the political situation in the villages and assumed that its own wishes reflected the reality in the countryside. The PSR was freed from this tactical cul-de-sac by the dissolution of the Duma that the Tsar ordered on July 9, 1906. The tawdry conclusion to this constitutional experiment had been predicted and hence justified the boycott. By breaking his word, the monarch demonstrated to the public that one could not negotiate with autocracy. Hence only the complete elimination of autocracy could bring the long-awaited political liberation. The Tsar's coup strengthened the case for SR agitation. One could not have found a better time to return unreservedly to a tactic of attack, revolt, and political terror. This tactic had been suspended during the session of the First Duma. 44 The PSR Central Committee supported the protest of the dismissed Duma representatives, the Viborg Manifesto, in partial cooperation with the Social Democrats. It prepared an armed uprising in the naval ports of Kronstadt, Sveaborg, and Reval, Tallinn. 45 It also drafted a strategy for a coordinated revolt of workers and peasants to join the mutiny. Revolt and mutiny were to be assisted by a strike of railway workers. 46 Once again, SRS believed that the decisive conflict with autocracy had arrived and, once again, concentrated their efforts on seeking to arouse the peasants. The question of how to do this remained unanswered. As already pointed out, the early phases of SR peasant agitation were limited primarily to the distribution of literature. The villages were, for the most part, closed to revolutionaries. That situation changed, however, when the spark of urban unrest ignited the countryside. Beginning in the fall of 1905, and in some distant provincial cities only in early 1906, almost every SR local committee had a peasant specialist or even a peasant commission. 47 The factors that produced this change are easily discernible. First, the outbreak of revolution gave the PSR the personnel and financial means to make regular trips through the endless Russian provinces. In feet, agitation consisted to a large part of just these trips. Second, the October Manifesto guaranteed the basic political freedom for such activity, although one could not directly propagate SR views in the village, as opposed to the cities, but had to hide behind the banner of party neutrality. Finally, although the agrarian population was not yet ready for revolutionary ideas, it was at least receptive to anti-Tsarist and oppositionist slogans. The lost war against Japan contributed powerfully to this new receptivity among the peasantry. From Poltava province, for example, came the following declaration: one saw that the war brought nothing, and also the constant defeats of the Russian army on land and at sea, as well as the letters from soldiers in the war where the difficult situation, the incompetence of the authorities, the constant malnutrition, the poor clothing, and the poor footwear were described. All this provoked complaints and dissatisfaction. 48. In order to exploit this rapid political mobilization of the peasantry, the PSR needed a new organization. The old Peasant Union from 1902 was ineffective and in no position to master the current situation. In June 1905, it ceded its place to the Central Peasant Union of the PSR, directed by the Central Peasant Bureau, and, from the summer of 1906, the Central Peasant Commission in the Central Committee, Centralnaya Krestianskaya Komissia pri TSK-PSR, known by the abbreviation TSKK. 49 At the lower party levels, these measures were supported, at least on paper, by a hierarchy of party cells in the countryside, beginning with the peasant brotherhoods and proceeding to the township, Volost, and provincial, gubernia committees. In a paper on the organization of the peasantry, the TSKK laid special emphasis on the need to eliminate the difference between city and countryside and to achieve a large representation of the lower organizations in the higher, as well as a stronger participation of the party members from the counties used in party life. The TSKK had, as a long-term goal, even proposed that youth delegates, mainly peasants, should live as permanent residents in the cities, for only with complete information and equal participation of party comrades from the village would the PSR be the true representative of the interests and the carrier of the ideals of all levels of the working people. Only thus could the democratization of the party organization be achieved. 50 Such thinking did point precisely to the Achilles heel of the PSR work in the province, but proved unrealistic. In August, the Central Peasant Union began publishing its own periodical. Its title carried the old populist slogan of Zemlya I Volta, Land and Freedom, which also expressed the program of the new paper. This title had the added advantage of allowing the poorly informed peasantry clearly to identify the paper politically. 51 Objectives and tactics of the SR peasant agitation were presented in a popular way. The first priority of the new paper was the insistent attempt to coordinate the dispersed and singular outbreaks of violence, the arson and the pillaging that were reported by local committees in the entire country, and to bundle all these individual acts into common action. Chernov and Shishko set planning and organization against the maximalist demands for agrarian terror. They also repeated the calls of the Peasant Union that the short-term objectives of SR work be concentrated in the villages, and that the needs of the village must be the measure for the selection of PSR's instruments in carrying out its political work. 52. Such appeals, of course, contradicted another tactic approved by the First Party Congress, massive, and above all peasant, partisan war, which found wide acceptance in the years of the revolution. 53 Agrarian partisan war was understood to be the independent struggle of the organized peasantry against the government. Its objective was one, to destroy all enemies of the Geopol, such as the police, and other civil servants in the city and countryside, as well as all government installations, papers, and documents, but also military installations and lands that serve the army and civil servants. 54 It soon became quite clear, however, that such actions were in no wise helpful to the revolutionary movement, but did precisely the opposite. They hurt the movement. The party leadership had to recognize that the slogan of the partisan warfare meant practically a legalization of the forbidden agrarian terror. In order to dampen the dysfunctional enthusiasm of the comrades from the province, which the Central Committee itself had awakened, in 1907 the Central Committee made the initiation of partisan actions conditional on the approval of the Oblast Committees. 55 The Central Committee could never bring itself actually to forbid peasant partisan warfare. J. The PSR was aware that, despite the intensification of organizational work, the increasing numbers of propaganda cadres, and its militant tactics, it could only reach the relatively small portion of the agrarian population that already had a certain minimum of revolutionary consciousness. In those areas where such consciousness was not to be found, the party always encountered indifference and a marked aversion to parties. The mass of the peasantry did not want to see their needs offered up to the struggles of parties. They brought their complaints, which as rule involved requests for land, not to individual groups but to the Duma, which they saw as the rebirth of the mystical assembly of the land, Zemsky Soberer, from medieval Muscovy. 56 To win this dark people for the revolutionary cause, it was necessary to have other slogans and another, at least externally neutral, method of action directed toward the needs of the peasantry. A party was not the best organization to provide the kind of agitation that the peasantry needed. J. Thus, in the summer of 1905, the SRS strongly supported the founding of an organization that was not bound to any party and that understood itself as the trade union of the peasantry. The PSR saw the All-Russian Peasant Union as a welcome complementary organ and the ideal carrier of revolutionary work to the backward parts of the village population. Such a division of labor corresponded to reality, for the union was unquestionably close to the PSR, despite its formal independence and somewhat less radical objectives. Like the PSR, the union demanded the expropriation of state and private property of the big landowners and the transfer of property to local organs of self-administration. It also put forward a program similar to that of the PSR in propagating the rebirth of the Obshchina and thereby the ES. Establishment of democratic agrarian socialism. 57 Correspondingly, the great majority of delegates to the founding Congress of the All-Russian Peasant Union, which included many members of the PSR, sympathized openly with the neo-populist party. SD speakers, by contrast, had a difficult time. 58. Still, despite this closeness, the relationship between the Peasant Union and the PSR did not go according to plan. Instead of just making a show of party neutrality but in reality working directly for the PSR as SR strategists wished, the Central Executive Bureau of the All-Russian Peasant Union insisted upon its autonomy and resisted the proposal that it accept permanent representatives of the Central SR Peasant Commission. Although the union could set limits to the influence of the brother party at the leadership level, it could not prevent the penetration of the grassroots. As the THIRD-WORLDist state regained its power, this forced all political and union organizations to conspiratorial action, and the SRS gained influence at the local level of the peasant union. The TSKK explained this development by claiming that the weaklings, i.e. the cadets, and the dishonest, i.e. the Social Democrats, broke ranks and left the field to the party experienced in the underground, the PSR. The All-Russian Peasant Union fell into a party-neutral leadership and a party-bound grassroots. The Central Executive Bureau could not withstand this pressure for long. As early as March 1906, it had to agree to the establishment of so-called help bureaus of the All-Russian Peasant Union. These help bureaus contained 2/3 SR party members. Despite unexpected difficulties, the PSR was successful in putting the peasant organization under its control. The party was thus able to secure a monopoly of the agitation of the peasants, a position that neither social democracy nor any other revolutionary party could seriously endanger. 59. In light of these rather favorable organizational conditions and the promising political situation, in July 1906 the PSR Central Committee did not limit itself to non-binding appeals to revolutionary spontaneity and the usual, merely verbal summons for a general revolt of the people. Rather, for the first time it issued concrete orders for party committees to prepare for the revolt. An internal circular explained that the anger sparked by dissolution of the Duma and the echo of the Viborg Manifesto impelled the PSR Central Committee to declare open war against the government, and to begin this war immediately. 60 Under the leadership of the reactivated Soviets, the proletariat was to stage a general strike. Meanwhile, a revolt of railway workers, whose union was almost entirely in the hands of the PSR, was to prevent the arrival of Tsarist troops and the army. In the case of the latter, the party dared not hope for active support, but at least wanted to ensure their neutrality. In his typical fashion, Chernov explained why the revolution must find its strongest support in the villages. The workers were only able to mount short-term strikes, for they had been exhausted by the many previous attempts and hence were potentially in danger of being starved into submission by a new strike action. The Central Committee wrote that, all available forces must be moved to the countryside and the peasants must be called to open revolt. All administrative organs in the countryside and at the Volost, township, level must be dismissed, driven off, or, in the event of armed resistance violently destroyed. Rebellious peasants must occupy all installations in the countryside, state property as well as funds, must be confiscated for the needs of the revolt. It is essential that the peasant revolt bear the character of an attack and that it not limit itself within the boundaries of individual regions. 61. The attempt failed completely. The mutiny in the naval ports was suppressed in just a few days. 62 And the rebellion of the peasants did not even begin. There was extensive unrest and numerous acts of violence, above all, in northeastern Ukraine and in the Volga region, but once again coordination and direction were lacking. A report from southern Ukraine noted that the SRS could belatedly seek to take charge of the movement, but that happened very seldom. 63 If the SDS had suffered defeat with the failure of the general strikes in October and December 1905, the corresponding moment for the SRS came in the summer of 1906. Nothing could raise more serious doubt about the validity of SR strategy and demonstrate more clearly the weakness of party organization than this failure, yet again, of the peasants to rise up. In September 1906, an all-Russian conference of SR peasant agitators met in Ijpetra in Finland to seek the exact reasons for the catastrophe. 64 Without exception, the delegates' reports confirmed that the PSR's local committees were simply unprepared for revolt. The local committees were not only organizationally incompetent but did not have sufficient military strength, notwithstanding numerous fighting brotherhoods. The planned revolt appeared to be so hopeless to the local party leaders that, as a rule, they did not even try to carry out the Central Committee's directives. Even in the Middle Volga, where peasant unrest was epidemic and the SRS were very popular, the call to arms by the Organizational Committee from late July 65 had no effect. The same happened in Ukraine. An uprising at that time was not regarded as opportune there, because the party organization was believed to be too weak and the peasants were busy cultivating their fields. 66 Only in 2 provinces could delegates report of preparations for revolt, but even there the results were meager. In Penza the SRS developed a feverish activity, traveling agents were sent to the villages, fighting brotherhoods were organized, and assemblies met. The peasantry was excited, and in many places it was especially the youth that began to revolt openly, for they believed that the decisive moment was near. 67 But because the SR city organization did not feel ready for a fight and an isolated action in the province appeared to be hopeless, the party was forced to recall agitators from the countryside, to try to dampen the heated emotions, and to defer the revolt for another day. The story was much the same in Voronezh. Here again everyone waited for somebody to take the lead. 68 But no one did. The state used this time to collect its forces and go on the offensive by sharply attacking the PSR's organizations and pacifying the peasantry with punishment expeditions. To add insult to injury, a few weeks later the SRS in Penza learned that the Central Committee's instruction did not intend to call for an immediate revolt, but merely issued a warning not to forget the peasant partisan struggle. The effort and sacrifice were not only futile but also caused by a misunderstanding. The local delegates were just as open and direct in naming those guilty for the disaster as they were in communicating details of what had happened to the representative of the Central Committee and the representatives of the TSXK. The delegate from Kharkov maintained that the party leadership must assume responsibility for the misery because, even though it had no idea of the conditions at the grassroots, it had nevertheless issued an unworkable and therefore false directive. The Central Committee representative, probably Chernov, resisted such accusations with utmost energy. He accused the local organizations of failing at the decisive moment and of not following a directive that was in fact appropriate to the situation. The question of guilt may have been unclear, but the argumentation of the party leadership which measured the correctness of a tactical decision solely based 6 on its capacity for realization, is very convincing. 69. Nor could the conference delegates agree on a further strategy for the peasant revolution. The supporters of extreme militancy insisted that the village population was still willing to fight for land and freedom, especially after the dissolution of the Duma. Because it was the party and not the peasantry that had foiled, an armed revolt was thus unavoidable. One could not, of course, predict the exact timing of the revolt, but it was absolutely necessary to prepare the ground by the direct development of a partisan struggle on a broad front and by means of increased terrorist activities. In short, the party should not be led astray from the defeat that had just occurred. After analyzing the causes of defeat, the extremists recommended that the party continue with its old tactics. Even the proponents of a more moderate policy assumed that the peasantry was still in complete possession of revolutionary energy. But the moderates tried to learn the lessons of the summer and emphasized the need to find forms of organized struggle and thereby prevent the danger of a fruitless expenditure of the people's energy. Once again in the history of the PSR, proponents of a Blanquist politics of revolution at any price opposed those who called for a reasonable tactic based on planning and organization. High success of the radical position in the fall of 190,670 demonstrated better than the Central Committee instruction from July, that an irrational courage of despotism had overtaken the PSR. As the end of the revolution became increasingly apparent, the party was more than ever infected by the maximalist logic of now or never. The fate of SR peasant agitation proved that the skeptics among conference participants were right. Peasant unrest did continue until the fall of 1906 and the spring of 1907. This unrest led several committees in Ukraine and the Volga region to continue making senseless appeals for revolt. In April 1907, a Ukrainian Oblast conference even approved a so-called partial revolt, which was forbidden by the Central Committee, that is, regionally limited, isolated attempts at insurrection without the support of parallel actions in all of Russia. 71. In Voronezh the local party was also active and thereby caused the arrest of several thousand peasants. 72 Such actions, however, remained isolated. They were more desperate attempts to save what was already lost than expressions of actual strength. Even though the SR leadership inclined toward unrealistic optimism, in the end it had to admit that the agrarian revolution had failed. When the Tsar prematurely dissolved the Second Duma on June 3, 1907, and changed the electoral law to ensure an obedient, representative of the people, the Central Committee did not give serious thought to mounting armed resistance. The Third Party Congress convened at the beginning of July to discuss the situation and naturally protested, with the usual sharpness, against this new dishonesty of the monarch. But the party could do practically nothing against it. The reports of the delegates were almost unanimous in stating that the mood of the country was low or at best mixed. Even in those areas, for example in South Russia or in St. Petersburg where outrage drove the masses in the streets, sufficient organizational structures were simply not available to direct THB unrest. 73 The Party Congress confirmed what the Central Committee had previously stated: one cannot not call for revolt. 74 When the SR leadership nevertheless tried to organize an open struggle against the state by partially lifting the ban against isolated uprisings. 75 It did so without any serious hope of success and only because it appeared better to attempt a hopeless protest than none at all. An investigation of the peasantry made toward the end of 1907 made it quite clear that the opportunity to overthrow the autocracy had, at least for the moment, been lost. This investigation did support the SR thesis that the state and the noble landowners were hated by the peasants, that the trust in the Tsar, which for centuries had been the main support of social stability in the countryside and which had moderate, even if not preventing, agrarian unrest, was now at a low point, and that the number of conscious peasants had increased. Still, the investigation also demonstrated that it was even less possible than before to speak of a homogeneous political attitude on the part of the agrarian population. Rather, the investigation revealed that the village hardly possessed any party organizations and, still worse, that the peasantry had lost hope in the revolution. For example, a report from Tambov province declared that the majority hangs its head and hopes for nothing. 76 The revolution had come to a dead end. One can summarize the causes of the failure of SR agitation among peasants by citing the following factors. 1. Although it may have been true that many rebellious peasants sympathized with the PSR, this certainly did not mean that they were convinced socialist revolutionaries or even active party members. At best, their loyalty was superficial and their engagement short-lived. They were not at all concerned with the complex contents of SR theory. And, as a thoughtful propagandist pointed out, the peasants understood the demand for socialization of the land like the maximalists in a narrowly syndicalist sense or even as a promise of property. 77 Hence it is only with great reservations that one can speak of political consciousness in the peasantry. 2. In any event, neopopulist and revolutionary propaganda reached only a relatively small portion of the peasantry. The success of this propaganda depended not only on socio-economic status but also, in no small degree, on the age of the agrarian public. As was reported from Ukraine, it was above all the agrarian youth that readily accepted SR ideas. Among the middle-aged, it appealed only to those who had experienced the Russo-Japanese War as reservists. The older peasants were completely conservative and, as always, believed totally in the Tsar and regarded any rebellion as an offense against the God-given order. The report did emphasize that the middle generation, which determined the political attitudes of the village, had been freed of its deeply rooted constitutional illusions by the dissolution of the First Duma and was now engaging in spontaneous action. But the report also noted that even these relatively JJ-conscious peasants at first blamed the delegates, not the government. It was only the Viborg Manifesto that made it clear to the peasants who was the real destroyer of the representative of the people. 78 When the authors saw this as a success of revolutionary agitation, their optimistic judgment obviously clashed with the real inability of the PSR to call for a revolt. 3. The local committees were simply not prepared for an armed revolt. That was due, first and foremost, to the chronic lack of qualified revolutionaries. But a delegate from the Volga Oblast to the conference of the SR peasant agitators in Imatra pointed out that a further shortcoming was the distinct disproportion of the party forces between the city and the countryside. 79 Although the SRS saw the politicization of the village population as their principal objective, very few dedicated themselves to this task. 80 The characteristics of Russia's socio-economic structure were reflected in this situation. The PSR's work among the peasantry was decisively hindered by the enormity of the province, the underdeveloped communications, and the contradiction between the urban and agrarian sector as well as the manifestations of the economic and social backwardness. 4. The cooperation between the party leadership and the grassroots was very poor. Given the immediate situation, one might understand why the Central Committee made such an important decision in July 1906 without consulting a representative body of the party as a whole, for example, the Party Congress. But that it so obviously overestimated the capabilities of the local committees allows one to conclude that the PSR had serious organizational weaknesses. 81. 5.4. A failed putsch, SR agitation in the army. No revolution can be victorious if it fails to win the support, or at least neutralize, the army. Another option is for the revolution to build its own military force equal to that of the armed forces of the state. Chernov was the first to recognize this basic fact. He saw the importance of the armed forces not so much in their weaponry as in their outstanding organization. He calculated that the soldiers and the sailors could carry discipline and order into the general people's revolt. They could direct the spontaneity of the masses and help the elementary outbreak of violence to become efficient. For Chernov, the best case for the revolution would be a simultaneous mass revolt in the city and village, together with a well-planned putsch by the conscious parts of the army. 1. Even though the PSR regarded agitation among soldiers and sailors as a key to the overthrow of the autocracy, in fact it did relatively little. In the great majority of the SR local organizations, army work held a very low priority, even during the revolution. Only a few of the larger committees replied to queries from the Central Committee's Organizations Bureau in February 1907 and claimed to have conducted systematic propaganda in the garrisons. They seldom reported that a special commission existed for this type of activity. 2 Such special departments were most common in the important ports of the Imperial Tsarist Navy. FO.R. The disgruntled sailors offered SRS especially fruitful opportunities for agitation. 3. The naval bases of the Baltics, the Black Sea, Kronstadt, Sveaborg, Reval, Tallinn, and Sevastopol. The PSR worked very hard to infiltrate the armed forces with revolutionary cells. 3. The Central Committee supported this work with very large sums. Just how large this financial support was can be seen by the fact that the army organization of the St. Petersburg military region had a larger budget than the Oblast Committee of North Russia and the Committee of the Large Cities combined. 4. The PSR's agitation among soldiers and sailors was different from that among other sections of the population not only because it began later, but also because of its special position in the party organization. From the very beginning SR agitation in the military was strictly directed and coordinated from above by a Central Military Bureau, Central Novo Bureau, or TSVB, which bore the principal authority for all matters relating to military agitation. It could use the available resources under its authority at will and did not require the approval of the Organization Bureau or local committees. It also had its own treasury. This financial independence, above all, contributed to the increasing inability of the Central Committee and the local leadership to exercise effective control over the military organization. This was the source of much complaint within the party. The independence of the military organization was due largely to the work of one man, S.F. Mikulevic. He was an old Narodnik and veteran of Siberian exile. He directed virtually all the SR propaganda activities in the army and fleet. 5 Without question, however, the most important reason for the extreme centralization and independence of the military organization was the special condition under which agitation had to be conducted in the military. This work was confined to just a few cities, required an exception. Ally high degree of conspiratorial caution, and accordingly had its own specialized methods of work. Toward the end of June 1906, Mikulevic convened the first conference of military agitator in Tirjoki, Finland. The debates at this conference showed that, even at the apogee of the revolution, the PSR lacked a unified conception for its military activities. A report from Penza claimed that the tendency toward party neutrality was very strong and therefore suggested that the party's propaganda presented without a specific SR line. The Penza delegate went so far as to mention that the possibility of cooperation with SDS should not be rejected out of hand. However, the delegate from Moscow was applauded when he called such a strategy simply unthinkable. There was no middle ground between these two positions, nor did a vote lead to a decision. Thus, one of the most important questions of revolutionary tactics in the area of military policy had to be remanded to local organizations for further consultations because it was insufficiently thought out. 6. In the course of exhaustive discussions, the conference was able to achieve a consensus on the question of military terror. The majority of delegates concurred that the assassination of officers, generals, and other hated oppressors of the soldiers had to be very carefully organized. Miner, a representative of the Central Committee, maintained that the party should only then use these means when the entire population understands. Rakitnikov agreed, noting that military terror was only an act of revenge and as such not approved by the party. But the critical question of the Moscow delegate remained unanswered. If the soldier was one of the people, he asked, why could not the PSR fight against the martinets with the same weapons as against the oppressors of the people? Although the final vote approved the tactical line of the party, the remarkably large number of opposition votes showed that a significant portion of the conference participants did not accept this argument. Evidently, the rejection of military terror appeared to them as measuring the suffering of the soldiers with a different yardstick. It was no accident that this first conference of SR military agitators convened when the dissolution of the First Duma was already close at hand. Indeed, the conference was intended to muster the PSR's military forces and evaluate the strength of the party in the event an armed revolt did break out. The reports of local delegates presented a rather bleak picture. Mikulevic summarized these reports thus: the moment is NQT ripe for a revolt. Only parts of the army are ready. If we attack now, it will only end in a defeat. 7. However, delegates from Penza and Sevastopol judged the situation differently and pointed to the many spontaneous protest actions in the whole country. In their opinion, such tension in the country meant that a rising could only be held off with great effort. Several Central Committee representatives even wanted to set a firm date for final assault on the last bastions of autocracy. With regard to the correlation of forces in the army, however, even the optimists had no doubts concerning the correctness of Mikulevic's cautious judgment. Consequently, a final resolution directed SR committees to place themselves at the head of spontaneous uprisings, but simultaneously advised them not to provoke insurrection or to plan isolated actions. Despite the depressing situation reports of military agitators, the PSR leadership was not deterred and continued to plan for a centrally organized revolt. This revolt was to be concentrated in Kronstadt and Sveaborg. The party leadership assumed that the occupation of coastal fortifications in the Gulf of Finland and the Baltic Fleet would make it possible completely to disarm and occupy St. Petersburg, and that taking the capital would at the same time mean the victory of the armed rising. Chernov held this to be at first glance indeed a simple and correct strategy. 8. Mikulevic was given the task of preparing this action. He was already head of SR military agitation in Kronstadt and had assembled there a large number of talented propagandists. A garrison committee served as a bridgehead for their actions. This committee was composed of representatives of the revolutionary soldiers and sailors in the separate companies and ships' crews. In June 1906, the PSR and the RSDRP each sent 5 members to this committee. One SR witness reported that such dissatisfaction was present in the lower ranks of the Navy that one awaited hourly the outbreak of armed acts of violence. There were even conflicts between the sailors and SRS in the military committee when sailors insisted on the immediate murder of the officers, i.e., military terror, which was contrary to official PSR tactics. 9. The explosive situation even forced the Bolsheviks to revise their initial categorical rejection of a revolt. Once they had accused SRS of being unconscionable conspirators and wanting to jump into an irresponsible adventure and leading the people into disaster. 10. Now, after a special meeting of the St. Petersburg RSDRP committee, the Bolsheviks were prepared to participate as actively as possible in the leadership of the movement. 11. However, as in the attempted insurrection of December 1905, the second attempt at a revolutionary, armed revolt foiled. THIRD minesweepers in Sveaborg did give the start signal for the rising by refusing to make preparations so as to prevent warships whose crews had mutinied from entering the harbor. And the red flag of the rebels did fly over Sveaborg's most important fortifications on July 18, 1906. A day and a half later, however, the government was again master of the situation. On July 20 the rebels had to yield to the cannons of an armored cruiser that remained loyal to the Tsar. The unrest in Kronstadt ran a different course. As the news of the events in Sveaborg arrived, the preparations were still not complete. Instead of acting, the would-be revolutionaries engaged in hectic discussions over the risks of a putsch. Because they had no choice, the sailors of one garrison revolted in the night of 19/20 July. The revolutionary strategists had set great hopes on just this garrison. As in Sveaborg, the sailors were so poorly armed and organized, and so hopelessly inferior in numbers to the troops loyal to the government, that the rebels capitulated the very next morning. At the same time a mutiny in the armored cruiser Pamiat-Azova was suppressed even before it really began. 12 Because the revolt remained isolated and the revolutionaries could not coordinate their actions, and because, as Chernov later analyzed, a strategic plan and central leadership were lacking, the autocracy won an easy and fast victory. 13. What the SRS learned from these events was the imperative of increasing the numbers in the military to whom they addressed agitation. According to Mikkel Vish, the objective of the work could not yet be an appeal to conscious revolutionaries, but merely the general politicization of the armed forces. Working on a broad front should take precedence over trying to deepen the party's hold on soldiers and sailors. Only thus could the party influence the officer corps. Moreover, the failed revolt had proven that, without the cooperation of the officer corps, the actions of troops inspired by revolution could not succeed. In the fall of 1906, Mikkel Vish founded the All-Russian Union of Officers, Vysorossiyskiy Ofitsersky Soyuz, as an instrument of this strategy that was involuntarily non-party and largely legal. IBIS new organization held its first conference in December, and a short time later Mikulevic founded the All-Russian Non-Party Union of Soldiers and Sailors, Vysorossiyskiy Bespartynyi Soyuz Soldatov I Matrosov. 14 Both organizations were, for all intents and purposes, controlled by the PSR. Central Committee agreed to the neutral facade only on the strict condition that the presence of other parties be prevented. 15 Consequently, the significant financial resources CJF the Union, which were primarily invested in publishing, came from the central PSR treasury. 16 Very soon, however, it became evident that non-party methods of agitation had significant disadvantages and hence new methods had to be found. J. In response to the dissolution of the Second Duma, the Third Party Congress in July 1907 ordered a complete change of tactics in military agitation. Although party leaders had come to the conclusion that the peasantry would not rise against this injustice, they still did not want to simply accept the Tsarist coup d'état. Yes, great efforts were made to organize a revolt. And since the initiative for such a revolt could only come from the army, the Party Congress decided to break with the old tactics and to approve and encourage both isolated putsch attempts and mutinies in individual military units. A programmatic article justified this unexpected change. The so-called partial revolts are unavoidable in the military. If the uprisings cannot be organized, they will simply break out spontaneously and with worse results and perhaps even with greater losses. 17. Although many argued strongly for a sensi policy 18 of supporting but not initiating individual action, the final resolution had a decisively militant tone, stating clearly that the strengthening of work in this area army agitation should not be afraid of individual armed action in those cases where the revolutionary spirit of the soldiers is such that spontaneous uprisings can be expected, and where organization and well thought out plans offer serious hope that success can be achieved even if that success can only be local and temporary. 19. The Party Congress was conscious of the risk of defeat. In fact, it in effect provoked defeat, since the tide of the revolutionary movement had already ebbed in the summer of 1906. If in its blindness and unrealistic optimism the SR leaders intended to overcome the problem of the current situation by simply changing tactics, they soon had to pay the price for their denial of reality. Despite the overwhelming and almost unanimous enthusiasm with which the party grassroots greeted the new freedom of action, all attempts to use this freedom ended in fiasco and caused much harm. For example, the uprising in Japni 1907 by a sapper unit in Kiev was strongly inspired by the SRS and the dissolution of the Second Duma. The revolt was crushed within a few hours. A critical internal party report analyzing the failure of the revolt noted that, once again, there was no plan worked out for a revolt and that the unit, in its spontaneous anger, had simply forgotten the limits of its own strength and wanted only to strike back and make the government answer for its action. 20. The situation was much the same for a rebellion in Vladivostok in October, although the rebels here were much more numerous and able to cause unrest for a couple of days. 21. The rising in Sevastopol in September 1907 deserves our attention, since it was planned with the direct participation of the PSR Central Committee. Thus the Sevastopol Rising can be regarded as an example of SR military agitation and tactics in the final phase of the revolution. A representative from the Central Military Bureau described the course of the revolt. 22. Following the decisions of the Third Party Congress, the Central Committee gave him a general carte blanche for local uprisings. The SME organ also authorized him to prepare the strategically important naval port in the Black Sea for an individual rising. The emissary of the party leadership, probably G.I. Glinsky 23, discovered that the SR committee from Sevastopol was at odds with the local fighting brotherhood after the latter had already called for rebellion. The committee, however, held to the only party line that it knew, namely, the ban on isolated action. The Central Committee representative organized a committee to prepare for the revolt. This committee consisted of members from the Fighting Brotherhood, and the Central Military Bureau gave it sole authority to raise the banner of revolt when the situation seemed right. The committee insisted upon its plans and organized a mutiny in the garrisons. And it did so in the face of unified resistance from the local party leadership, the SR Workers' Union from Sevastopol, and the Central Committee 24 representative in the Oblast Committee for South Russia, all of whom regarded the revision of the old strategy as irresponsible. The opposition turned to the Central Committee and asked for instructions. But when 3 more delegates of the Central Military Bureau appeared in Sevastopol, all holding special authority from the Central Committee, the request of the opposition lost its purpose and the rebels now had a free hand. Two SR officers from Odessa functioned as strategic advisors and predicted that the attempt would end in total defeat. The workers' union and the local party committee refused to render any assistance. Reports on the morale of the troops were not optimistic. But the preparation committee was not to be held back. On the advice of the delegates from the party leadership, who alone made up more than half the votes, the committee decided to risk a rebellion. The report on the rebellion explained that, given the alternative of not using the relatively revolutionary attitude or literally going for broke, the committee decided on the latter. As predicted, the uprising was crushed before it even got started. For those who had seen the disaster coming but were prevented by the Central Committee from hindering this unhappy outcome, there was nothing left to do but to protest with the greatest possible energy and to point out the consequences of the catastrophe, a terrible demoralization, arrests, and the bitter hostility of soldiers toward the PSR. The opponents complained that the organization lay in ruins and that the party must make a completely new beginning. The party leadership alone was responsible for this situation. The representatives of the Central Military Bureau and the other representatives did very little to prepare the ideological and practical foundation for the rebellion. It was poorly informed about the attitudes of the mass of soldiers, it did nothing to acquaint itself with the soldiers' attitudes, and no organizational work among the soldiers was done and the masses in the garrisons were not organized. Furthermore, the Sevastopol Committee emphasized that the Central Committee had pressed for rebellion against the will of the local committee and against the spirit of party statutes. In the end, the party leadership had to be reminded once again of a revolutionary truism that the PSR had followed until July 1907, an armed revolt could develop only in an atmosphere of intensive class struggle and could not be called forth arbitrarily on the initiative of individual groups or organizations. What had just occurred was held to be a gross violation of the principles of the socialist struggle and the basis of party tactics 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. A conference of military workers held in November 1907 had the task of summarizing the experience gained from the attempts at rebellion since July 1907. It might perhaps be more correct to say that the conference had the task of picking up the shards of SR agitation in the army and fleet. The results of its investigations confirmed the analysis of the Sevastopol Committee. Once again the conference complained about a miserable situation that had already been the subject of complaint a year earlier, after the debacle in Kronstadt. Namely, this included an exaggeration of the revolutionary engagement of the masses, a lack of initiative, a low intellectual and moral level of responsible party members, serious defects in propaganda activities in the army, and, last but not least, deficiencies of party organization in general, such as the isolation of the center. Conference participants found the reasons for failure not only in their own weakness but also in the deficiencies in the entire party structure and the organization of party work. 30. The PSR's Organization Bureau also learned from the failed revolts that unsuccessful agitation was largely attributable to poor organization. It had always regarded the special status of the Central Military Bureau as a mistake. Hence it concluded now was the time to rectify this mistake and eliminate that organ. The Organization Bureau claimed that army agitators made their own local organizations and had removed themselves from the control of the local committees. This led to irresponsible independence and conflicts, especially because the financially autonomous Central Military Bureau did not coordinate its actions with the party center and consciously promoted the ideology of the autonomy of military initiatives. The delegates proposed that the Military Bureau, as in the case of agitation among porkers and peasants, should be attached to the Organization Bureau and that the local committees should be made responsible for military propagandists. Although THJ's authority of the local committees was expressly limited to general party affairs, thus guaranteeing broad autonomy for military agitators, the great majority of conference participants did not accept these plans. Instead, they insisted on its special status, a position contrary to their complaints about the lack of coordination between party organizations, and even demanded their own formally separate, democratically elected organization. The organization bureau did not give up and succeeded in having its resolution accepted. 1071. The conference also thoroughly revised SR work in the Army. It now decided to allow the previously forbidden military terror as one of the means of revolutionary struggle against the worst and most dangerous representatives of the Tsarist state. 31, 32, 33 Objections that such acts of violence would endanger the already weak revolutionary cells in the army evoked the counter-argument that terror teaches initiative and will break through the hypnosis of discipline. Certainly the delegates did not dare to entrust the decision for attacks to soldiers but rather gave this authority to the local committees and, when practicable, to the oblast committees. Although this was an attempt to prevent blind and politically senseless terror, the approval of violent methods did show that the PSR still hoped to improve the negative balance of its military agitation through greater militancy. At the same time, an attempt was made to make better use of the limited resources at hand. The conference participants had no doubts that the experiment of legal party-neutral work with the soldiers and sailors had failed. It was clear to all that propagating a broad democratic program with a demand to convene a constituent assembly and guarantee civil rights would achieve a diffuse politicization, but it could not create revolutionary engagement. A delegate warned that the destructive consequences of such activity were greater than its advantages, namely the short-lived organizations which disappear after arrests, the spontaneity of the movement resulting in a loss of control and direction by the party and the discouragement after defeats. The same speaker then characterized the military agitation of social democrats. The comparison was not very flattering for SRS, for the SDS tried to appeal to the conscious party groups in mass of soldiers, and hence their work goes deep. Therefore the work among the soldiers does not stop even when the Social Democratic Party organization suffers, but rather is carried on by the soldiers themselves. 33 On the basis of this insight, in the fall of 1907 SR propagandists in the army began to communicate only information that had a specifically and recognizably SR content. 34, 35, 36 Deepness and the recruiting of conscious cadres was now to replace working on a broad front. The party wanted fewer but better revolutionaries. Chernov agreed with this new policy, as he later said, the decisive reason for the failure of armed uprisings in 1905 to 1907 had been the lack of knowledge about the participants. As men of the word, as theoreticians, and as intellectuals without military experience, and this charge was directed against the PSR, the revolutionaries had shown themselves to be incapable of giving the unrest a planned direction and orderly, disciplined leadership. Looking to the future, Chernov summarized his critical review by maintaining that one must organize a revolt. 37 Unfortunately, by 1907 it was already too late to take this new doctrine to heart and to test the new form of concentrated agitation, for revolutionary work in the army in any form had become virtually impossible. 5.5. Principled boycott, the PSR position on the State Duma. As the party that propagated the immediate socialist revolution and pursued the most militant tactic among the revolutionary groups, the PSR was extremely skeptical of constitutional concessions by the ancien regime. A representative of the people with limited competence and hence could not seriously challenge the power of the autocracy must appear to be a mockery of the party's objectives. The Tsarist Duma was regarded as simply a diversion, intended only to delay the capitulation of the old order. Instead of wasting limited resources on a constitutional game that was more apparent titan real, the SRS preferred to advance the cause of revolution. The PSR's first statement on the consultative Bulletin Duma in August 1905 made it quite clear that the party looked upon this travesty of the parliamentary idea with scorn. The project was condemned as a falsification of the will of the people and the party recommended a total boycott. Revolutionaria Rossidia justified the party's position with the claim that taking part in these elections would mean the self-castration of the party. To demonstrate to the autocracy the real will of the people, the Central Party paper called for the organization of protest assemblies in the villages and townships, in other words an active boycott. 38. The SRS also regarded the new Duma announced by the October Manifest with extreme skepticism. Although this Duma had significantly more rights than its crippled predecessor, it nonetheless appeared to most delegates at the First Party Congress as merely a plaything of autocracy. Despite the December defeat, they argued that the revolution did not have to take crumbs from the ruler's table. Therefore, the Party Congress passed almost unanimously a resolution that once again not only called for a boycott but, contrary to Chernov's wordy arguments, even refused to call for anti-Duma agitation. That is, the Party Congress regarded agitation against the Duma as tantamount bowing before the Tsarist government committing and treason to its own principles. 39 The party supported not the cautious tactics of its leading theorist but instead the blind extremism of Minor. Let it the Duma be supremely black hundredist, let only scoundrels sit in it, that will be better for us because there will be no illusions. 40. It soon transpired that it was not rightists and black hundreds 41 who dominated the first State Duma but the cadets. Despite many reservations, even SRS could not deny that the cadets were an opposition group. Because it was impossible to denounce this representative of the people as a servile instrument of autocracy and an accomplice of the unjust state, the meaning and purpose of the boycott decision now became questionable. The boycott finally lost all meaning when the Pizanui, despite the joint appeal from the PSR and the All-Russian Union of Peasants, rushed to the polls. The SR leaders had every reason to recall the rebuke of the party's most authoritative personality. In February 1906, Gershony wrote from Siberia and commented that he was thoroughly astonished when he heard of the January decision. Completely ignoring the Duma was anarchistic. At the very least a widespread and energetic agitation against the Tsarist fraud should have been attempted. 42. In May 1906, the First Party Council tried to adjust to the new situation. However, because entry into the Duma was blocked, there was no chance to correct the earlier mistake right away. The party could only make close contact with the related group of Trudoviki 43 and in this indirect way try to participate in parliamentary activity and to profit from its agitational effects. This method essentially led to the annulment of the resolution of the Party Congress. The Party Council would have preferred to deny, at least verbally, that such was the case. In effect, it admitted the new tactical orientation when it expressly stated that the Duma contained elements that were purely proletarian and belonging to the working peasantry. 44. Chance for an official and complete revision of the failed strategy came as the Tsar dissolved the First Duma in the summer of 1906 and ordered new elections. In order to allow a representative party assembly the opportunity to discuss and decide this difficult problem, the SR leaders organized a party council meeting for October. 8 oblast delegates, 1 delegate each from Moscow and St. Petersburg and 5 members of the Central Committee, were represented at this meeting. 45 The party's opinion appeared to be quite definite. A referendum was held, with admittedly moderate participation levels, and showed that SRS in the south, north, northwest, central oblasts, Moscow, St. Petersburg, and the Caucasus favored participation in the Duma elections. Only the party members in Ukraine were opposed, the Urals and Volga region were undecided. The debates in the party council, however, showed that this referendum revealed only very incompletely the actual mood of the party. The victory of the prudent and those ready for compromise was not nearly as decisive as it at first appeared. The assertions of some delegates were not contradicted that a social division split the party into 2 camps over the Duma question. The majority of members, i.e., workers and peasants and the lower-level organizations, workers' unions, peasant committees, voted almost everywhere against a boycott while the local party leaders from the intelligentsia were united in their determination to maintain the old position. 46 The situation impelled opponents of the Duma to make the threat that the party would fall apart if the party council decided to participate in the election. This may have been an exaggeration, but unquestionably many active underground fighters saw legal tactics as a violation of essential principles, as a sacrilege of revolutionary politics. Breshkovskaya, for example, declared in September 1906 that the party cannot in principle take part in the Duma. 47 At the same time, Proponents of Duma participation declared the problem to be one of tactical opportunism and a duty to the party's grassroots. They argued that because the masses wanted participation, the PSR, like other revolutionary parties, had to make every effort to use the Duma as a stage for agitation. The delegate from the South Oblast warned, "If we approve the boycott, then we can close up shop." 48 The conference accepted this point of view and decided, by a vote of 13-2, in favor of a further experiment with legal politics. At the same time, the party council hurried to emphasize that the change of course by no means limited the tactics of the struggle as hitherto practiced. As a question of means and not principle, it was actually possible to combine both tactics together into a harmonious whole. This was all the easier because, after the experience with the first Duma, the population no longer believed in constitutional illusions. As the party fought in the Duma arena with the weapons admitted by the autocracy, it simultaneously had to continue revolutionary action. Even before the elections, argued some SRS, the party had to confirm the new tactic by seeking to put up its own candidates wherever possible and despite the expected persecution. The party resolution determined that common election lists were only possible with related SR groups of non-Russian nationality, such as the Armenian Dashnak-Sutushun, the Armenian Revolutionary Federation, Armyanskaya Revolutionная Federatsiya, or the Georgian Party of SR Federalists, Gruzinskaya Partiya Socialistov Federalistov Revolutionarov. Regarding other parties, no matter how socialist they may be, it was only permitted to agree on certain candidates. 49 Internally, the PSR was not quite as self-confident. The Central Oblast Committee, for example, directed subordinate organizations to enter into coalitions with Trudoviki or Social Democrats and, in extreme cases, even with cadets if the election of a socialist revolutionary was not secure. 50 It appears that the PSR by ARD large avoided working with the liberals because the party deeply suspected their readiness to negotiate with autocracy and also feared losses among workers. The PSR was, however, prepared to enter an election union with the RSDRP and the People's Socialists. This union was formally sealed on January 25, 1907 and led to left-wing blocs in such cities as St. Petersburg, Nizhny Novgorod, Perm, Ekaterinoslav, Saratov, Astrakhan, Samara, Voronezh, and Tula. In addition, the Central Committee founded together with the People's Socialists a common election organization, Zemlya I Volia. This organization propagated a more moderate, pro-peasant program and was especially directed at members of the liberal populist intelligentsia. 51. Documentation on the election campaign is sparse. The few scattered comments that can be found however give the impression that almost none of the SR local organizations was up to this new task. The campaign was utterly with plan and could have not been very successful. In any case, hardly any committee was satisfied with its work. 52. Because of the importance that the SR leadership attached to the Duma question, it convened another extraordinary party council in February 1907. This council was to confirm the decision of the Second Party Council and to outline party policy inside and outside the Duma. Above all, it had to be decided whether or not the new course was compatible with the continuation of terrorist attacks. In the name of the Central Committee, Chernov argued for consistency and recommended, just as in the spring of 1906 for the First Duma, the suspension of political terror during the Second Duma. He saw correctly that activities regarded by the government as capital crimes would make the work of SR deputies practically impossible. He also noted that the SR deputies would face the constant danger of losing parliamentary immunity or being arrested. In addition, essential cooperation with the other left-wing Duma factions that rejected such attacks would also be made difficult. In a word, it was not possible to combine legalism and terrorism. 53. The majority of delegates remained unpersuaded. Despite the decision of the Second Party Council and despite an intensive campaign of the Central Party press. 54 They still regarded the new policy with extreme skepticism. Although the peasant had forced them to approve the experiment, they were by no means prepared to abandon. The revolutionary struggle. And revolutionary struggle, in their mind, included above all terror. The attitude of party grassroots in 1907 was similar to its attitude at the end of 1905, when the transition to a legal democratic party had been the subject of debate. SRS at the grassroots demonstrated little desire to take an unnecessary risk, primarily because they believed that the Second Duma would, sooner or later, suffer the same fate as the first. Hence most speakers argued for a continuation of militant tactics and warned the party to concentrate on the unchanged object socialist revolution. They therefore directed future Duma delegates to unmask the government whenever possible. They even mentioned the possibility of an attack against the Tsar. This option was something that even the PSR avoided debating publicly. 129. It was only the authority of Gershuni, who had just returned from Siberia and a triumphal tour in the United States, that made a compromise between the Central Committee and the radical faction of council delegates possible. He warned against questioning the programmatic decision of the Second Party Council. He also pointed out that the people had expressed its opinion through participation in the Duma elections. But when the voice of the organized party of the proletariat and the peasantry clearly and definitely decides to participate in the Duma, then it was the task of committees and central institutions of the party, to follow through on this decision. On the question of terror, Gershuni was prepared to compromise and offered the following magic formula: with a good Duma a bad bomb is not a good tactic, with a bad Duma a good bomb is unavoidable. On the one hand, the founder of the party confirmed with this phrase the necessity of political assassinations. On the other hand, he made the judgment that the appropriateness of assassination depended on the work of the parliament. He therefore recommended that all central and local acts of terror of significant importance be put under the complete control of the party. This meant practically that all important acts of terror remained under the control of the Central Committee. 130. The Party Council approved its final resolution under the influence of Gershuni's highly praised speech. This resolution demanded of SR Duma delegates a truly acrobatic political balancing act between irresponsible confrontation and false compromises. The socialist revolutionaries were told not to endanger the Duma yet, at the same time, to unmask the government whenever possible. In addition, they 55-56 were to build a united front with the other socialist and extreme leftist parties in order to represent the true interests of the people. 57. The SR fraction at the Second Duma consisted of 34 deputies. They followed policies that more or less corresponded to the directives of the Extraordinary Party Council. For example, they rejected the budget as proposed by the government. They also refused to approve the conscription of recruits because the army serves only the oppression of its own people. Together with the SDS, they launched an initiative for areas plagued with famine. 58. They even dared to recognize terror by their party as a legitimate means of resistance against the carriers of arbitrary rule and violence. 59. The parliamentary activity of SRS culminated in a draft bill on agrarian reform that proposed to legalize the socialization of land. The PSR portrayed this bill as the solution for Russia's economic and social problems. Although this bill was rejected by the government and Duma majority, it nevertheless received, along with the support of the Trudoviki, a respectable 104 votes. 60. But the SR deputies were also prepared to compromise. To name just two important decisions, they supported the election of the cadet F.A. Golovin to Duma president, and in the debates over the government's program did not seek a vote of no confidence against Stolypin because the party did not want to provoke the emperor into dissolving this Duma. Numerous proclamations and the continuously published letters of the deputies maintained the contact between the fraction, public, and party. A significant number of PSR local committees even founded special periodicals to report on the Duma's activities. This was a good indication that the interest of the party grassroots in the people's representative remained strong. 61. The PSR's attempt at legality came to an abrupt end when the Tsar dissolved the Second Duma on July 3, 1907. Even without this arbitrary act, however, the policy of compromise initiated by the Second Party Council must be regarded as a failure. At the London Party Conference in August 1908, Argonov had to concede in his critical report that the SRS had not succeeded, to the degree necessary, in using the Parliament as tribune. 62 One purely superficial reason for this failure was undoubtedly the poor selection of personnel for the Duma fraction. Not one party member of stature, none of the numerous sympathizers in the broad stratum of the intelligentsia, none of the well-known authors and journalists were members of the fraction. Instead, third-class personalities represented the Psi-carat in the Duma, and the PSR Duma faction consisted of many undesirables, forcing the party to distance itself from positions taken by these elements. 63 But these compromising and painful errors pointed to deeper causes for the limited success of parliamentary work. One must also consider the failure of local committees in running the election and, more importantly, the merely half-hearted approval of lower and middle-level party cadres for this policy. The main support for the party organization and its activities at the grassroots was the SR intelligentsia. Although it was contrary to their convictions, they only accepted the tactical change, if at all. Bojave feared that their followers would not have obeyed a call for a boycott. It is therefore safe to assume that their engagement in the election campaign was correspondingly limited. The conspiratorial hardcore of the party regarded elections as a burdensome duty and not as something essential. Thus, despite all the proclamations to the contrary, the attitude in upper levels of the party was about the same. It is difficult to accuse only delegates of being responsible for the fact that the Duma fraction was, as far as one can determine, about as closely tied to the party as the legal populists had been at the end of 1905. J. Under these conditions, it is no wonder that the SR leadership had no trouble in unifying the party in a united front against the Third Duma, an illegal monstrosity of a counter-revolutionary coup. 64 After autocracy had so altered the elections laws to guarantee a desired pliant people's representative, renewed participation in the elections was impossible for virtually all local committees. The Third Party Council was able to determine with satisfaction that even the most politically backward had abandoned all hope for an evolutionary change in the system. The Party Council delegates therefore resolved unanimously to fight the Duma with the old slogan of active boycott. 65. With this new change in policy, the PSR returned to a strategy that unquestionably corresponded more closely to the subjective essence of its theory and to the radical, voluntarist character of its practical work. When the RSDWP decided to remain in the Duma 66, this decision was possibly due to their conception of a bourgeois stage in the Russian Revolution. The revolutionary parties, on the other hand, had to hold out as minority parties until the time was ripe for a socialist revolt. The ISR's conception of a revolution did not permit such a moratorium. For the PSR, constitutionalism washbound to real democracy, that is, the unlimited self-determination of the working masses. Every type of popular representation that had not been established by a socialist revolution was therefore an operetta Duma. To participate in elections and thereby recognize such a Duma was tantamount to betrayal of the socialist ideal, and liquidationism. By making the Duma boycott a criterion for truly revolutionary politics, the PSR made this question, notwithstanding numerous statements to the contrary, a matter of principle, not just mere tactics. Hence the participation of the PSR in the Duma could not last for very long. 5.6. Fighting tactics instead of trade unionism, SR agitation among the workers. Even though PSR's theory and practical activities concentrated on the agrarian population, the conventional opinion that the PSR was the party of peasants and RSDWP the party of workers is a false simplification. The SRS also assumed that a revolution could not succeed without the participation of the urban proletariat. In the united front of all the oppressed that was to sweep away the autocracy in an armed revolt, the proletariat was to have an essential function. It is also important to recall that, in terms of the social background of its members, the PSR was more an advance party of the proletarian revolution than the agrarian. The paradox was that the majority of the PSR members came from the urban working class. Therefore the competition between THIRD and SDS was fought not so much in the villages as in the cities. Sparked by the extensive workers' unrest in South Russia during the summer of 1903, theoretical arguments in the PSR before the 1905 revolution sought mainly to evaluate the usefulness of strikes as a tactic in the struggle against exploitation. Committed to the idea of popular insurrection, the party made great efforts to distance itself from the SD position on this issue. If all the oppressed social classes were to unite in a common revolutionary struggle, then the means and ends of this struggle had to bear a general character and could not be tied to one specific group. At best, the struggle to improve the material conditions of life could be but one method in the revolutionary struggle and must always be subordinated to the higher political purpose. Therefore the PSR approved strikes only as a means of initiating broad mass movement and only when this mobilizing function was intended. Chernov criticized the SDS by claiming that every demonstration by the workers unavoidably takes on a political character regardless whether the participants want this or not. One must use this potential and not be content with mere economic objectives. Not in lieu of, but rather together with other means, above all terrorist attacks, could strikes have their greatest effect. 1 The PSR's propaganda followed Chernov's line by trying to create a comprehensive political consciousness among the workers. A primary objective of PSR propaganda was to make the workers understand that they could only improve their position with the help of revolution, a general revolt too, and not, as the SDS claimed, by wresting economic concessions from their oppressors. It is not hard to see that behind this difference was the old charge against the Russian Marxists of being guilty of economism. The ideological boundary between the SRS and the SDS was drawn, as in the 1880s and 1890s, between the politiki and ekonomiki three, or, to use a favorite phrase of the PSR, between political agitation and pure trade unionism. This tactic, as already shown, was not successful before the 1905 revolution, for the PSR failed to establish itself among the workers. 1905 appeared to bring about a change. The new political conditions eliminated many barriers and disadvantages with respect to the Social Democrats. The SRS no longer suffered from a serious shortage of agitators. One significant reason for this deficiency had been the Okhrana's belief that terrorists were more dangerous than their peaceful Marxist competitors. Nor were the latter any longer able systematically to keep SRS out. 4 Moreover, the fact that the concept of socialist revolutionary was bound with the needs of a peasant revolution was no longer a problem for workers, for the necessity of an alliance between the city and countryside was obvious to all. In the cities, the increasing radicalism and fighting mood of the urban population was especially helpful to the PSR, for the party's agitation for revolt and terrorist tactics made it a credible and appealing alternative to the Social Democrats. 5. Unfortunately for the PSR, these improved political conditions did not lead to any great successes in its attempts to win over the workers. A massive change in the political sympathies of the workers in favor of SRS did not transpire, and the PSR could not make any significant gains against the commanding position of social democracy. At the end of 1905, the SDS played the leading role in the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, whereas the SRS dominated the congresses of the All-Russian Peasant Union. This situation more or less reflected the actual distribution of power. At the beginning of 1906, an analytical and informative article from circles close to the PSR Central Committee found that the RSDRP maintained its position because it was only the grey masses and the youth who went over to the SRS. The older, respected and influential workers who were known in the factories and whose convictions were confirmed under the monopolistic influence of the earlier exclusive domination of social democratic circles kept their distance from the socialist revolutionaries. It was thus possible that the assemblies of factory workers would pass SR resolutions even though these assemblies were always directed by socialist democrats. These factory assemblies also elected SDS to Rayon committees and workers' soviets. The PSR did achieve victories of agitation, but the organizational benefits were limited. Summing up the situation, the author of this article declared that the current situation was favorable to the SRS, but the party should be concerned about the future since it did not have sufficient resources to lead the urban movement. Point 6. Even after this sober assessment of the current situation, the SR leadership still saw no reason to make a serious effort to correct the mistakes indicated in the article and thereby avert the anticipated harmful consequences. As long as unrest in the countryside continued, the party did not stop fanning the flames of revolt. In addition, the PSR could be certain of significant resonance in the urban working class. Indeed, it could with satisfaction point to 2 trade unions that were under PSR control and that were of central strategic importance. At the end of 1905, 3 SRS, together 1 Bolshevik, 1 Menshevik, 1 Social Democrat who did not belong to any fraction, and 1 anarchist, sat in the Central Bureau of the All-Russian Union of Railroad Workers and Employees. The chair of this Central Bureau was the well-known PSR party member, V.N. Pereverzev, from the Moscow Committee. Point 7. Moreover, virtually all the local organizations of the Union of the Post Office and Telegraph Employees tended to support the PSR. These bridgeheads in J trade unions and the unquestionably impressive influx of new members and sympathizers served to conceal the organizational weaknesses of SR work in the cities. Not J surprisingly, the careless leadership became short-sighted. Only as the unrest slowly died down and the revolution finally came to an end did the leadership open its eyes to the reality of the situation. The PSR had to admit that it had largely failed to establish itself securely in the trade union movement that began in 1905. One SR regional paper tried to explain this situation by claiming that the logic of life dictated the dedication of all resources and all attention to the peasantry and the agrarian program, leaving the workers' question completely forgotten. Now the party faced a situation where it lacked even enough good quality agitational literature and its program was no longer relevant. Point 8. From early 1907, the PSR Central Committee tried to make amends for past failures. After the party had compromised its fighting principle by participating in the Second Duma, it now turned more decisively, especially after the coup of June 3, 1907, to peaceful agitation among the workers. It was, moreover, the trade unions, next to the parliament, that represented the most important gain from the Revolution 9 and that had to play an essential role in this new strategy. In July 1907 for the first time, the Third Party Council worked out the PSR's position on the function and objectives of unions and the relationship between unions and political parties. Borrowing from the usual SD division of labor, TNEPSR Party Council saw it as the duty of unions to lead the economic struggle and to fight for a material improvement in the lives of the workers. The party's task was to act in the political arena. But the core of the PSR's position differed from that of their Marxist rivals in that the unions had to be non-party. The SRS constantly emphasized the importance of preventing the unions from being drawn into the feuds between the several socialist parties. At the same time, the SRS had always promoted the unity of politics and economics, of political and economic objectives. Party neutrality, therefore, did not mean ideological indifference or a ban on taking political positions, but rather connoted a purely formal neutrality. The workers' organizations should belong neither to social democracy nor to the PSR. Accordingly, the Party Council condemned on the one hand every attempt to limit union activities to the economy, but on the other hand suggested that the necessary synthesis of labor and politics cannot be expressed in the acceptance of any kind of completely concrete minimum of political demands as terms of admission. Instead, the objective of the union's work must be formulated in general as the struggle for the material, legal, and spiritual interests of the workers as well as a struggle against exploitation and oppression. Point 10. Local commentators explained that it was essential for unions to assist in solving political problems in the communities. Without this participation, the union could not become schools of struggle for the common cause, that is, for socialism. Point 11. The reality of daily political work, however, hindered the practical achievement of goals set by the Party Council. The PSR did in fact reject the request from the Union of Railway Workers to enter the party. Point 12. In 1908, The PSR once again emphasized its view that unions should embrace all workers, regardless of their political opinions/13. This of course did not prevent the SRS from engaging in the hard struggle for influence and power in the proletarian organizations. They presented themselves as defenders of the independence and autonomy of the professional cooperatives and, simultaneously, constantly accused the SDS of misusing the unions for their own egoistical purposes. Chernov spoke of the Social Democrats' attempt to castrate the unions. 14, 15, 16 as justified as these complaints may have been. 17 The pose of neutrality was hardly believable for a party that had systematically robbed the All-Russian Peasant Union of its independence despite its strong resistance. The demands of the party council proved to be nothing more than an ideological weapon to attack the dominant position of social democracy among the working class. The practical steps taken by the PSR leadership in the summer of 1907 revealed its true intentions. To end the more or less accidental character of SR activities in workers' organizations and thereby begin a planned process. 18 All party members were directed as a matter of principle to join the union representing their trade. Such SR union members were by no means to concentrate solely on strengthening these unions, but rather were to promote the PSR so that it not be without influence on the union colleagues and the activity of the union as a whole. 19 More concrete instructions came in an internal directive from the organization bureau to the local committees. Pointing to the political reality in the unions, it recommended that the comrades at the grassroots become candidates for leadership positions, because the leadership of almost all trade unions is in the hands of social democrats. It therefore warned quite strongly that, if the party did not energetically and actively work to change the situation, the All-Russian Trade Union Conference scheduled for October-November 1907 threatened to become a one-sided affair run exclusively by Social Democrats. 20. Whether this late awakening of the PSR to the fundamental importance of unions could have made good what it had neglected since 1905 must remain an open question. The party simply did not have enough time to apply all its resources to the new tactic. By late 1907 and early 1908, the organization had been largely destroyed and its activities severely paralyzed. The intensification of agitation among workers in the course of 1907 did not bring the party any significant success. SRS continued to dominate the Union of Railway Workers and the Union of the Post Office and Telegraph Employees, and indeed they apparently improved their position in these unions. The PSR also had great influence in the organizating of the sales clerks and shop employees, Swahus Prakazchikov. 21 Nevertheless, the PSR could not make a breakthrough in those areas of the trade union movement dominated by social democracy. In the majority of unions, the Marxists were the leading figures. In a Central Committee report concerning the workers' question, presented to the delegates of the Third Party Conference, Chernov had to admit that social democracy has used the trade unions as a means for establishing bridgeheads in positions held by SRS. They have also strengthened their movement because they can rely upon an extensive organizational net and many experienced revolutionaries. 22 A conference of SR agitators among workers, held in August 1907 in Simferopol in the Crimea, confirmed Chernov's conclusion. One delegate presented a typical picture of activity in the PSR's Tauride Union, due to a shortage of agitators, the inexperience of local organizations in this area, and finally the complete disorganization of the PSR's Tauride Union, the work of socialist revolutionaries in the unions is weak. In certain unions, such as the construction unions and the port and railroad workers' unions, the influence of the socialist revolutionaries is strong. All other unions are dominated by the Social Democrats. Almost all central organizations Central Swahozy are controlled by social democratic organizations. The representative from Simferopol recommended that the party unify related local unions and then concentrate its agitation on unions where the party already had some influence. This representative saw the Railway Workers' Union as an especially good candidate in pursuing this new policy. The railway workers could thereby become the bridgehead for the PSR's conquest of other unions. However, The representative of the Oblast Committee of South Russia objected to this new tactic because, in his view, it rejected the autonomy of unions. After an extremely close reading of the tactical directives of the Third Party Council, he claimed that a comprehensive strategy for the construction of the SR position would be impermissible. Instead, the party should orient itself toward the objectives of individual unions and consider the specific needs of each. The conference finally approved the highly original theoretical arguments of the Oblast representative more from considerations of party politics than conviction. In the concluding resolution, the conference emphasized that the activity of the workers' organizations had to be party neutral because the majority of the members were politically colorless and undecided. But a policy of party neutrality did not prevent the conference from using the recommendations of the delegate from Simferopol as the basis for future work. Indeed, the conference expressly called for increased efforts in placing socialist revolutionaries in leadership positions in the unions. It appeared that the party grassroots copied the tactical line of the leadership even in the contradiction between theory and practical work. Point 23j. What the main organizer of SR union work in the Volga area had to report was certainly not flattering for the PSR. He pointed out to party leaders that, although the various trades were rapidly organizing, in no city were there fewer than 6 such trade or professional organizations. All these new organizations were under the control of the Social Democrats. The latter converted the new workers' organizations into party cells and did not admit any non-party members and certainly no socialist revolutionaries. He further complained bitterly that the SRS themselves were largely responsible for the party's lack of success in agitating the workers. Unfortunately, the socialist revolutionaries are not only fighting against the trade union movement, but they are simply not interested in the desire among workers to organize trade unions. As a result, the workers organize and ignore us as we establish empty forms in the workers' centers and rayon groups. The completely conscious worker will not be satisfied with the distribution of literature and diffuse propaganda and agitation. Our workers in the centers and the rayons are only busy with this type of activity. What is the result? Namely this: these groups are extremely useless and burst like soap bubbles. Where are our best workers? They look for new ways and find them. Unfortunately, they frequently offer their noble heads for the accursed expropriations. Many, however, find the correct way and inspire mass organizations of the proletarians. Unfortunately, because of this important /York, we lose these workers. What is more unfortunate, we are the reason why they leave us. 24, 25, 26 to cite one last example, consider what was reported from Ukraine. Here as well the attitude of the active party members towards the unions was rather indifferent. It was often the case, for example in Kharkov, as in Voronezh, that they refused to participate in union work. 63 A Central Committee inspector even found those who opposed trade union work on principle 164-1. To be sure, SR activity among workers was probably not everywhere quite so bad as in the cases cited above. No doubt the PSR did have numerous working class supporters, for example in Baku and St. Petersburg and even after F907. Nevertheless, for the most part, the party could only enjoy sporadic and local successes, and these were rare enough. B.N. Lebedev, one of the future critics of the SR Center from the Pokin Group in 1909, summarized the party's predicament by declaring that the PSR never succeeded in eliminating the isolation of its agitators from the mass of workers. Above all, this failure resulted from the ephemerality of its contact with trade unions. The party was only active episodically and due to the initiative of individual persons. 27 The PSR put the workers' question always, somewhere at the very end. 28. In conclusion, one can identify the following as the deeper reasons for the negative results of PSR agitation among the working class. 1. Despite its recognition of the necessity for a revolution by the oppressed in both the city and countryside, the PSR's first priority definitely lay with peasant agitation. For a long time, the party underestimated the significance of the new trade union movement. I. 2. The initial conditions for SR work among the urban masses were poor. Almost everywhere the party faced consolidated SD circles and thus had to contend with a very powerful competitor. 3. A significant portion of local party cadres concentrated their efforts on seeking to start mass revolts. Fascinated by open struggle, they regarded peaceful means of mass mobilization and politicization as unrevolutionary. Consequently, they rejected as an objectivist economic error a form of agitation directed at the material needs of the workers. Not surprisingly, they had little interest in becoming engaged in trade union activity. J. Chapter 6. In a backward country like Tsarist Russia, where the main difficulty of the revolutionary movement was to overcome the wide chasm separating the elite and masses, the question of party organization was especially important. It was not surprising, then, that this question was the occasion, if not the cause, of fissure in social democracy. 1. Indeed, it is very surprising that the PSR's first fundamental, theoretical contribution to the debate over this problem appeared in June 1905. It was of course true that the SR leadership had discussed the problems concerning the formal structure of the new party. Chernov, the author of a pioneering article, pointed out that a special, principled, organizational question, in a social democratic sense did not arise. Whereas the Marxists regarded the party organization as a matter of great theoretical significance, neopopulism saw it as a purely pragmatic problem. As Chernov explained, our organizational question was somewhat simpler. It was only a matter of the practical, qualitative shortage of resources needed for the comprehensive concentration of local organizations, groups, and workers as well as meeting their needs. Although the importance of this problem was known since the founding of the party, it only became critical when revolutionary unrest in the cities and countryside became so widespread that a mass influx of new members and tasks overwhelmed local committees and almost threatened to undermine the organization of the PSR. Thus Chernov's article, although late, was still timely. Even in Chernov's article, however, the outlines of an SR organizational strategy were vague and general. Indeed, his article lacked long overdue recommendations on the construction of party organization that took into account the new revolutionary conditions. Instead, Chernov resisted to the Hilda policy that would force the party into a corset of the inventions of some idle fantasists. He formulated the ideal whereby party organization should be the product of life itself, of practical action. If there was to be a general principle of party construction at all, it should only pertain to appropriateness for the needs of the concrete situation at a particular moment. Arid local conditions. Chernov regarded the construction of the party organization from a synthetic point of view. Conspiracy and democracy should be combined just like federalism and centralism. The establishment of oblast organizations and the concentration of related areas of activity were pushed with the same intensity as strengthening of the center. Above all, he emphasized that the unity of the party leadership must be guaranteed so that the PSR would be spared by the dual domination of Central Committee and main party paper, as was the case among Social Democrats, whose party he disdainfully called a pedantocracy of Iskra. Chernov did not say how all these principles were to be applied in practical work and, especially, how the core SR conception of a party organization, namely the combination of conspiracy and democratic openness, were to be realized. A flood of epithets and paradoxical figures of speech, proclaiming that the party had a mass character but should also be terrorist, invisible, and omnipresent, lively yet concentrated, certainly did not help in clarifying matters. 2. 6.1. The draft, Central and Local Party Statutes. A few months later, the October Manifesto offered an opportunity to realize these ideas and to attempt a party reorganization. Chernov's concept of a connection between authoritarian and democratic elements appeared to be the best solution, especially during the days of freedom. On the one hand, the revolutionary parties could hope for an opportunity of legal political activity secured by a constitution. On the other hand, they were aware that the victory of the revolution was not yet guaranteed and defeat was still possible. Accordingly, the draft of a party statute presented to the First Party Congress in December 1905 envisioned a mixed form of organization and allowed two ways for naming members to party committees: election wherever pos. Civil and appropriate, or co-optation, i.e., the continuation of the old practice, where such was advisable and unavoidable. 3 The majority of delegates approved this double strategy. But they also rejected another recommendation to divide the party into legal and illegal organizations on the grounds that this would destroy the unity of the party. 4 Along with the Central Committee, all of the speakers from local committees argued for a careful introduction of the principles of election, responsibility, and openness. At the same time, they were much more skeptical about the chances of realizing this program than was the case with Rakitnikov, Chernov, and other prominent SRS. As already noted, only the eloquent group of future People's Socialists argued for a complete rejection of conspiracy. In their view, Chernov's draft broke the promise to democratize that he made in the course of negotiations over the founding of Synotechnistva. But they did not win the ear of the other J delegates. Rubinovich, by contrast, received enthusiastic applause when he very energetically rejected the insinuation that the leadership intended to change a revolutionary and necessarily conspiratorial party into some kind of people's party. 5. The final text of the PSR's organization statute was formulated entirely in accordance with Chernov's position. J. The fundamentals that serve as a common basis for all party organizations are as follows: I. 1. Universal elections, alongside which co-optation will remain, but only temporarily and only insofar as it is necessary in the interest of conspiratorial activity. 2. Active integration of all party comrades by holding open the channel of communication and informing all comrades about the condition of the party and its individual branches, reciprocal control from top to bottom and bottom to top. 3. Integration of the party on the basis of strict submission to party discipline along with the development of the basis for the independence of several party elements. 6. Without calling the principle by name, this policy statement described the SR variant of democratic centralism. As Chernov once again explained to the delegates, the promoters of the statute were guided by the desire to break the vicious circle of contradictions between the abstract and contrary organizational principles and to reconcile centralism with democracy. 7 6.1.1 Construction of the party organization. The organizational scheme laid down in the party statute was hardly different from that of other revolutionary parties and, indeed, was very similar to the party organization of the Social Democrats. It established, as the basic party units, the territorially defined urban rayon groups, and agrarian, the agrarian brotherhoods, bratstva, cells. Together, they formed the next level, the city groups, Gorodskie Gruppi, and county groups, Uzdny Gruppi, in urban and rural areas respectively. These groups in time constituted the Okruzhny Organizatsiy or, because these rarely existed, immediately the Gubernskie Organizatsiy. The latter combined to form regional organizations, Oblastny Organizatsiy. The activities of all these organizations were exclusively concentrated in the respective committees, i.e. the rayon, city, province, and oblast committees, the latter being the highest level below the Central Committee. According to the hierarchical principle, the establishment of a new group required the approval of the next higher group. How local organizations were to organize their internal structure was left open by the party statute. Due to the extreme variability of local conditions, the statute expressly refused to prescribe a uniform type of local organization. Unfortunately, this policy was unsuccessful. Instead of flexibility and efficiency, it created only chaos. A report from J. Volga Oblast at the end of 1906 complained that the construction of the party at the upper levels was one way or another making progress, and here one could reasonably use the term organization. But, he wrote, in the local committees and especially on the periphery, one finds only Babylonian confusion. Not only, he continued, are committees with differing membership and functions given the same name, In many places it is even not unusual to treat as organized party members all the workers who at some time have participated in SR mass meetings. As a rule, one cannot speak of systematic activity or continuous communication between the subordinate units of a local organization, workers' union, propaganda union, and so forth, nor can one even speak of a sensible division of labor. It is more often the case that the integration of all SRS in one place has lost the last characteristics of organized solidarity. The Fourth Oblast Conference of the Volga area convened in July 1906 to discuss a project designed to correct these problems. This project was deemed worthy of publication in the Central Party paper and hence may be regarded as having an official character. According to this project, local PSR groups were to base their organizational structure on three fundamental principles. First, at all levels including the lowest, there must be a formal procedure for accepting new members, who were to be admitted only by unanimous vote. Second, all members who were admitted AC. According to this procedure were granted a direct vote in the elections to committees. Mass members, by contrast, were only to have a 2- or 3-step indirect vote. Third, all organizational centers were to be elected. To prevent the party from losing contact with non-conspiratorial activities, notwithstanding this rigorous sealing off of membership, the Volga Project recommended that SRS engage in intensive cooperation with trade unions, the All-Russian Peasant Union, and similar organizations. 9. For the Volga Project, the highest executive organ at the local level was to be the Provincial Committee, with half of its members elected and the other half co-opted. This committee controlled all work in the province, received reports from the lower party cells, and bore responsibility for maintaining the line of communication between the higher and lower party levels as well as between local groups. The Volga organizational strategists realized that inadequate communication was the most serious danger for the ability of the party to function. They saw, correctly, that poor inter-party communication reflected an objective problem, viz., the gulf between the city and countryside. They wrote that the basic cadres of party workers in the centers, the committees as well as the organization itself live in the cities, while the masses live in the countryside. They suggested the establishment of mixed country, used, groups as a means to bring both groups together. It is doubtful whether this proposal would have done very much to reduce significantly the smothering dominance of the provincial capitals. The dominance of the latter was derived from the fact that not only the provincial committee but other organizations were all centrally located in the provincial capitals. These include the Union of Propagandists, which was to coordinate agitation in the whole area, the editorial boards of the local SR publications, and the Union of Organizers, responsible for finding conspiratorial quarters, maintaining secret printing presses, and performing for other technical tasks. 10. The provincial committees were subordinated to the oblast committees, half of whom were elected and the other half co-opted. THG elected members were chosen by an oblast conference of delegates from the provincial, city, and regional organizations. 11. In defining the power of the oblast committees, as the highest authority at the intermediate party level, both the party statute and the Volga draft assigned them all those activities that exceeded the capabilities of the lower committees and groups, as well as the special responsibility to ensure publication of a regional party paper, and to offer financial technical assistance to local periodicals. This last task was important because usually the lower level party cells were, at best, only capable of publishing brochures and flyers irregularly and on special occasions. In general, the oblast committees were to distribute finances and personnel resources as well as to serve as a point of contact between the central committee and the party periphery. 12. The highest party level of executive authority was the Central Committee. It was responsible for helping the local committees to organize new party cells, to appoint editors of the Central Party paper and the PSR's representatives at the Bureau of the Second International, to serve as the final authority in mediating internal conflicts, to dissolve subordinate organizations because of serious offenses against party discipline. 13. And to oversee the distribution of financial and human resources. Thus the Central Committee performed the ideal and practical leadership of the party on the basis of directives approved by the Party Council. It had 10 members, as elsewhere, half were to be elected by the Party Congress and half to be co-opted. Because a committee with such a limited membership could hardly be effective in accomplishing all the tasks for a party that had grown enormously since 1905, the party statute established special commissions to direct peasant, worker, and military agitation as well as produce and distribute literature. 14. When important questions arose, the Central Committee was to consult the Party Council - Sovet Party. The Party Council consisted of 5 Central Committee members and representatives from all the oblast committees as well as the committees of Moscow and St. Petersburg. The Central Committee or one-half of the oblast delegates could convoke such councils as needed. Party council decisions were binding, but could be nullified by a party congress, as party. The latter was to consist of representatives democratically elected by a regularly constituted oblast conference representing all the recognized SR organizations. In one questions concerning program, tactics, and organization, the Party Congress was to be the final authority and its decisions could not be revised. 15. 6.1.2 Membership. Although the definition of membership was of decisive importance for the character of the party organization, this question did not lead to any debauches at the first PSR Congress. Without objection, the delegates approved the following, rather general formulation: every person, citizen, who recognizes the program and all the decisions of the party and belongs to any party organization is a party J-member. 16. However, this resolution only deferred the discussion. It was soon clear that the organizational problems, in local committees also derived from the LCK of clarity in distinguishing active party members from a broader circle of sympathizers. As early as at the Second Party Council in February 1907, the leadership felt compelled to define membership more narrowly and thereby renewed debate about the democratic character of the PSR. The leadership had to decide whether to change the into a cadre organization of professional revolutionaries by means of restrictive membership conditions or, for reasons of principle, preserve the remaining non-conspiratorial structures despite all the damaging effects. Proposal SIG definition of the official responsible for organizational questions argued for a strict separation between party members who belong to the organization and those elements which are only within its sphere of influence. 17. Although this signified a further isolation of the PSR, the modification in the existing party membership was rather moderate. The proposal was limited itself to the question of party dues. The delegates from the Moscow and St. Petersburg committees advanced far more extensive proposals, for they wanted, similar to Lenin at the Second Party Congress of the RSDRP, to accept as party members only those who perform a certain function in the organization and carry out certain services for the party. 18. A significant number of speakers, especially those from Russia, supported these arguments. The delegate from Vitebsk justified the need for stricter membership conditions by claiming that in his province 6 of the 11 electors elected with the help of the peasant brotherhoods and considered to be socialist revolutionaries had showed the party committees by giving Black Hundredist Chernozhiteny speeches 19 during the election campaign. Some, however, argued that no change was necessary. Following the position of the legal populists, they takes. 20. Held that the PSR should open its doors if it wanted to be a mass party. The masses can accept only the fundamental principles of the party program and TAC. Because both positions were mutually exclusive, the Party Council did not undertake a thorough reform in the definition of party membership. Only the old formulation, whereby those seeking to be considered socialist revolutionaries were required only to belong to a local SR organization, was replaced by a new regulation that the candidate must be formally accepted. The Party Congress further recommended that, wherever possible, membership dues were to be paid. This recommendation was not binding, however, for several delegates argued convincingly that many party members, especially peasants, were simply in no position to pay dues and hence such a recommendation would force them out of the party. The council also shelved a suggestion to require a two-thirds vote of the local organization for the admission of candidates to party membership. Still weaker was support for the demand by representatives from Moscow and St. Petersburg to introduce active entrance requirements. 21 By satisfying itself with mere verbal correctives, the party Congress passed up the opportunity to separate the convinced revolutionaries from sympathizers and thereby avert the problems that had triggered the whole discussion in the first place. Even in those areas where dues were collected, and this was very rare. 22, everything remained the same because most members simply did pay, and hence the anticipated disciplining effect did not occur. It comes as no surprise to hear the same old complaints shortly after the Second Party Congress. For example, the Obyist Committee of North Russia demanded once again that the Central Committee describe more precisely the duties that an SR had to bear before the party. It also enjoined the Central Committee to devise a binding model for local party groups. 23J. 6.2. The practical work of the party leadership. The PSR leadership at the national level was just as unsuccessful in realizing the policy set forth in the organization statute as the local committees. In all party institutions, the chasm between the ideal of statute-arid reality was very wide. It was certainly symptomatic that the PSR held its first, founding Congress in December 1905, that is, 4 years after the official formation of the party. Moreover, in the following years it proved impossible to fulfill satisfactorily the provisions of the statute. Instead of convening every year, as required by the statute, the SRS held a party congress just once, in February 1907, for an extraordinary meeting. After 1907, the PSR was only able to convene a general conference. Moreover, just a few committees sent delegates to this rump congress and, as a rule, these delegates had no democratic mandate. 24 Still more painful was the fact that the PSR's most serious crisis, the revelation that Azef was a police spy, could not be discussed by a party congress. Even the provisional solution of 1908 did not appear feasible. The party had to content itself with convening an expanded party council in which only 7 voting members, from Russia were able to participate, in contrast to the 48 from the previous year. 25 There were 3 major reasons why party congresses were convened so rarely. 1. The enormous organizational difficulties caused, above all, by the election of delegates. 2. The high costs for travel and maintenance of delegates, and 3. Surveillance by the state, which, except for the years of revolution, did not permit such conspicuous congresses. Still, these explanations are not entirely satisfactory, since the Social Democrats, who suffered under similar restrictions, were able to hold significantly more congresses. 26. Before World War I, the PSR's Party Council convened on 5 occasions. It met for the first time in May 1906 to plan SR strategy regarding the State Duma. The second meeting in October 1906 was to reconsider the tactic of an election boycott and to resolve inter-party crisis caused by the resignations of Azef and Savinkov as directors of the fighting organization. In July 1907, the Party Council met for a third time to consider the PSR response to the dissolution of the Second Duma. The fourth meeting in August 1908, parallel to the General Conference in London, discussed ways to stop the alarming disintegration of SR organization in Russia. The fifth meeting in May 1909 had the task of ending the Azef affair and leading the party out of the catastrophic situation that it had caused. This short review demonstrates that the Party Council, next to the Central Committee, was indeed the most important institution of the PSR. The Party Council made all of the most important political decisions, mediated all the dangerous inter-party conflicts, and was the only available instrument of crisis management in moments of extreme necessity. It not only accomplished its own tasks but also performed functions that, according to the party statute, fell within the competence of the Party Congress. The Party Council assumed these functions because it was smaller, did not have to be elected, could be convened on short notice, and in general did not require a great deal of effort to organize meetings. but these advantages in flexibility made it difficult for the party council to control the Central Committee. Indeed, as an organization composed of leading SR politicians, exiles as well as those inside Russia, and thus essentially a committee of potential or former Central Committee members, the party council was essentially an adjunct executive until at least 1909. It was indeed the party council that embodied the co-optive and oligarchic element in the PSR. Thus its dominance signified the weakening of democratic structures of the PSR as embodied in its party congress. During the pre-revolutionary period, neo-populist activities lacked a central coordination not only because of incessant attack by the Okhrana but also because of constant misunderstandings between the domestic and the exile leadership. After the promulgation of the October Manifesto, however, both hindrances were removed. The return of the emigrants provided a personnel base for the construction of a new, uniform party center as demanded by Khimov. Unfortunately, the old problems initially tended to become more serious before they could be solved. Improvisation and confusion were endless. The seeds of this unhappy situation were already sown when the leading politicians among the returning migrants settled not in one, but in both the capitals of Tsarist Russia. The majority around Chernov, Natanson, Kraft, Rakitnikov, Arganov, and Azev chose to live in St. Petersburg, a less important group around Slatov, Siliuk, Fight, V.V. Leonovich, talented newcomer Lee Fundaminsky, Vunakov, and N.D. Avksantev, to name only the most famous, moved to Moscow. 27. Thereby split, the Central Committee held separate meetings. 28. Once again the PSR was led from two centers. Given the prevailing conditions, this situation may have been unavoidable. Nevertheless, it was inexcusable that careless, ad hoc co-optations expanded the leading committee such that by the end of 1905 it had unmanageably 30 members. 29 The ability of the SR leadership to manage effectively the party was seriously endangered. No one was quite sure what the leadership was doing, or even who belonged to the Central Committee, a situation that was hardly surprising, given that half the committee members were either in jail or traveling, and in any case unavailable. Arganov reports that it even was possible to forget to invite members to Central Committee meetings. 30. The PSR's founding party Congress finally brought some order into this chaos. It limited the Central Committee to 10 members. By electing one half of TG's new Central Committee, the Congress inaugurated the first democratic SR leadership when it chose Chernov, 56 votes, Natanson, 52 votes, Rakitnikov, 49 votes, Arganov, 48 votes, and Azev, 46 votes. The Congress also co-opted Kraft and Lalter Slatov 31 with the remainder of the first Central Committee membership remaining unknown. It is clear that the party Congress made quite an effort to elevate to the leadership representatives competent for various tasks. Thus Chernov and Rakitnikov were responsible for journalistic and theoretic programmatic work, Natanson, Arganov, Slatov, and Kraft for organization, and Azev for the central fighting organization. As required by the party statute, the Second PSR Party Congress in February 1907 held new elections for the Central Committee and confirmed 4 of the previous members. It replaced Arganov with Gershony, who surprisingly showed up before the delegates and received long and enthusiastic ovations. It was his first open appearance before the party. As far as one can tell, Avksantev, Arganov, Rudnaya, Minor, Fight, and Breshkovskaya along with 2 leading figures of the PSR Moscow Committee, Zenzinov and Potapov, were among those co-opted to the JNU, Central Committee. 32 The protocols for Central Committee meetings between June and November 1907 list 13 members. 33 This fluctuation in SR leadership leads to the conclusion that repression by the state had increased markedly since early summer. But the frequency with which the same names constantly reappeared as Central Committee members shows that this fluctuation took place within a small elite. In the end, the fate of the PSR lay in the hands of a few extraordinary revolutionaries, namely, Chernov, Rakitnikov, Slatov, Arganov, Natanson, Miner, Breshkovskaya, Azev, and M. Gotts. 34. The organizational activity of the Central Committee, aside from the dramatic decisions of high politics, is poorly documented and almost impossible to reconstruct. A review of the first 6 months of 1906 shows that its most important activity was to establish a literary commission. Starting in March 1906, this commission was to publish Narodny Vestnik, the Popular Herald, a daily paper similar to Sin/Otechiestvo, and the Bulletin Centralnego Komite Partii Socialistov Revolutionarov, Bulletin of the Central Committee of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Apparently, the bulletin was to be a new Central Party paper, but existed for a very short time. Only in the fall of 1906 did Sin Otechiestvo find a worthy successor with the publication of Partiyny Izvestia, Party News. In addition, the Central Committee was primarily concerned with providing funds and personnel to local committees and establishing lines of communications with the party grassroots, by means of personal connections. But it had to admit failure in ending the disorganization, the lack of unity in action, and the isolation of the party. 35. Only some delay did the PSR establish the special departments to provide central direction over the most important party activities, as prescribed by the organization statute. The first of these departments was the Central Peasant Commission under Slatov's direction, which was able to hold its first All-Russian Congress as early as September 1906.36. At about the same time, Mikulevic set up the Central Military Bureau. As already noted, however, this organ did not contribute much to increasing the effectiveness of SR activity. Only in the fall of 1907 could it be more closely integrated into the PSR's organization. The highest coordinating authority for the agitation among workers, the Central Workers' Commission, Centralnaya Rabotchaya Komissiya, appeared to be very short-lived if it existed at all. But even the Central Peasant Commission and the Central Military Bureau did not exist past the years of revolution, and in June 1907 the Central Committee felt the need to complain about the failure to establish these committees. 37. The Organization Bureau in the Central Committee was much more effective than most third-party organizations. It was in fact the most significant institutional reform of the Socialist Revolutionary Party leadership during the years of revolution. The roots of the Organization Bureau, which began work in early 1906, are to be found in the committee charged with preparing the First Party Congress. Directed by Kraft, Leonovich, and Argunov, it was located in St. Petersburg but also had a branch in Moscow that essentially consisted of the Potapov couple. 38. In 1907, the direction of the Organization Bureau shifted to representatives from the younger SR generation, namely, I.N. Kovarsky, N.A. Ulyanov, N.A.B. Shimanovsky, Savin. 39. In general, the Organization Bureau had the task of providing central direction for administrative matters involving the PSR leadership. It bore particular responsibility for maintaining the lines of communication between the leadership and periphery. It also directed the transportation of literature, paid out money, forwarded tactical instructions from the Central Committee, informed local committees about important party matters, first through monthly bulletins, later through its own in-house paper. 40. Offered its interpretation of the party statute in cases of conflict, collected the local SR publications, and received reports from committees. In short, it was the right-hand and secretary of the Central Committee. Over time, the Organization Bureau increasingly came to assume control functions. According to a statute of 1907, it was to ensure not only a stricter selection of members, tighter discipline, and observance of Central Committee directives, but it was also to clarify the measure of usefulness of individual comrades and take care of eliminating those elements that could damage the party. 41. For this purpose the PSR created a special Bureau of Agents. These agents were make regular visits to the local committees and check on their status and activities. The party grassroots found such practices more often than not as authoritarian patronization and an unjustified intrusion into their internal affairs, As a result, the Organization Bureau became the object of strong criticism. 42 In a certain sense, it appears that it changed from an organization that served the party, and hence was responsible for making the party organization more transparent by central coordination of all activities, into a bureaucratic organ charged with overseeing the party. It pushed through a one-sided flow of communication from top to bottom and isolated the Central Committee from the local party groups. 6.3. Centralism vs. Federalism, the relationship between the party center and the periphery. In the years preceding the 1905 revolution, the PSR did not succeed in overcoming the chasm between exiled intellectuals and practical workers in Russia, between the foreign and domestic leadership. The emerging dualism in party leadership, in turn, blurred the competence of several party institutions and even led to serious internal party conflicts. The return of SR politicians from exile after the October Manifest offered a chance to correct this unhappy situation. One can best observe the degree to which the schism could be overcome by looking at the intensity of communication and conflicts between the party center and the periphery. The basic medium of communication between the Central Committee and local organizations was the Central Party literature, especially the Central Party paper. From this literature, SRS at the grassroots could find interpretations of the theoretical programmatic principles of their party, commentary on the daily political situation, and the justification for current tactical decisions. By and large, the Transportation Commission of the Central Committee succeeded in supplying even unimportant committees with information. Nevertheless, there were certainly enough grounds for complaint. As long as the party existed, local organizations complained endlessly about the insufficient supply of literature. 43 Another common complaint concerned the delays in delivering party literature to local organizations. It often happened that literature arrived so late that it contained information no longer relevant to the current political and social situation. Finally, it also appears that certain important committees for longer periods of time actually received nothing from the party center. At the end of 1906, a letter from Chernigov stated, "Until now we not only have had no opportunity to send information to the center, but did not even know that since October of this year Partiyny Izvestia has been published." 44 At least in areas of core support for the PSR, such conditions were probably an extreme case and attributable to the notoriously chaotic condition of the Ukrainian regional organization. But it does illustrate a defect that, in one form or another, hindered the ability of the SR organization in many places to function effectively. A further method of communication was the Central Committee directive informing the party grassroots of important tactical decisions. As one can see from answers to the questionnaire of the Organization Bureau in February 1907, as a rule these directives, along with other party literature, apparently did reach the intended party organizations. 45 But the directives from the center also arrived late and often moved through random channels before finally reaching the local organizations. Surprisingly, this unsatisfactory state of affairs prevailed not only in organizations remote from the center, such as those in Irkutsk or Perm 46-47, but also in organizations that presumably should have been in very close contact with the Central Committee. Thus, even the SRS from Nizhny Novgorod, one of the most important and active PSR committees, reported that instructions from above net-ER arrived on time. Similar complaints were heard from Voronezh, Orel, and other smaller groups in European Russia. 4. Because the directives often contained instructions on the short-term activity of the local organizations, in some cases such delays could seriously endanger the ability of the party as a whole to function. Lax coordination may also provide another explanation for the failure of the PSR at ANIPS at insurrection. Other institutions linking the party periphery to the center view the meetings of party congresses and party council. But these institutions met so infrequently that they could only sporadically perform their function of maintaining a nexus between the center and local organizations. According to an interesting contribution to the organization debate that emanated from Chernigov, the party Punsil did not have sufficient feedback with the party grassroots. The SRS of Chernigov, in particular, complained that the decision of the Second Party Council to approve participation in elections to the Second Duma was completely surprising and came without consultation with the local organizations. This decision illustrated very clearly the justification of the accusation, that tactical directives were given in the form of direct orders from above. Although two oblast conferences convened in October, and in the presence of authorized representatives of the Central Committee, they had not discussed the Duma question. Still worse, the delegates were not even apprised that the next party council meeting would discuss this question. In all fairness, it must be noted that these pointed accusations were not entirely justified, insofar as the accusers overlooked the referendum held by the Central Committee in the fall of 1906. With this referendum, the Central Committee sought to determine the prevailing mood in the party. Yet that by no means justified the astounding arrogance with which the editorial board of the Central Party paper commented on the complaints from Chernigov. Namely, it instructed the troublesome critics, in no uncertain terms, that life does not wait and that the party leadership had to act. 48 This attitude actually did more to justify the complaints than counter them. Important for intra-party cohesion was personal contact between the party center and local organizations. In the early phases of the PSR's history, these contacts were established by the members of the Inner Russian Central Committee. After 1905, these contacts were institutionalized in the office of the authorized representative of the Central Committee. Although this office was not mentioned in the party statute, it was, as far as one can tell, established in every oblast committee. At the PSR's General Conference in London, Chernov stated that the highest task of the representative was to be the point of contact between the oblast organization and the Central Committee. As such, the representative should respect the autonomy of local SRS but should also act as protector of the principle of centralism. 49 In the day-to-day work of the party, the second function was probably the more important. As the founding statute of the Organization Bureau made clear, the authorized representative of the Central Committee was to oversee the work of the local committees and keep the members at the grassroots level in line. 50 These representatives were the only instruments of control for the Central Committee. They represented the Central Committee at the grassroots and, when conflicts arose, could decide in its name, with the proviso that those involved could appeal. One of the most important tasks of the Central Committee representatives was the renewal of committees that had been attacked and paralyzed by the Okhrana. In other words, these representatives had to re-establish the routine business of conspiracy and quarters, establish printing presses, develop new sources of financing, and do much else besides. 51 The emissaries of the Central Committee were in fact a mobile rescue troop of the party center. Such a myriad of tasks demanded very high qualifications from the representatives. Indeed, as Chernov emphatically stated, they required not only versatility and talent in negotiating but also firmness and authority. 52 Thus, as a rule, only prominent party politicians from the highest ranks of the leadership could accomplish the tasks of this office. To judge by the few well-known leaders, such as Litov, Miner, and Leonovich, it appears that another requirement was extensive experience in illegal work. The authorized representatives were therefore the hardcore of the professional revolutionaries and thus, just like their opponents in the Social Democratic Party, bore the main burden of organizational work and constitute one of the main supports of the PSR. What concrete form the relationship between the SR leadership and grassroots finally took is difficult to describe. Only an examination of several conflicts and tensions can serve to reconstruct this relationship. These conflicts derived from the confrontation between the centralism of the Central Committee and the strong federalist currents found in many local organizations. An examination of these conflicts also casts light on the decision-making process in the PSR. The organization statute sought to combine both principles. It prescribed that, in general, the oblast committees were to act autonomously and on their own in specified spheres of competence. The Central Committee was to intervene only when a local committee violated party discipline or deviated from the party program. The relationship between the oblast committees and subordinate committees was similar. There was one difference: the oblast committee was only permitted to determine whether sufficient grounds for the dissolution of a local committee were present and, if such was the case, inform the central committee. But the right to impose sanctions belonged solely to the central committee. 53. Reality diverged from the ideal in both possible directions. On the one hand, the party center had to combat numerous manifestations of local egoism. Local organizations were especially irritated by the requirement that they surrender part of their budget to the central committee and, quite often, refuse to give up expropriated money. This attitude is hardly surprising when one considers the openly anti-party mood manifested by local heroic terrorists of dubious character. They believed that to subordinate oneself to the Central Committee was the same as subordinating oneself to Stalin. 54. At a meeting of SR students, a representative of the St. Petersburg Committee made the heretical statement that the students should tend to obey the local leadership more than the Central Committee, on the grounds that they live on territory directly administered by the local committee. 55. On the other hand, the autonomy of local organizations was more fictitious than real. As a rule, they were too weak in personnel and finances to perform their work independently. In addition, the authorized representatives of the Central Committee apparently involved themselves far too deeply in the internal affairs of local organizations and thereby assumed rights that did not belong to them. Even the Organization Bureau, usually an energetic proponent of the centralist principle, had to admit in November 1907, that the local and oblast committees in some cases more or less correctly feel that they have been ignored. The relationship between delegates from the Central Peasant Bureau and the Central Military Bureau were cause for special complaint because they had their own sources of material existence independent from the local committees and hence ignored the opinions and plans of local SRS. To avoid such misunderstandings in the future, the Organization Bureau made a binding interpretation of the regulations of the organization statute that, to a high degree, accentuated the rights of local committees. The party workers sent by the center to the local level unquestionably must subordinate themselves to the general rules, but especially the following: in the area of their special activity, they can assume a degree of technical autonomy determined by the general party law at the given locality, but they remain in the same relationship to the committee as all other party workers. At the same time, the Organization Bureau warned the guilty parties, primarily the Central Peasant Committee and the Central Military Bureau, not to think that they were somehow organization centers. Their task was the preparation of general plans of work and projects. The direction and coordination of all party activities was to remain solely with the Organization Bureau, which henceforth desired to communicate its plans and intentions, and above all the inspection tours of the authorized representatives, in a more timely manner to the oblast and local committees. 56. Even though such vexation was apparently widespread, it does not seem to have risen to the level of open conflict. Even imperious interventions by the center, such as the dissolution of the Moscow Committee in the fall of 1907 or the reprimand of the Volga Oblast Committee in July 1906, for relieving the Saratov Committee of its duties without due cause, 57 did not provoke much resistance. Only in one known case involving a long-term conflict was the internal party order seriously endangered, at least regionally. Due to massive financial support from the Moscow opposition, in 1906 maximalism became widespread in the North Caucasus, especially in Stavropol, and culminated in a wave of expropriations and extortion to combat effectively such pseudo-revolutionary signs of decay, which indeed inflicted serious damage to the party. The Oblast Committee decided to impose the death penalty. In the fall of 1907, the Oblast Committee secretary was proven guilty of extortion and sentenced to death. The plenipotentiary of the Central Committee interceded and pointed out that the Central Committee had forbidden the death penalty. The Oblast Committee, however, refused to recognize his veto. It denied knowing any such Central Committee decision, cited the party statutes, which permitted the party leadership to intervene only in disciplinary matters, and noted that the Central Committee had failed to use an Oblast conference to block the introduction of the death penalty. The Central Committee representative, however, insisted upon his position and dismissed the Oblast Committee for insubordination. After both sides asked the Central Committee to mediate the dispute, the Central Committee ruled in favor of its representative, upheld his order, and dissolved the Oblast Committee. This conflict confirmed the party leadership's unquestioned authority as well as its will and ability to ensure obedience. With good reason, however, one can doubt the justice and legality of its hard judgment, for the party statute did not authorize its plenipotentiary to remove an Oblast Committee. Still more serious was the fact that the Central Committee based its decision on the impermissible use of the death penalty. By its own admission, it had informed the party of such a ruling because the leadership did not believe that the time was ripe. Moreover, since it had allowed the SRS in the North Caucasus to introduce such drastic measures without objection, the Central Committee's harsh actions against the Oblast Committee afterwards was hardly a sign of self-confidence and impartiality. Instead, one sees an extremely centralist leadership style that tended toward arbitrary authoritarianism. 58. The Central Committee displayed a similar attitude in September 1907 during the attempted revolt in Sevastopol. The party leadership did not ever pretend to respect the autonomy of the local committees. The Central Military Bureau, supported by the Central Committee, gave the direct order to ignore local socialist revolutionaries. It informed its authorized representative that about two-thirds of the local party members would approve of the rising and that, if the rest objected, this was unimportant, and that, so far as the Oblast Committee of the Southern Oblast is concerned, it can be completely forgotten. Thus the planned mutiny served not only to document the political blindness of the SR leadership in the later phase of the revolution but also illustrated an almost dictatorial style of leadership that imperiously ignored the rights of local organizations anchored in the party statute. Thus, it was certainly understandable that the SRS in Sevastopol lost their faith in internal party democracy and bitterly announced that henceforth they would prefer to defend their own egoistic interests with all possible means than ever again submit to directives from above. 59j. As a result of these incidents, it was not surprising that tensions, similar to those between simple party members and the Komitechiki, became evident between SRS in the leadership and those at the grassroots. 60 The vehement accusation against party leadership as an oligarchy, which had been first raised by the Moscow opposition, found increasing acceptance. The sensitivity against any form of paternalistic intervention by the central leadership grew markedly. A Siberian Oblast Conference certainly did not speak only for itself when it demanded, in a rather direct manner, that the Central Committee completely terminate inspections of local activities by the authorized representatives and that it limit the authority of all representatives of the central organization in order to promote a broader democratization. 61 Similarly, the SRs of Simferopol suggested to the party hierarchy that it review the functions of its representatives and that these be reduced to simple mediators. 62. The level J of unrest in the PSR's lower ranks was first made fully clear to the leadership by the comments of an invited guest at the General Conference in London in August 1908. He reported that, behind the backs of the Central Committee and the Organization Bureau, there was much talk that the party had been perverted into a bureaucratic organization, where the higher UPS were insulted in their absence but, as soon as they were present, everyone would remain silent. The Organization Bureau was a special problem. The guest complained that the Organization Bureau does not miss a single letter, not one comrade, not one paper. It is the eye, ear, and hand of THIRD Central Committee. The Central Committee alone remains the head and, although it is a rather good head, it is not sufficient. And the members of the Organization Bureau are not very numerous. They cannot do everything and so the result is formalistic procedures. They are called autocrats. And it is said that the Organization Bureau is now more important than the Central Committee. The plenipotentiaries, those officials of the Central Committee for special tasks, played the role of general governors over the lower party groups. There was only one way to protest against their actions, viz., through the Organization Bureau. One could correct all these problems if, in the future, the members of the Organization Bureau were not appointed by the Central Committee but elected by a party congress. 63. As usual, Chernov responded to this critique with a mixture of empty, but glittery rhetoric, and real arguments. He claimed without reservation that the reality corresponded to the ideal of the relevant party statutes. By processing the Central Committee's paperwork and maintaining lines of communication with SR groups at the grassroots, the Organization Bureau was merely doing what the party asked of it. Indeed, the Organization Bureau had the task of relieving the party leadership of petty, routine work. Moreover, Chernov denied knowing of any case where the Organization Bureau had prevented a request from reaching the Central Committee. He also dismissed the charge of formalism as completely groundless and declared that, if anything, the PSR suffers from too little, not too much, regulation. He vehemently rejected the suggestion that the Organization Bureau henceforth be elected, for that would really create a second center in the party. 64. Which of the two positions CKME closest to describing the reality in the party is difficult to determine. In any case, the Central Committee's opponents did belong to the party's left wing but probably should not be counted among the Paris opposition. 65 and numerous incidents support their complaints. Nevertheless, Chernov was correct in arguing that one could not speak of too much formalism in the PSR but rather of too little. At the same time, a deficiency of formal procedures by no means prevented the creation of authoritarian structures. Precisely because the party statute was not effectively enforced, left the hierarchy far too many holes, and because independent activity at the party grassroots was too weak, authority did definitely drift toward the party center and make the organization top-heavy. Lack of participation by the lower party groups was equally due to insufficient institutionalization and to smothering domination by the Central Committee. The author of a very intelligent article understood the cause of the PSR's ailments. Written at the high point of the organizational woes, following ASF's exposure at the beginning of 1909, this article addressed the question whether the PSR had too much, or too little centralism by arguing that it actually suffered from both. As an organization created from above, the party has tendencies toward extraordinary centralism, and this was especially true for committees in the main cities and those close to the Central Committee. But the mass of SR committees, in the remote provinces had arisen independently of party leadership and on the sole responsibility of the local party members. Their contact with the Central Committee was never very strong. It was not uncommon for them to learn about meetings of a party congress 2 or 3 days in advance. The author summed up his argument thus: the center and the organizations close to it lived their own life, as if they were the core of the party. All the other numerous socialist revolutionary organizations created from below and dispersed over the entire free of Russia did not share the life of the entire party, even if counted as part of the party. The Central Committee lived separately not only from the masses but in no less degree from the marginal groups inside the party. The author made the very astute observation that the Central Committee was ultimately responsible for the state of affairs, for, even before the ASF affair, the PSR had become frozen. 66 Expressed in another way, the PSR could not overcome the existing dualism between the center and the periphery even in the years of revolution. Chapter 7. The PSR at the grassroots, activities and organization of local committees in the Russian Revolution of 1905 to 1907. Whereas the PSR before 1905 was a small party of conspirators with a limited membership, after Bloody Sunday it was transformed into a mass movement. An enormous flood of new members streamed into the SR local committees. So great was this tidal wave of new members that it simply overwhelmed the local committees. The party grew overnight. In hours, not in days. The party profited more than its social democratic competitor from the political mobilization of ever broader sections of the population. The crisis of state created conditions whereby more and more people were willing to engage in revolutionary politics. Aside from the centers of neo-populism, the great majority of SR committees dated the beginning of their systematic work to the first half of 1905. It was only from this time that the word organization had any meaning at the grassroots level of the PSR. Because the little committees had more tasks to accomplish, the establishment of special committees was necessary. Indeed, a general functional differentiation was required. The most visible expression and most important result of this process were the creation of 12 regional organizations, oblastní organizací or swahozy, and short oblasti. Specifically, these included oblast organizations in the north, 190 g, northwest, 1904, the Central Industrial Area, 1906, Ukraine, 1906, South Russia, 1906, Donezov Area, 1906, Northern and Far Caucasus Area, 1906, the Volga region, 1905, Urals, 1906, Siberia, 1906, and Tyrkestan, 1906. The short-lived Far Eastern Union of the PSR led a special existence. Naturally, the local party organizations could not achieve the same effects in all areas. The local committees concentrated on different problem areas depending on geographic conditions, socio-economic structure, political tradition, and the strength of social democracy, to name just a few of the most important variables. Despite the impressive volume of the existing sources, there are unfortunately significant chronological gaps. For the most part, these sources offer us only a limited picture of the extremely changeable conditions at the grassroots of the PSR, membership data, the number of the villages or factories that were the target of agitation, and so on. Continuous, comprehensive reports, and presentations of the contents of committee activities are rare. Nevertheless, we shall try to synthesize the existing information into a halfway consistent picture. In the course of this investigation, three aspects of the activities of the local committees shall be compared and emphasized. First, the condition of the agitation of the workers, then the agitation of the peasants, and finally the inner structure of the local organizations. It was especially the problem of organizational structure that was often the cause of conflict, because the vast increase in membership gave the old questions of inter-party democracy and the relationship between the local committee and the masses an immediacy that it did not have before. 7.1. Agitation in the city and countryside, a survey. 7.1.1. Volga area. The most important SR regional organization was, without question, the Volga Oblast. 1. Can rightly say that Saratov, Penza, and Tambov provinces constituted the core zone of the PSR. The neo-populist movement arose here, and the majority of the party leaders, including Arganov, Avksentiev, Churyov, Kraft, Lazarev, Miner, Rakitnikov, and Slatov, came from this region. The vitality of a long agrarian tradition, the extensiveness of the Obshchina, and the economic crisis of the countryside too, all this helped give the PSR a virtual monopoly in agitation among the peasants. Even in the cities, the party's position was stronger in this area than anywhere else in Russia. T region had the most extensive distribution of SR peasant organizations, and supplied the party with most of its members. 3 Thus the Volga area had a major role in party life and was especially influential in all party committees and in the party's decision-making process. Preparations to establish a PSR regional organization were already underway at the end of 1904. In March 1905, the first Oblast meeting convened, with representatives from committees in Kazan, Simbirsk, Samara, Saratov, Astrakhan, Penza, Tambov, Orenburg, and Nizhny Novgorod. 4 The PSR's first party congress at the end of 1905 determined the final borders of each oblast. Thus the Volga area included the provinces of Saratov, Samara, Simbirsk, Kazan, Astrakhan, Penza, Tambov, and Orenburg. 5 In October 1906 the largest SR organization in the Volga area was Penza, which had 1,050 members. Ranking next, in the order of membership, was Saratov, with 1,018 members. Significantly few members were reported for Simbirsk, 597, Tambov, 580, and Samara, 500. When one considers the number of intelligenti as an indication of the capacity of a local committee to function effectively, and there is much to recommend that view, Saratov ranked at the top, with 200, followed by Penza, 150, Kazan, 140, and Samara, 100.6. Although care should be used in evaluating these figures, since the criterion for defining a member varied considerably from one committee to the next, they nevertheless give some idea of the approximate size of the PSR's local committees. Work in cities. Socialist revolutionaries in the Volga area dedicated only limited resources to agitation among the workers. One reason for this inattention was that, in this barely industrialized region, only the western provinces had a proletariat worthy of the name. Another factor was the strong competition presented by the RSDRP in areas where conditions for the PSR agitation among workers appeared better. The PSR could have overcome both hurdles but decided to concentrate its efforts on the peasants, for it judged the expected results in the countryside to be greater and far more important for the party. Notwithstanding this strategic decision to concentrate on the peasantry, the party was nonetheless present in lower and middle classes in the cities. The SRS in Kazan claimed to have organized about 100 workers in 3 factories, 3 printing presses, and a few workshops. They also claimed to have attracted a remarkable number of secondary school students to the party. As a result, the Kazan committee claimed to have rather significant influence on the local society. 7. The PSR also worked hard, and with some success, in Penza to win support from the working class, although here too it laid special emphasis on agitation among the peasants. The party not only founded educational circles in 3 factories but was also able to gain significant influence among urban artisans and the union of the shop employees and sales clerks. The party's greatest strength was in the railway depots, where more than 200 workers were organized. The depots soon became secure bastions of neo-populism. In elections to the Second Duma, the SRS won more votes than the Social Democrats, although, notwithstanding this result, Social Democrats were the electors at provincial level. 89. The PSR had serious problems in Simbirsk. Since this province had virtually no factories, the party had to limit itself to agitation among artisans, the urban middle stratum, and the petty townspeople. Meshchain? In Tsaritsyn the PSR represented almost all the artisans, had a presence in most factories, formed 10 factory committees and numerous circles, Kruzki, and claimed to have organized 245 workers. In view of the complete absence of the Social Democrats, the PSR not only had a decisive influence on the local trade unions but even had the remarkable, and rare, success of placing its men in the union leadership, especially in the executive committee of the railway union, which was almost completely socialist revolutionary. What must not be overlooked, however, is that these successes were not so much due to the efforts of local party members but rather to the energy of the traveling professionals. The local activists had insufficient knowledge to accomplish these tasks alone. 10. In elections to the Second Duma, more Tsaritsyn workers voted for SRS than SDS, although most, however, voted for cadets. 11. The socialist revolutionaries could boast similar successes in Astrakhan. Not only could they point to 170 organized workers but also to their exclusive influence on the local unions, especially the unions oil the masons, carpenters, postal and telegraph personnel, and shop employees. Hence it is no surprise that the SRS did well in elections to the Second Duma, with urban and rural electoral districts returning a majority of SR electors. 12. In Saratov, the secret capital and the mecca of neo-populism, the SRS also had solid bases in the urban rayons. When one considers the importance and tradition of the Saratov organization, however, its influence seemed less dominant than one might have expected. During the worker unrest in January 1905, for example, the SRS more or less had to allow the Social Democrats a free hand in the strike committees. 13. Even in the center of PSR strength, the party had to wait until 1906 before it could establish a workers' center, an organization of propagandists and similar groups essential for systematic agitation. As late as May 1906, the party could only count 90 workers and 75 to 100 artisans as organized. 14 By the beginning of 1907, this number rose to a total of about 300 members from the urban underclass. 15 If, despite certain deficiencies, the PSR in Saratov could be satisfied with the results of its work among the working class, that was not the case in Samara. It is indeed surprising that, in the largest industrial center on the Middle Volga, the PSR could not establish itself in any factory and had to limit its activities to a few large workshops and the sausage makers and the cabinet makers. 16 Tea Party here enjoyed wide sympathy only in the train depots. 17 This conclusion is all the more surprising because the PSR's agitation as a whole was rather effective. 18 Due to the extraordinary propagandistic abilities of the three leading figures, S.N. Kalistov, V.P. Troitsky, and M.A. Vedenyapin. 19 At least by the end of 1905 the party's influence among the revolutionary, intelligentsia, high school students, employees of small shops, the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie, and the peasantry was without question very great. 20 At the apogee of the revolution, it was SRS who shaped political life in Samara. Their influence was especially great because the overwhelming 140 majority of the soldiers in the local garrison stood with the PSR. 21 Among Samara's working class, however, the party found only limited resonance and failed to break the dominance of Social Democrats. Unfortunately, even the brilliance of SR success in society faded very rapidly, as almost the entire committee fell victim to the state reprisals for terror. Thus the attacks of the heroes of revenge served to disorganize their own party. 22 So effective was the Okhrana's counter-offensive that, as far as we can tell, it left the PSR in Samara paralyzed for the remainder of the revolution. 23 Agitation among the peasantry. Aside from the steppes around Astrakhan on the lower Volga, the less important province of Orenburg 24 and the region around Kazan, where the large number of non-Russian nationalities, above all, Tatars, created special problems for the PSR. 25 SR agitation among the peasantry was more successful here than anywhere else in Russia. According to statistics prepared by the All-Russian Conference of SR Peasant Workers in Imatra, September 1906, the PSR's zone of influence encompassed all the Uzdy in Samara, Saratov, and Sianbursk provinces as well as 8 out of the 10 Uzdy in Penza province. The largest absolute numbers of velocity and settlements where work is being done were found in the provinces of Penza, Saratov, and Simbirsk. By far the most peasant organizations, i.e., brotherhoods and Velost committees, were in Saratov province, with Penza occupying second place. 26. A closer examination, however, reveals that such data frequently served to camouflage the real situation. Socialist revolutionary activities in the Volga provinces were less than satisfactory. If one looks not at the larger administrative centers, such as the province and Uyezd, but rather the Velost and village, one finds that even in Penza the SRS had contacts to virtually all the Velosti in but one Uyezd. In the next most successful county, local committee had ties with barely half of the Velosti, while in other counties they had contact with merely 64%, 37%, and 36% of Jath/Listi. When we go one administrative level deeper, the previously impressive edge figures lose their entire former luster. Even in the Uzd with the most SR strong points, which characteristically were closest to the provincial capital, only 38% of all population settlements, hardly more than a third, had been introduced. TO.SR ideas. In the next four most successful Uzdi, the figures were much smaller, 25%, 26%, 26%, and 27%. On average, SR agitation had reached just 17.5% of all villages in Penza province. This was indeed a low percentage. It therefore should come as no surprise that, among the 53 members of all SR Uzd groups, A grand total of 4 were peasants, 3 of whom belonged to 1.27. We may conclude from this data that in Penza province the PSR at best could conduct agitation among peasants but could not integrate them into its organization and win them over as active members. The committees everywhere were composed almost exclusively of intelligentsi. In the rest of Russia, the situation was even worse. To the superficial observer, the condition of SR peasant organization in Saratov province appeared to be better than in Penza. Traveling propagandists and agents could even claim to have achieved here the best performance in the entire country. According to the report to a provincial conference in May 1906, Atkersk had the most SR peasant organizations, 25 brotherhoods, in all Russia. Balashov used 15 brotherhoods and a committee of 20 agitators, ranked a close second. Other USD boasted that they had made the village population in many areas up to 90% conscious. 28. A former traveling agent in the Atkersk USD reported that local party organizations were apparently even led by peasants. 29. Despite such advanced mobilization of the agrarian population, the relatively impressive successes, and the favorable conditions as a whole, in the summer of 1906 Saratov province gave more cause for complaint over difficulties than jubilation over what had been achieved. Atkersk suffered from a deficiency of committees, Petrovsk did not have enough traveling agents, Saratov spoke only of bad news about the level of organization of the peasants. 30. These deficiencies became much more serious in the end phase of the revolution and compelled activists to take a critical retrospective. When in 1907 in Atkersk, the most organized in the entire province of Saratov, it was no longer possible to get answers to questionnaires because no peasant risked writing. 31. And when even during the high tide of revolution agitators in many areas did not dare to attack the Tsar openly. 32. The roots of these problems certainly lay deeper than in simple police repression. The SRS in Atkersk saw the cause of their problems in the superficial acquaintance of the village population with revolutionary ideas and an excessive estimation of the strength, means, and working conditions of the party. When one judges the situation of the PSR soberly and realistically, the party was in no position to influence effectively the revolutionary movement in the countryside during 1905 to 1906. The revolutionary movement of 1905 to 1906 was more a product of the dissatisfaction caused by the war with Japan. The party had merely attached itself to a movement unleashed by the war. The party agitation did not sink deeply into the consciousness of the peasants. The complete collapse of the SR village organizations in 1907 should be explained by these failures and the backward consciousness of the peasants. 33. Indeed, the collapse of the PSR appeared to be extraordinarily rapid in the Volga area. In February 1907, the committee in Penza reported that almost no 34 peasant groups existed. During an inspection tour in October the same year, a Central Committee representative discovered either arrests and collapse or organizations that had only begun, with great effort, to recover from police raids. 35. It should not be forgotten that, despite all the deficiencies of SR activity, the RSDRP outside cities in the Volga area was not only even less effective but in fact hardly present at all. For example, when SD agitators at a peasant conference in the Saratov Use demanded the establishment of a non-party peasant organization, the peasants objected that the Social Democrats could not participate in this organization, because they did not share the basic principles of the peasant union, namely that land should not be private property. 36. 7.1.2 Ukraine. The regional organization of Ukraine was founded in April 1905 at the initiative of the PSR's Central Committee. With the consolidation of the Kiev, Kharkov, Voronezh, Poltava, and Volhynia committees, the Ukrainian organization embraced the provinces of Kiev, Poltava, Kharkov, Ekaterinoslav, Chernigov, Volhynia, Kamenets-Podolsk, Kursk, and Voronezh. 37 The Ukraine organization was second only to the Volga in numerical strength, in its political weight in the party, and in its general strategic importance for the SR cause. Not only did the neo-populist movement in Ukraine, where the Southern Union, one of the two roots of the PSR, had been founded in the 1890s, look back to a long tradition, but J was also the epicenter of the agrarian revolution, especially in the provinces of Chernigov, Poltava, Kursk, and Voronezh. The unrest in Poltava and Kharkov in 1902 was an early signal of the emerging agrarian revolution. It was here in the central agricultural area that population pressures were the greatest and the land was scarcest. In 1861, the peasants not only had to accept an above-average reduction of the land that they had previously tilled, but also had to earn the land promised under agrarian reform by laboring daily for their former landowners, thus continuing the old form of bondage even after the formal emancipation from serfdom. This system of working off was deemed necessary because most peasants could not pay for the land received under the agrarian reform. Moreover, some form of compensation had to be found for the losses suffered by the former owners. As a result, Ukraine was an area of chronic crisis in Russian agriculture. 38 Because the obshchina was also common in Ukraine, SR propaganda fell on fertile soil. Land poor, hard-pressed by hunger and exploitation, obshchina peasants in northern Ukraine were very receptive to a party that propagated the socialization of the land. J. In the Yekaterinoslav area, the PSR faced other conditions, for this was an important center of heavy industry and mining. The structure of agriculture was also very different here from that in the northern provinces. The large urban markets and the more favorable location, i.e. the proximity to the Black Sea, led to the formation of a relatively strong class of middle peasants who produced for the market. 39. By and large, the agitation among workers held a low priority for SRS in Ukraine. It was primarily the committees of the northern provinces that concentrated their efforts almost exclusively in the countryside. SRS in Chemigorv that their urban organization played no role there. 40 And that, apart from secondary school students and the intelligentsia, local activists focused primarily on the 2,000 artisans and employees of small shops, given the lack of factories. A second target of special interest was the migrant worker, such as the masons and bricklayers coming to the city in winter. Although a workers' union was founded in Chernigov, with only 150 to 200 members even as late as the second half of 1906, it remained rather weak. 38 Same situation obtained in Kursk, where the PSR was active mainly among smajal artisans and railway workers. At the beginning of 1907, the local committee reported that it had organized almost 90 workers. The party was also present in THJE Printers Union. More than in Chernigov, the party had some success in Politisazirig, the soldiers of the local garrison. 39. The Sarslan Kharkov, by contrast, boasted of many contacts with the army. In general, they estimated that their influence was great among the progressive elements of the pity. This influence was largely due to the almost 500 organized workers that were codented as party activists by the summer of 1906.40. The PSR enjoyed SPE Chale favor among railway workers and the postal and telegraph employees, further among artisans like shoemakers and hat makers as well as among printers. 41 Unfortunately, the report on activities presented to the Second Party Council in February 1907 contained little to encourage the Congress delegates. Not the least of the troubles of the SR Committee in Kharkov were the especially bitter conflicts with the maximalists, slow conflicts that tore the local committee asunder. 42 Finally, in Voronezh, where a neo-populist group had existed since 1895, the PSR was able to establish some bases in the factories and to found a workers' union that by early 1907 had 80 members. In addition, the party also assumed direction of the unions for railway workers and for the postal and telegraph employees. 43. The SRS in southern Ukraine and Kiev paid more attention to agitation in the working class. The PSR in Kiev could look back to a long tradition of working class agitation. Indeed, the first neo-populist circles assembled around Dyakov had tried to address Alkov all the proletariat. Gershony and S.V. Balmashev linked the largest SR organization in Ukraine to this tradition and led its early phase of growth. However, due to the prudence of the chief of the local Okhrana and later personal security. Representative of the Tsar. General A.I. Spiridovich. This phase ended in 1902.44. A new growth phase began just 2 years later and, for the most part, involved university students with SR inclinations. A strong group of workers, about 30 members, was established. The party also recruited followers from secondary school students, the intelligentsia, soldiers, and especially railway workers. Thus the party was well prepared to meet the storms that came in the fall and winter of 1905. In the Kiev unrest of this time, the PSR played a significant role. K.A. Sukhovich became the main SR opponent to the leader of the Social Democrats, A.G. Schlichter. In addition, I. Prilazev and M.B. Ratner, who later became well-known agitators, played important roles. 45 According to information provided to a city conference held in October 1906, the efforts of the Kiev Committee resulted in the formation of 27 circles, Kruzki, with a total of 450 organized workers. 46. Less is known about the SR organization in Ekaterinoslav, the second committee established primarily to conduct agitation among workers. Here the RPR had strong support. From the fall of 1905, great numbers of workers are known to have streamed into the PSR. The party enjoyed great popularity in the metalworking factories as well railroad depots. The railway workers made up the mass of those who, under the leadership of the SR teacher P.S. Dinaga, fought bitter street battles with government troops in December. Their resistance came closest to that offered in Moscow. 47. In all the cities in Ukraine, the PSR faced much stronger competition from social democracy than in the Volga region. 48 It is not clear how well the SRS were able to meet this challenge. In any event, the RSDRP was so solidly entrenched in Kiev's working class that its leader Schlichter could, almost without pause, make good his claim to chair the strike assemblies in the fall of 1905. 49. Agitation among the peasants. Without doubt, agitation of the Ukrainian SRS was much more fruitful in the village than in the city. Still, these successes in no way corresponded to the expectations of the party leadership. Measured in terms of the formation of regular SR peasant brotherhoods and committees, the progress of Ukrainian committees, despite the favorable conditions, lagged far behind that of the Volga region. It hardly comes as a surprise that, in the unimportant province of Kamenets-Podolsk, practically no organized work was being done. 50 What is astounding, however, are the similarly negative reports that came from rather less marginal regions, which did have solid socialist revolutionary groups with strong traditions. Even the local peasant agitators in Ekaterinoslav admitted that the PSR's activities in their province, as late as the summer of 1906, were poor. 51 In 1907 a Central Committee inspector found the condition of the SR organization in Kharkov to be very weak. Because the city committee lacked insufficient personnel, the best propaganda efforts of local cadres could reach hardly one-third of the velocity. 52 And although the party had regularly conducted agitation in Kiev province since May 190,653 and did reach two-thirds of all USD, the party's success here was at best moderate. 54. The SRS of Chernigov were much more successful. They knew how to use the extraordinarily revolutionary mood of the peasants and established serious and solid brotherhoods or Velost committees in 11 of the 15 USD. Thus it comes as no surprise that the SRS in Chernigov spent 25 to 30% of their budget for travel to the countryside. They were also apparently in a position to conduct continuous agitation. 55 The work of SRS in Kursk was also good, eliciting praise in the 1907 report by the Central Committee representative. 56. It was only the Voronezh Committee that received unstinting, almost excessive, praise. With 65 activists, it had a staff of revolutionaries to work effectively not only in the city but also and, above all, in the countryside. A provincial committee composed of 2 members each from the intelligentsia, workers, and peasants as well as 8 traveling agents was established. With the help of an additional 75 agitators, by November 1906 this committee could bring approximately 6,000 peasants into contact with the party. Moreover, it was even able to establish a functioning pyramid of party cells in the countryside. Voronezh province was in its organizational effectiveness an outstanding presence in the Ukraine, and in all of Russia 57 and hence had a position similar to that of Saratov province in the Volga Oblast. But the party leadership had its doubts about the performance of the Voronezh comrades, since the latter used their influence on the peasants in ways not always in accord with the desires of the Central Committee. Beginning in the fall of 1906, serious conflicts arose. One major cause of conflict was the question of revolt. Contrary to the party line, the Voronezh SRS regarded isolated and regionally limited uprisings as a necessity. Not only did they try to convince their colleagues in neighboring provinces to follow their lead, but they even tried independent action, with disastrous results. 58. A judgment on the Ukrainian PSR's peasant agitation must conclude that the results were generally negative. Aside from Voronezh, the SRS were unable to exploit their advantages. The Central Committee's representative summarized his impression on conditions in Ukraine by stating that the revolutionary mood among the peasants was increasing and that, with only little effort, true wonders of organization could be accomplished. As a rule, however, not much was actually accomplished. 59 The situation in the southern Ukraine, where conditions for the party were much more difficult, was even less satisfactory. Another emissary from the party leadership gave this description of conditions in the region: the party organization is weak. There is a deficiency of means and resources. The influence of the party is not great, the work is isolated, the policy is wait and see. Activists seldom appear. Organized participation in the revolt is not to be expected. A way of spontaneous movements can pull the peasantry along. They will participate in the Duma elections. They do not reject recruits and taxes. 60. 7.1.3. The Central Industrial Region. The Central Oblast covered the provinces of Moscow, Tver, Yerkjaislav, Kostroma, Vladimir, Ryazan, Tula, Kalyuga, Orel, and Nizhny Novgorod, and included the SR organizations in provincial capitals and the towns of Murom and Ijets. 61-62 This oblast organization encompassed approximately Russia's central industrial region. The economic and social structure of this region was very different from that of the core regions of SR support. In the provinces of Tver, Yaroslavl, and Kostroma, the PSR faced a relatively well-developed proletariat, primarily in the textile industry. In the other provinces, it had to work with a peasantry that, compared to other regions in Russia, suffered somewhat less from land shortage and population pressures. Indeed, not only did the peasantry in this region hold an unusually high percentage of the land, but also could improve its income by plying handicrafts at home and seasonal work in the neighboring industrial centers. 62 The majority of the village population in the Central Oblast belonged to the Obshchina. But here, in contrast to the Black-Earth zone of Ukraine and the Volga, this region had neither a characteristic tradition of agrarian revolution nor an extremely acute, continuous conflict between peasants and noble landowners to keep such a tradition alive. Part of the reason for this was the transformation of the sockage into money payments, obrok, relatively early in the reform process. 63-64. The work in cities. Measured in J terms of PSR's own objectives and the success of Social Democrats, the resonance of SR agitation in the cities of the central industrial region generally appear to have been rather modest. Complaints about acute deficiencies of competent revolutionaries, money, and literature, to be sir. Such complaints by local committees were commonplace, as well as negative conclusions about the weak contacts to the factories and to society were especially frequent. Reports expressing satisfaction with the work accomplished were extremely rare. Thus, SRs in Vladimir could not achieve much since the population was simply not aware of their activities. 65 In Kostroma, as late as the end of 1906, the party had been able to establish SR circles in only 4 factories. The Oblast Committee received absolutely no information from Yaroslavl and Ryazan, while in Kalyuga the party had conducted agitation in just 2 factories because in all the others there were already well-established social democratic organizations. At best, the party in Kalyuga was able to mobilize a few intelligenti, primarily seminarians and secondary school students. The local party committee judged its own activity self-critically. The effect on society is weak because the organization is composed of secondary school students and has no personalities who are popular in society. 66 No doubt, the extent of this dilemma was rooted in the specific problems facing SR agitation in Kalyuga. Still, the essence of this critique was applicable to PSR organizations in all of Russia, for all too often the party was able only to motivate students to become actively engaged in the SR cause. The difficulties facing the PSR in the central industrial region, how it organized its work, and its daily petty battles against the social democratic rivals, all that is illustrated in remarkable detail in a report on the fate of the committee in Shuya, a medium-sized town in Vladimir province. Due to the volume and accessibility of information contained in this report, it is worth examining in some detail. With some 10 factories and approximately 12,000 workers, Shuya was a center of the textile industry. The living conditions of its workers were above average, with a 9-hour workday and a daily wage of 15 to 30 rubles. Located some 20 kilometers from the major industrial city of Ivanovo-Voznesensk, this city was an important center of the revolutionary movement and had spread political and social unrest to the neighboring towns. Shuya itself had had a few social democratic circles from as early as 1900, but they had only 10 to 15 members and fared poorly. In May 1905, the first great spontaneous strike erupted in Ivanovo-Voznesensk. It lasted 72 days and involved up to 40,000 workers. The spark quickly reached Shuya, where 12,000 workers revolted. However, whereas in Ivanovo-Voznesensk the entire city stood in flames, after just a few days everything was peaceful and still in Shuya. Both revolutionary parties in Shuya began large-scale efforts to build up their organizations in the fall of 1905. The Social Democrats founded factory committees and organized a central regional group. This group, directed by the experienced worker Arsenii, consisted of people who, to use the words of the SR reporter, had worked out their Weltanschauung in 2 or 3 years and had prepared themselves for disciplined activity. By contrast, the PSR was new to the local revolutionary scene and did not have the proven resources at the grassroots level. Its first workers' circle, founded by 2 imported intelligenti, secondary school students from Saratov, had correspondingly limited success. Only in January 1906 did events took a turn for the better, when the university student Bernikov came from Moscow to assume leadership of the organization. This talented agitator quickly aroused the urban intelligentsia to support the SR cause. He was even able to induce many workers to change sides by demonstrating his rhetorical and argumentative superiority over his SD rival, Arsenii, in the beloved political debates in front of the factory gates. Mass assemblies were sure methods to victory for the PSR, and neo-populist agitation for the first time showed a broader impact. The local party was able to establish a central committee with 7 members, to increase the number of circles, krukski, and to adopt a program so as to systematize work in these circles. Unfortunately for the PSR, however, Bernikov's undisputed achievements were more than offset by serious failures. No solid organization was founded, an organization that should have been based not only on the activity of workers but also on centralization. B. A maximalist group was formed and split the organization. C. The impression was created that the organization could survive without centralization. Instead, the organization actually lived solely from the magic of one single person. Indeed, complained the report, anarchistic habits had found their way into the organization. These deficiencies did not immediately become apparently, at least partly because the Social Democrats, rent by factional fighting between Mensheviks and Bolsheviks 67, steadily lost ground. A short time later, in mid-1906, similar conflicts split the SRS in Shuya as well. After Bernikov joined the Maximalists, for whom he had showed sympathy from the very beginning, and left the city, just how meager his achievements really were finally became clear: a library for propagandists, another for workers, a few revolvers, and contacts with 2 or 3 villages, 5 to 7 factories, and a few sympathetic students. No one showed up to the assemblies and there was no regular systematic organization. Even the supply of literature was irregular, for it was all organized by Bernikov's ties to the Moscow Committee. A new agitator from Ivanovo-Voznesensk led the SRS in Shuya to a new period of short-lived success, but the damage could not be undone. The working class was permanently lost to the PSR. In those areas where the Okhrana could not fully prevent revolutionary agitation, the position of SDS was unassailable. The summary by the SR reporter cited 2 factors as the root causes of the party's unhappy condition in Shuya. 1. The Marxists of Shuya were able to combine the political independence of grassroots organizations with the principle of strict centralization and party discipline. 2. They were the first to found trade unions and exploit the opportunity of legal economic work. Although it would be inappropriate to generalize solely from the example of Shuya, the critique in this report unquestionably did point to a serious weakness in party work in the central industrial region and in all of Russia, namely, a proclivity toward haphazard activity and a deficiency in stable organization. There is indeed the tight leadership arid solidarity of the Social Democratic group in Shuya. 68. Much to suggest that the almost reverential envy with which the reporter regarded as justified not. In other cities of the Central Oblast, conditions for party work were more favorable. As early as late 1902, the SRS in Tula had established circles in the secondary schools and a year later were able to make contact with the party leadership in Geneva. Their work was judged to be very successful. Arrests in Jathe fall of 1903, however, brought a long pause in the activities of the Tula SRS. This involuntary interruption did not end until April 1905, when 3 professional agitators arrived and renewed the party activities, raising them to a high level of effectiveness. They founded school circles, and 3 youth committees and even elected a provincial committee. In mid-1906, at the apogee of the revolution, the SR organization in Tula had about 330 members, comprised of 30 intelligenti, 40 secondary school pupils, with the remainder being workers. The youth groups had about 170 members, including 30 teachers. During periods of the most intense work, about 15 to 20 circles were active and had between 150 and 200 workers. The party was able to secure some influence over the shoemakers and printers unions and, for a short time, was even able to conduct energetic agitation in the local garrison. 69 Still, the Tula SRS were apparently not satisfied with their performance and in October 1905 themselves judged their activities to be very weak. At no time could the deficiency of qualified personnel and money be alleviated and, from an early point, the conflict between maximalists and majority SRS crippled the party's efforts. Finally, in October 1906 a large-scale Okhrana offensive led to the arrest of all Komiteychiki as well as all the SRS in the local Soviet, thereby utterly devastating the local organization. Not until July 1907 were traveling agitators able to renew briefly the organization in Tula. That fall it even proved possible to convene a general conference of the entire city, a remarkable achievement. Nevertheless, the overall sad picture was sad and not at all improved. The Tula delegate to a Central Oblast conference, September 1907, offered the following general assessment of activities by local committees during the last few years. The ground was fruitful, but the number of activists was limited 70. THIRD, with 32,000 workers, was another important center of the textile industry, and here too provided good conditions for the PSR to operate. 71 Despite the deep roots that the Social Democrats had in the city, the PSR was able to begin work here in 1902. At first the party was not well known among the mass of workers, but by early 1905 had become so effective that its Marxist rivals had to take the competition seriously. This newfound respect frequently made common action, especially between October and December 1905. The next year the party succeeded in establishing a base in a few unions, organizing approximately 150 to 200 workers and 40 intelligent, 72 electing a provincial committee, and, in collaboration with the RSDRP, which soon withdrew, however, from the joint enterprise, setting up a branch of the Soldiers and Sailors Union. Nevertheless, the SRS in THIRD also suffered their share of defeats. In December 1905, after the assassination of a high-level civil official, the committee practically had to dissolve itself because of the intensive police investigation. This incident demonstrated yet again the self-destructive effect of political terror. More serious was the limited contact with the working class. Since the arrest of a single man in a factory could disrupt party work for months, the active party members among the working class were obviously not very numerous. The SRS in THIRD rationalized this situation by claiming that the great distances between factories preventing the workers from attending regularly its educational circles. It thus happened that a social democratic worker would, in the name of many others, declare that he recognizes and accepts the program and tactics of the socialist revolutionaries, yet simultaneously explain that he would not convert to the PSR because the party had no organization in his factory. 73. SR agitation among the working class in the central industrial region was most successful in Nizhny Novgorod. Established by the old Narodnik Panov in 1902, the neo-populist group in this important trading city on the Volga grew rapidly and was soon the second largest PSR organization in the central oblast, after Moscow. 74 From the very beginning, it concentrated its propaganda on the industrial suburb Sormuva because, according to a report of the local SR paper, the party was well received not only by the proletariat but also neighboring peasants. In the summer of 1906, JIT proudly reported to the organization bureau that it had won over approximately 280 workers for the revolution. The local party believed that agrarian socialist JDs were so popular here because at least 60% of those exploited in the factories still maintained close contacts with their village homes. In fact, the local party believed that in Sormuvo it had found especially large numbers of that supposedly ideal target for SR views, namely, the worker peasant. Although the social structure in Sormuvo favored the PSR, it did not prevent the SDS from gaining numerical superiority. According to data presented by the SR paper here, not only did social democracy control twice as many workers, 550, but its candidates could also win almost 3 times as many votes as the SRS in the election to the workers' electoral body during elections to the Second Duma. 75. Agitation among the peasantry. At a conference of PSR peasant agitators in September 1906, the delegate from the Central Oblast characterized the condition of SR peasant agitation in the central industrial area as being extremely variable. The party's success was poor especially in the provinces of Kostroma, Kalyuga, Tula, Yaroslavl 76 and Ryazan, despite the fact that conditions here were favorable, given the purely agrarian structure and the relative shortage of land. 77 In Vladimir, the PSR did not succeed in establishing loose contact with the peasantry until the spring of 1906. 78 Apparently, the situation was better in Tver province, where the party could boast of productive work 79 and organizations that were solid and partially initiated by the peasants. 80. It seems, however, that such boasting reflected only a partial and temporary vision of the truth. In November 1906, a Central Committee inspector reported just the opposite. Indeed, that almost everywhere there were only seeds of an organization, that at best there were merely contacts and acquaintances, and that everywhere he saw serious deficiencies. Despite some promising beginning, the SR intelligentsia in Tver was still completely isolated from the countryside. 81. The situation in Nizhny Novgorod province was different because, particularly with regard to agitation among the peasantry, SR work here was deemed quantitatively and qualitatively the best organized in the entire central oblast. 82 More than 20 traveling agents worked here, an unusually large number, and no less than 80 organizations existed in the villages. At the beginning of 1907, activists here claimed that 206 velocity with about 1,500 members were organized. 83. Only the work of the PSR in Orel province was judged to be positive. Under the direction of a provincial committee, a large number of agitators were active. However, a table intended to reveal the scale of propaganda success among the peasantry simultaneously revealed its weaknesses. Thus, although it listed 130 SR bases and 45 brotherhoods, with about 50 to 85 members, only 8 groups had paid membership dues, just 12 assemblies were held, and a mere 10 to 20 flyers had been distributed. It cited 14 active party comrades, clear proof that the great majority of those allegedly organized were in fact merely sympathizers. In addition, the data showed that SRS had conducted intensive agitation in only 2 USD, and it certainly was no accident that these were the closest to the provincial center. 84 The urban Komitechiki had only occasional contact with the other USD. As a result, even in an area like Orel province, where SR cells were relatively widely distributed, comrades coming from province did not know that 5 days earlier a member of the Oblast Committee had just visited them. 85. 7.1.4 Belahizhia. The PSR's very first regional organization was that of the Northwest, created in April 1904 and including the committees of Belostok, Vilna, Dvinsk, Vitebsk, Smolensk, Bryansk, Gomel, and Minsk. 86 Ultimately its borders included the provinces of Smolensk, Minsk, Vilna, Vitebsk, Mogilev, and Grodno, as well as the committees named above and the committee in Mogilev. 87 In accordance with the party statute, an Oblast conference in October 1906 decided to create an intermediate level between the Oblast and the local committees and to divide the entire Oblast into 12 new regions: Smolensk, Bryansk, Vitebsk, Gomel, Minsk, Dvinsk, Vilna, Grodno, Mogilev, Pinsk, as well as the Polish rayon around Kovno and the county of Novozybkov in Chernigov province. 88 The organizations with the most members were Vitebsk, followed by Gomel and then Bryansky. 89 The Russian Northwest was not a zone of significant SR influence. When the PSR distributed mandates for a party congress to the various oblast organizations, the distribution being proportional to the strength of the membership and the importance of the organization, the Northwest ranked 4th, surpassed by the Volga, Central Industrial Region, and Ukraine. 90-91 Nevertheless, the Northwest Oblast was an extraordinarily capable organization, especially at the highest levels. Not only did it convene 6 Oblast conferences held, but its Oblast Committee also had the first Oblast typography and was the only committee to publish an informative and high-quality Oblast newspaper. 93, IJ. The socio-economic structure of the Northwest Oblast divided it into 2 very different regions. 1, located in the west, was partially industrialized, with an agrarian structure based on self-standing family farms, Khutor, which made it more like the socio-economic structure found in East-Central Europe. In the east-southeast, the society and economy was almost exclusively agrarian and similar to conditions found in Ukraine. 92 Correspondingly, SR agitation in the west concentrated primarily on the urban working class, while in the east arid south it focused on the peasantry. Agitation among workers in all of Belorussia, the PSR had to deal not so much with an industrial working class as with a proletariat of artisans who were predominantly Jewish. For example, the Workers' Union of the SR Committee in Smolensk, the PSR's clandestine bastion in this part of Russia, was recruited primarily from artisans, specifically bakers and printers. 93 Party propaganda elicited the most favorable reception in Minsk from the tailors, in Mogilev from tanners. 94 The party booked similar successes in Novozhykov, Gomel, Vitebsk, and Pinsk, where the SRS were active exclusively among the pre-industrial urban lower classes. 95 And, almost everywhere, Chly PSR enjoyed very great popularity among the railway workers. According to a Central Committee representative, the impression was widespread in Minsk that the socialist revolutionaries and the railroad union were one and the same. 96. The neo-populists found a factory proletariat worthy of the name only in two cities, Bryansk and Vinsk. Bryansk apparently became the center of SR agitation among the working class in the Northwest Oblast. The PSR operated here openly since 1903. The city organization listed an astonishing 1,000 members in 1906, if rayon groups include, the figure rose to 1,400. 9 workers' unions with approximately 460 members had been set up, a central workers' union had 100 members. All these groups financed themselves with membership dues, something quite exceptional in the PSR. 97 Central Committee representatives gave the SRS in Bryansk the highest marks of all organizations in the Northwest Oblast. Among the reasons for JATH PSR success here was their ability to defeat the Social Democrats, including TFI Jewish Bund. 98 But by the end of 1907 the optimism had already dissipated. Jive Bryansk Rayon Committee reported that, at this time, not one workers' circle remained. 99. The activity of the committee in Vinsk, which directed an organization of about 450 members, faced conditions no less favorable than those in Bryansk. It was especially emphasized that the workers themselves conducted all the agitation and propaganda and that the entire rayon had only one intelligent. The Dvinsk committee may not have been able to meet the challenge of the Bund, but its influence on society was almost just great, as all the members of SR groups were former Unionists. 101. Thus Bryansk and Vinsk were famous exceptions but could not relieve the generally poor picture of SR work in the cities of Belorussia. In April 1907, a Central Committee representative complained that the great majority of the committees were extremely weak, for at best they had 70 to 250 supporters among the artisan proletariat and numerous secondary school pupils, and in general were poorly organized. 1-3. Agitation among the peasants. Just as in TIE cities, the PSR in the villages of northwestern Russia faced special difficulties. One was the general absence of the obshchina in this region and the dominance of small land holdings and consolidated small peasant land holdings, Otruby. 10** When the SRS constantly emphasized that the opinions of family farmers concerning the land do not at all differ from those of the Great Russian obshchina, 102-103, or even maintained that the moral instincts of the Belarusian peasantry were unpropitious for the durability and development of family farms. 104 These were transparent and willful attempts to make a virtue out of a necessity. In the end, even these voices could not deny that the PSR's views were unattractive to the small peasant landowner, even if the party did try to open itself to precisely this clientele. 105 A program calling for the socialization of land and bound to the collectivist traditions of the Great Russian peasantry did not speak to the needs of the small peasant landowner. Consequently, the PSR's agitation in the countryside was not very successful. Hardly any committee could report anything positive. For example, the SRS of Smolensk summarized the status of the work in their province with the following words: "One must admit that the party workers have done very little to revolutionize the peasantry and have only organized 2 or 3 assemblies." 106 SRS in Smolensk attributed this result above all to the lack of personnel. 107 But others found the root causes of failure to be financial problems. 108 And the extremely low level of consciousness of the peasantry. 109 Reports from Minsk, Novozhykov, and Gomel were not quite so depressing. 110 Still, this of course did nothing to improve the overall judgment of SR work in Belorussia. Even in areas like Mogilev, where the ground was very favorable by the party's own account, the local committee was hardly able to do more than find 2 or 3 people in every village who could call themselves socialist revolutionaries. 2 causes for the local party's lack of success were of course the great distances and poor communications. The SRS from Mogilev reported with resignation that there are organizations that are 200 kilometers apart and expensive to reach, and puts a brake on the work. 111. 7.1.5. South Russia. The PSR's South Russian Regional Organization was founded in August 1905. The First Party Congress assigned it responsibility for the provinces of Kherson, Bessarabia, and Tauride, as well as the organizations in Odessa, Nikolov, Kishinev, and Kherson. The committees in Ielta, Simferopol, and Sevastopol belonged to the Tauride Union and held a special position as a subrayon. 112 Given the importance of the 2 great ports of Odessa 113 and Sevastopol, it is not surprising that the SRS in the southern oblast concentrated their activity primarily on workers and sailors. As early as 1902, there was a socialist revolutionary group in the important naval base at Sevastopol. Still, until the 1905 revolution, the SR's influence was limited to intellectuals and a few sailors, whereas the SDS already had a solid organization by 1904. Even as late as 1905, the SR committee consisted of just 2 intelligent. Only after the October Manifesto did the increasing militancy of the masses help the PSR achieve its great breakthrough. Social Democrats, by contrast, lost many supporters because of their peaceful tactics, despite the fact, according to their opponents, that they were the heroes of the day. Looking back, the SRS analyzed the situation in this way: our battle tactics were the seeds upon which the current organization steadily grew. Unknown among the workers in the first year of the revolution, by early 1906 the PSR represented a significant political force and had the support of a workers' union with nearly 200 members and 3,000 railroad workers. The PSR demonstrated just how popular it had become in early 1907 during the elections to the Second Duma. All 8 electors to the workers' electoral body were SRS and, they noted with pleasure, they had soundly beaten the Social Democrats with an overwhelming majority of 2,080 votes. Despite this success and despite the fact that the workers were regarded as revolutionized to a high degree, 114 the SRS could not be sure of the workers' support. They missed the extraordinarily fast mobilization and momentary enthusiasm. That these doubts were justified became clear by the fall of 1907, when the party discovered that the unions were almost completely dominated by the Social Democrats. 115 In other areas of party work, there was nothing but stoppage and decay. 116. The South Russian PSR organized peasant agitation in Bessarabia, Crimea, and some regions of Kherson province. According to the party, the work in these areas was rather successful. Party cells were set up in half of Uzd and 50 to 75% of the population was made conscious. 117 As a whole, however, this work was not a significant factor in the PSR's efforts in South Russia. 7.1.6. The Don region. The PSR's Don Azov regional organization was relatively insignificant. It was founded late, in August, 1906, and embraced the provinces of Don and Azov as well as parts of Kuban and Ekaterinslav provinces. Inter alia, Groy PS, and committees from Rostov, Taganrog, Novokirkisk and Bakhmut were present at the organization's founding meeting. 118J. Only in 2 cities could the party point to any significant activity. During the first half of 1906, the socialist revolutionaries in Rostov, the largest industrial center in the oblast, succeeded in reaching a broader public. Thanks to significant amounts of money, they set up a printing press and even published a regional paper. But this offensive was not strong enough to solidify a resilient organization and sink roots in proletarian neighborhoods. After the repression that followed the December events, the SR Committee did not regain its previous strength until the end of the revolution. In December the party had mobilized approximately 1,000 workers and soon afterwards established a short-lived workers' union. Despite these successes, the city remained what it was before the PSR arrived on the scene, an unassailable bastion of social democracy. 119. The SR group in Taganrog existed longer. Founded in October 1905, it adopted a statute in March 1906 and changed itself into a committee. This new committee even had sufficient financial means to support a few professional revolutionaries. As in other areas, the PSR here had to face strong competition from social democracy. In exceptional cases, however, the party was able to win over the majority of the working class. In April 1907, the city organization counted 50 men-elbers, office employees, telegraph workers, secondary school pupils, and members of the working class. 120. 7.1.7. North Russia. The Northern Oblast organization straddled the provinces of St. Petersburg, Novgorod, Izhkov, Olonets, Vologda, Arkhangelsk, Livonia, and Estonia. 121. It convened its founding meeting in March 1906, with representatives from the committees in St. Petersburg, Novgorod, Vologda, Arkhangelsk, and Riga participating. It held 3 more Oblast conferences, in October 1906 and in March and June 1907. 122. With the exception of the region around St. Petersburg and the capital cities of the Baltic, the Russian North was a purely agrarian country. It is therefore something of a surprise that the PSR had the least success in establishing itself in this region. Agitation among the workers. As in Belorussia, the Northern Oblast confronted the PSR in the cities with artisans and worker craftsmen. 123. Laboring in small workshops. There was no factory proletariat worthy of the name. In addition to the secondary school pupils and intelligent, it was especially the shoemakers, tailors, bakers, and metal workers, i.e. lathe operators, who belonged to the local party in Novgorod. In Arkhangelsk it was the timbermen, in Vologda it was bookbinders, masons, and typesetters. 124. And, as almost everywhere else in Russia, the party won a dominant influence over the railway workers and employees in Pskov, Riga, and Vologda. 125. Novgorod had the strongest organization. By the end of 1906, the socialist revolutionaries claimed to have organized approximately 120 artisans, or 1/10 of the entire working population of the city. Its agitation in the garrison also appears to have found a certain resonance. 126. The party was also satisfied with its work in Pskov, and here, in addition to the craftsmen, an especially large number of secondary school pupils filled its ranks. 127. In Vologda, there were complaints about the great lead of THIRD Social Democrats. As the populist veterans who lived here awaited the end of their banishment, they were able to do something to enlighten local population. They generally changed the sporadic work to systematic agitation and soon could achieve some successes. According to its own data, the local committee was able to win over 800 workers. 128. And a large number of organized workers were reported in Arkhangelsk, even though, as a rule, the Oblast Committee heard little positive from the city. 129. Riga and the whole of the Baltics remained for the PSR a small splinter party, of no significance when compared with Rosa Luxemburg's Lithuanian Social Democratic Party. 130. Agitation among the peasantry. In accordance with the socio-economic conditions of the region and their political beliefs, all the SR organizations in the North Oblast assigned the highest priority to awakening the peasantry. Unfortunately, the meager results of the party's efforts did not at all correspond with its hopes. Aside from a few exceptions, agitation among the peasantry was even less successful here than in the relatively fruitless work in the cities. This was true not only for the provinces of Arkhangelsk and Olonets in the far north, where the brotherhoods could be counted on the fingers of one hand, but also in the provinces of Vologda, Novgorod, and Pskov. Despite the greatest of efforts, the best example being Novgorod, the PSR could not do more than distribute literature in the Uzdy close to the cities. In the other regions, the party had to be satisfied with a few contacts. 131 The existence of a special peasant committee for the entire northern oblast in the St. Petersburg Committee could not help matters much. Nor was a surfeit of qualified revolutionaries in the capital of much assistance since, according to a common complaint, they concentrated exclusively on urban tasks. 132. The failure of SR agitation in the north was so great that the delegate from the Northern Oblast to the All-Russian Conference of Peasant Workers, September 1906, felt compelled to present a detailed analysis of the causes for these failures. He did not, as usual, complain about the lack of appropriate personnel and finances, but rather pointed to a number of specific geographic and social characteristics of the region, namely, the enormous distances, poor communications, insignificance of settlements, small villages, lack of education in the population, and the absence of a significant lac shortage. Another problem was the absence of a rural intelligentsia, since the few villagers who managed to acquire some kind of education as a rule did not return home. Thus the best mediators of revolutionary opinions were missing, and agitation had to be organized by visiting Zemstvo employees, teachers, doctors, and the like. 133 As was frequently reported from Novgorod province, their eagerness for the revolutionary cause soon cooled. Because the peasantry of the north was an especially dark mass and consequently Tsar and God were deeply embedded in the soul. 134 The transition from propaganda to organization confronted virtually insoluble problems. It was very easy to set up brotherhoods, but, since the party could not connect them, they all simply perished. 135. 7.1.8 The Urals. Although the Urals were distant from the centers of Russian society, politics, and economic life, the SRS and SDS were quick to found party organizations in this region. Coal mines and heavy industry were especially fruitful helds for recruiting new activists. However, due to the extremely low level of knowledge of the targets of political propaganda, in the early stages agitation had to limit itself mainly to attempts at a non-party, generalized politicization of the population. Theoretical differences between the two parties were largely ignored, and hence nothing stood in the way of cooperation. Thus, toward the end of 1901, the first common organization of Russian Marxists and neo-populists was founded, the Union of Social Democrats and Socialist Revolutionaries in the Urals. Its programmatic platform was limited to very general positions. It declared war on the bourgeoisie structure and proclaimed the objective of political domination of the proletariat. It also recognized strikes, demonstrations, and other kinds of protest as the means of this struggle. It also confirmed a compromise in the question of terror. It did not elevate assassinations to an official tactic, but permitted individual groups and persons to attack at their own risk. As a whole, the program was unquestionably more strongly influenced by the Social Democrats than the Socialist Revolutionaries, especially since the PSR even accepted the strategy of economic struggle. 136. The coalition in the Urals lasted 2 years. It held together much longer than the only other similar attempt at cooperation in Saratov. 137 Common efforts in agitation achieved success, especially in Perm and in the nearby Motovildinsky Zavod. Surprisingly enough, the two parties were continuously able to publish a paper from the very outset of their partnership. 138 The police raided the Union in 1903, and afterwards the two parties set out separately to rebuild their organizations. 139 In February 1906, the PSR established its own regional organization in the Urals to manage the provinces of Ufa, Vyatka, and Perm. Important SR committees existed in each provincial capital, as well as the industrial cities of Zlatist and Motovildinsky Zavod. 140 The socio-economic structure divided Urals Oblast into two parts. The provinces of Ufa and Vyatka were predominantly agrarian, the province of Perm being one of the MPST industrialized regions in Tsarist Russia. With respect to membership strength and general political importance, the Urals organization took only a middling position in the PSR. 141 Nevertheless, by taking tactical positions that were often rather unconventional, the Urals delegates frequently achieved an importance at party congresses that belied the real political weight of THIRD organization. Agitation among peasants. SR activity among the peasants of Vyatka province was deemed very successful. Although intelligent directed this work, the extraordinary initiative and the peasants' will to collaborate were taken, as proof of the PSR's success. At a conference of peasant agitators in September 1906, the delegate from Vyatka attributed these positive results to the fact that his province had the best zemstvo in all of Russia, hence the educational level of peasants was unusually high and the stratum of intelligentsia in the countryside was extraordinarily broad. 142 Of course, some factors also limited the PSR's effectiveness. Above all, the party faced a situation where the peasants, as former state peasants, had hardly any need for land and also did not suffer under any oppressive due to the noble landowners. The Urals Third Oblast Conference, June 1906, came to the conclusion that the attitude of opposition fostered by the work of enlightenment had by no means developed into a revolutionary attitude. 143 At a provincial conference in Vyatka, the SRS noted that all co-workers could not be deemed full party members because they frequently did not concern themselves with the propagation of our program but rather simply tried to awaken a critical attitude to political life among the peasants. 144 145 146 It was no accident that villagers beat up agitators who dared to attack the Tsar too harshly. 147 Agitation among workers. Perm * was / he center of SR activity in the Urals in general and for agitation among workers in particular. The city organization had about 30 to 40 members and about 200 TP 300 sympathizers. It established contact above all with the electrical works, printing presses, bakeries, and railway workshops. An important exception here was the Railway Workers' Union, where party work was completely disorganized, and hence this union was not, contrary to elsewhere in Russia, dominated by the PSR but by the Social Democrats. The SRS were successful in this region, as almost everywhere else in Russia, in winning significant support among the urban intelligentsia and students. 148 The SR Committee of Ufa reported intensive agitation in the factories and workshops. It reported not only the existence of many circles and cells, with 300 regular participants but also succeeded in electing 7 SRS to the Workers' Curia in the elections to the Second Duma. 149 150 7.1.9 Siberia. The numerous men and women banished here for political reasons actively disseminated populist ideas in this region and therefore created favorable conditions for the establishment of a new populist party in Siberia. As early as 1900, the PSR was able to put down L routes east of the Urals. However, its activity before the revolution, that is, in the phase of the change of generations, differed little from that of the 1880s and 1890s. It was only with great effort and after heated controversy between the stariki, elders, and the youths that the SRS succeeded in introducing the new methods that would extend their agitation beyond the intelligentsia to reach workers, peasants, and soldiers. In addition, the social revolutionaries had to meet the challenge of social democrats. JR/HO had already consolidated THJJR groups in the most important cities in Siberia. 15 In July 1906, the SRS founded their regional organization in Siberia, which consisted of the provinces of Tobolsk, Tomsk, Irkutsk, Yenisei, and Transbaikal. 151 Larger committees were found in Irkutsk, Krasnoyarsk, Chita, and Tomsk. As general rule, the PSR had to limit its work in Siberia to the cities to a greater degree than in the rest of Russia, for it was very difficult to reach a peasantry separated by such enormous distances. In addition, it regarded the Siberian peasantry as hardly receptive to revolutionary propaganda. Within the working class, the railroad workers, as probably the largest single contingent, played a significant role. It was therefore no accident when a police report concluded that the expansion of both revolution ARI parties followed the Trans-Siberian Railroad. 152 The rest of the PSR's work in Siberia concentrated on the same target groups as in European Russia, above all artisans, owners of small shops, employees and shop assistants, the postal and telegraph employees, and printers, as well as secondary school pupils and intelligentsia. Irkutsk had the most important socialist revolutionary committee in Siberia. It was only formally constituted toward the end of 1904 through the consolidation of several agitation circles. At the beginning of 1905, along with the Social Democrats, it was able to mount a grand strike of shop assistants and railroad workers together. And as early as July of the same year, it was preparing to set up its own workers' union as well as organize the shop employees into a tirade union. The Union of the Railroad Employees and Railroad Telegraph Workers was firmly in the hands of the socialist revolutionaries. A weakness of the Irkutsk Committee was its reliance on one man, and, when he was arrested at the beginning of 1906, the committee's work came to a halt. The succeeding young generation was not only inexperienced but also let itself be carried away with the ideas of partisan struggle and expropriation. This new generation included elements for whom socialism meant nothing, common thieves, and those who profited from the revolution and had found their way into the ranks of the socialist revolutionaries. This made the work of the Okhrana much easier, and it soon arrested the entire Irkutsk Committee. 153. The work of the SRS in Krasnoyarsk was hardly satisfactory. They did not establish a loose and numerically weak group until after the dissolution of the First Duma in the summer of 1906. Only the agitation among peasants appeared to have some success. One police report noted that the PSR had succeeded in convincing the peasants in refusing to pay their taxes. 154 In Chita, the SRS were only able to begin organized work in June 1906, and their influence in the unions grew slowly but steadily, especially among the railway workers. 155 Among the students of the university city of Tomsk, the PSR found a promising public for its propaganda. Nevertheless, it had to content itself with modest results and largely left this field as well to the Social Democrats. 156. July 1, 10. The Caucasus. From the very beginning, the PSR tried to extend the net of its organizations to the Caucasus, a region relatively untouched by populist propaganda. However, here it had to face very solidly entrenched social democratic committees. The latter, which inclined toward Menshevism, posed a more serious hindrance to the PSR's work than anywhere else in Russia. Nevertheless, the party did have some influential helpers, namely the Armenian Party of the Dashnak Syudiun 157 and the Georgian Party of the Federated Socialist Revolutionaries. According to the Central Committee representative in the Caucasus, these two groups gave periodic financial support 158 and help with personnel, but above all their support took another form. The Dashnak Syudiun kept the Armenian proletariat from being completely infiltrated by social democracy, while the Party of the Federated Socialist Revolutionaries was attractive to the non-Marxist intelligentsia and distributed agitation literature in Georgian. 159. With the outbreak of revolution, the SRS had established sufficient organizations in the Caucasus such that in May 1905 they could found a regional organization. This new organization embraced the provinces of Baku, Tiflis, and Kutaysk and included the committees of these cities as well as that of Batumi. Until the end of 1907, the SRS convened 3 oblast conferences, each of which elected a 3-man oblast committee with the authority to co-opt other members. 160 The Caucasian PSR conducted agitation in the city and countryside, but assigned a very low priority to its activity among the peasantry. And of the city organizations, only Baku had some significance for the party as a whole. After a short-lived attempt at systematic work in 1903, which the Okhrana quickly interdicted as it suppressed a protracted strike, it was only with Miner's arrival as Central Committee representative in the fall of 1905 that brought a new beginning. Within a few months, the SR organization had gained such strength that it could exert serious and great influence on the proletariat in Baku. Once again, however, this phase of success was short-lived. Internal problems and above all an irresponsible waste of financial resources brought party work to a halt as early as the beginning of 1906. A longer period of successful activity began in summer that year due to a rather significant contribution of money from the Oblast Committee. As a result, the SRS here were able to hire 15 professional party workers and to publish a local party's own paper, Malat, the Hammer. According to the report of the Central Committee representative, Jathi's upswing shocked the Social Democrats so much that they asked their center for assistance. 161 Of course, the concern of the Social Democrats was not at all justified, or the socialist revolutionaries were, in no position to break the domination of THRSDRR. By the beginning of 1907, the PSR in Baku did indeed have more than 60 J factory cells. According to its own information, however, by the fall of 1907 1,200 to 1,300 socialist revolutionaries and 625 members of the Dashnaksiyudiun faced approximately 1,800 workers organized by the Social Democrats, comprised of 1,200 Bolsheviks and 600 Mensheviks. 162 The SRs looked with envy upon the regulated and strict organization of their Marxist competitors. 163 Despite this strong competition, the PSR was able to assemble not only in Baku but also in the whole of the Caucasus a remarkably large mass, PF sympathizers. Although by early 1907 it had only 717 registered party members, it could also count a considerable number of sympathizers. 18,000. Even this imbalance did not correspond to reality. According to an explanation of the Oblast Committee, one must increase the number of simple supporters several times but have the number of active members. It seems that many comrades played only guest roles so that they could quickly move to the centers of SR work in Moscow and St. Petersburg. The Oblast Committee noted that the process of integrating the supporters into the organization had absolutely no plan and that the masses were not organized. 164 In short, the Caucasian PSR was unable